Warbreaker by Brandon Sanderson. Narrated by Elisa Bresnahan. Prologue. It's funny, Vasher thought. How many things begin with my getting thrown into prison? The guards laughed to one another, slamming the cell door shut with a clang. Vasher stood and dusted himself off, rolling his shoulder and wincing. While the bottom half of his cell door was solid wood, the top half was barred, and he could see the 3 guards open his large duffel and rifle through his possessions. One of them noticed him watching. The guard was an oversized beast of a man with a shaved head and a dirty uniform that barely retained the bright yellow and blue coloring of the Tutelar City Guard. Bright colors. Vasher thought, I'll have to get used to those again. In any other nation, the vibrant blues and yellows would have been ridiculous on soldiers. This, however, was Hallandren, land of returned gods, lifeless servants, biochromatic research, and, of course, color. The large guard sauntered up to the cell door, leaving his friends to amuse themselves with Vasher's belongings. "They say you're pretty tough," the man said, sizing up Vasher. Vasher didn't respond. "The bartender says you beat down some 20 men in the brawl." The guard rubbed his chin. "You don't look that tough to me. Either way, you should have known better than to strike a priest. The others, they'll spend a night locked up. You, though, you'll hang. Colorless fool." Vasher turned away. His cell was functional, if unoriginal. A thin slit at the top of one wall let in light. The stone walls dripped with water and moss, and a pile of dirty straw decomposed in the corner. "You ignoring me?" the guard asked, stepping closer to the door. The colors of his uniform brightened, as if he'd stepped into a stronger light. The change was slight. Vasher didn't have much breath remaining, and so his aura didn't do much to the colors around him. The guard didn't notice the change in color, just as he hadn't noticed back in the bar, when he and his buddies had picked Vasher up off the floor and thrown him in their cart. Of course, the change was so slight to the unaided eye that it would have been nearly impossible to pick out. "Here, now," said one of the men looking through Vasher's duffel. "What's this?" Vasher had always found it interesting that the men who watched dungeons tended to be as bad as, or worse than, the men they guarded. Perhaps that was deliberate. Society didn't seem to care if such men were outside the cells or in them, so long as they were kept away from more honest men. Assuming that such a thing existed. From Vasher's bag, a guard pulled free a long object wrapped in white linen. The man whistled as he unwrapped the cloth, revealing a long, thin-bladed sword in a silver sheath. The hilt was pure black. "Who do you suppose you stole this from?" The lead guard eyed Vasher, likely wondering if Vasher was some kind of nobleman. Though Hallandren had no aristocracy, many neighboring kingdoms had their lords and ladies. Yet what lord would wear a drab brown cloak, ripped in several places? What lord would sport bruises from a bar fight, a half-grown beard, and boots worn from years of walking? The guard turned away, apparently convinced that Vasher was no lord. He was right, and he was wrong. "Let me see that," the lead guard said, taking the sword. He grunted, obviously surprised by its weight. He turned it about, noting the clasp that tied sheath to hilt, keeping the blade from being drawn. He undid the clasp. The colors in the room deepened. They didn't grow brighter, not the way the guard's vest had when he approached Vasher. Instead, they grew stronger, darker. Reds became maroons, yellows hardened to gold, blues approached navy. "Be careful, friend," Vasher said softly. "That sword can be dangerous." The guard looked up. All was still. Then the guard snorted and walked away from Vasher's cell, still carrying the sword. The other two followed, bearing Vasher's duffel, entering the guard room at the end of the hallway. The door thumped shut. Vasher immediately knelt beside the patch of straw, selecting a handful of sturdy lengths. He pulled threads from his cloak — it was beginning to fray at the bottom — and tied the straw into the shape of a small person, perhaps 3 inches high, with bushy arms and legs. He plucked a hair from one of his eyebrows, set it against the straw figure's head, then reached into his boot and pulled out a brilliant red scarf. Then Vasher breathed. It flowed out of him, puffing into the air, translucent yet radiant, like the color of oil on water in the sun. Vasher felt it leave. Biochromatic breath, scholars called it. Most people just called it breath. Each person had one, or at least that was how it usually went. One person, one breath. Vasher had around 50 breaths, just enough to reach the first heightening. Having so few made him feel poor compared to what he'd once held, but many would consider 50 breaths to be a great treasure. Unfortunately, even awakening a small figure made from organic material, using a piece of his own body as a focus, drained away some half of his breaths. The little straw figure jerked, sucking in the breath. In Vasher's hand, half of the brilliant red scarf faded to gray. Vasher leaned down, imagining what he wanted the figure to do, and completed the final step of the process as he gave the command. "Fetch keys," he said. The straw figure stood and raised its single eyebrow toward Vasher. Vasher pointed toward the guardroom. From it, he heard sudden shouts of surprise. Not much time, he thought. The straw person ran along the floor, then jumped up, vaulting between the bars. Vasher pulled off his cloak and set it on the floor. It was the perfect shape of a person, marked with rips that matched the scars on Vasher's body. Its hood cut with holes to match Vasher's eyes. The closer an object was to human shape and form, the fewer breaths it took to awaken. Vasher leaned down, trying not to think of the days when he'd had enough breaths to awaken without regard for shape or focus. That had been a different time. Wincing, he pulled a tuft of hair from his head, then sprinkled it across the hood of the cloak. Once again, he breathed. It took the rest of his breath. With it gone, the cloak trembling, the scarf losing the rest of its color, Vasher felt dimmer. Losing one's breath wasn't fatal. Indeed, the extra breaths Vasher used had once belonged to other people. Vasher didn't know who they were. He hadn't gathered these breaths himself. They had been given to him. But, of course, that was the way it was always supposed to work. One couldn't take breath by force. Being void of breath did change him. Colors didn't seem as bright. He couldn't feel the bustling people moving about in the city above, a connection he normally took for granted. It was the awareness all men had for others, that thing which whispered a warning in the drowsiness of sleep when someone entered the room. In Vasher, that sense had been magnified 50 times. And now it was gone, sucked into the cloak and the straw person, giving them power. The cloak jerked. Vasher leaned down. "Protect me," he commanded, and the cloak grew still. He stood, throwing it back on. The straw figure returned to his window. It carried a large ring of keys. The figure's straw feet were stained red. The crimson blood seemed so dull to Vasher now. He took the keys. "Thank you," he said. He always thanked them. He didn't know why. particularly considering what he did next. "Your breath to mine," he commanded, touching the straw person's chest. The straw person immediately fell backward off the door, life draining from it, and Vasher got his breath back. The familiar sense of awareness returned, the knowledge of connectedness, of fitting. He could only take the breath back because he'd awakened this creature himself. Indeed, awakenings of this sort were rarely permanent. He used his breath like a reserve, doling it out, then recovering it. Compared with what he had once held, 25 breaths was a laughably small number. However, compared with nothing, it seemed infinite. He shivered in satisfaction. The yells from the guard room died out. The dungeon fell still. He had to keep moving. Vasher reached through the bars, using the keys to unlock his cell. He pushed the thick door open, rushing out into the hallway, leaving the straw figure discarded on the ground. He didn't walk to the guard room and the exit beyond it, but instead turned south, penetrating deeper into the dungeon. This was the most uncertain part of his plan. Finding a tavern that was frequented by priests of the iridescent tones had been easy enough. Getting into a bar fight, then striking one of those same priests, had been equally simple. Hallandren took their religious figures very seriously, and Vasher had earned himself not the usual imprisonment in a local jail, but a trip to the God King's dungeons. Knowing the kind of men who tended to guard such dungeons, he'd had a pretty good idea that they would try to draw Nightblood. That had given him the diversion he'd needed to get the keys. But now came the unpredictable part. Vasher stopped, awakened cloak rustling. It was easy to locate the cell he wanted, for around it a large patch of stone had been drained of color, leaving both walls and doors a dull gray. It was a place to imprison an awakener, for no color meant no awakening. Vasher stepped up to the door, looking through the bars. A man hung by his arms from the ceiling, naked and chained. His color was vibrant to Vasher's eyes, his skin a pure tan, his bruises brilliant splashes of blue and violet. The man was gagged, another precaution. In order to awaken, the man would need 3 things: breath, color, and a command. The harmonics and the hues, some called it. The iridescent tones, the relationship between color and sound. A command had to be spoken clearly and firmly in the awakener's native language. Any stuttering, any mispronunciation would invalidate the awakening. The breath would be drawn out, but the object would be unable to act. Vasher used the prison keys to unlock the cell door, then stepped inside. This man's aura made colors grow brighter by sharp measure when they got close to him. Anyone would be able to notice an aura that strong, though it was much easier for someone who had reached the first heightening. It wasn't the strongest biochromatic aura Vasher had ever seen. Those belonged to the returned, known as gods here in Hallandren. Still, the prisoner's biochroma was very impressive and much, much stronger than Vasher's own. The prisoner held a lot of breaths, hundreds upon hundreds of them. The man swung in his bonds, studying Vasher, gagged lips bleeding from lack of water. Vasher hesitated only briefly, then reached up and pulled the gag free.
"You,"
the prisoner whispered, coughing slightly.
"Are you here to free me?"
"No, Var," Vasher said quietly. "I'm here to kill you." Var snorted. Captivity hadn't been easy on him. When Vasher had last seen Var, he'd been plump. Judging by his emaciated body, he'd been without food for some time now. The cuts, bruises, and burn marks on his flesh were fresh. Both the torture and the haunted look in Var's bag-rimmed eyes bespoke a solemn truth. Breath could only be transferred by willing, intentional command. That command could, however, be encouraged.
So,
Var croaked.
you judge me, just like everyone else.
Your failed rebellion isn't my concern. I just want your breath.
You and the entire Hallandren court.
Yes, but you're not going to give it to one of the returned. You're going to give it to me, in exchange for killing you.
Doesn't seem like much of a trade.
There was a hardness, a void of emotion, in Var that Vasher hadn't seen the last time they had parted, years before. Odd, Vasher thought, that I should finally, after all of this time, find something in the man that I can identify with. Vasher kept a wary distance from Var. Now that the man's voice was free, he could command. However, he was touching nothing except for the metal chains, and metal was very difficult to awaken. It had never been alive, and it was far from the form of a man. Even during the height of his power, Vasher himself had only managed to awaken metal on a few select occasions. Of course, some extremely powerful awakeners could bring objects to life that they weren't touching, but that were in the sound of their voice. That, however, required the 9th heightening. Even Var didn't have that much breath. In fact, Vasher knew of only one living person who did. The God King himself. That meant Vasher was probably safe. Var contained a great wealth of breath, but had nothing to awaken. Vasher walked around the chained man, finding it very difficult to offer any sympathy. Var had earned his fate. Yet the priests wouldn't let him die while he held so much breath. If he died, it would be wasted. Gone. Irretrievable. Not even the government of Hallandren, which had such strict laws about the buying and passing of breath, could let such a treasure slip away. They wanted it badly enough to forestall the execution of even a high-profile criminal like Var. In retrospect, they would curse themselves for not leaving him better guarded. But then, Vasher had been waiting 2 years for an opportunity like this one.
Well?
Var asked. Give me the breath, Var, Vasher said, stepping forward. Var snorted.
I doubt you have the skill of the God King's torturers, Vasher, and I've withstood them for 2 weeks now.
You'd be surprised, but that doesn't matter. You are going to give me your breath. You know you have only 2 choices. Give it to me, or give it to them. Var hung by his wrists, rotating slowly, silent. You don't have much time to consider, Vasher said. Any moment now, someone is going to discover the dead guards outside. The alarm will be raised. I'll leave you. You will be tortured again, and you will eventually break. Then all the power you've gathered will go to the very people you vowed to destroy. Var stared at the floor. Vasher let him hang for a few moments, and could see that the reality of the situation was clear to him. Finally, Var looked up at Vasher.
That thing you bear, it's here, in the city?
Vasher nodded.
The screams I heard earlier, it caused them?
Vasher nodded again.
How long will you be in Teller?
For a time. A year, perhaps.
Will you use it against them?
My goals are my own to know, Var. Will you take my deal or not? Quick death in exchange for those breaths. I promise you this, your enemies will not have them. Var grew quiet.
It's yours,
he finally whispered. Vasher reached over, resting his hand on Var's forehead, careful not to let any part of his clothing touch the man's skin, lest Var draw forth color for awakening. Var didn't move. He looked numb. Then, just as Vasher began to worry that the prisoner had changed his mind, Var breathed. The color drained from him, the beautiful iridescence, the aura that had made him look majestic despite his wounds and chains. It flowed from his mouth, hanging in the air, shimmering like mist. Vasher drew it in, closing his eyes.
My life to yours,
Var commanded, a hint of despair in his voice.
My breath become yours.
The breath flooded into Vasher, and everything became vibrant. His brown cloak now seemed deep and rich in color. The blood on the floor was intensely red, as if aflame. Even Var's skin seemed a masterpiece of color, the surface marked by deep black hairs, blue bruises, and sharp red cuts. It had been years since Vasher had felt such life. He gasped, falling to his knees as it overwhelmed him, and he had to drop a hand to the stone floor to keep himself from toppling over.
How did I live without this?
He knew that his senses hadn't actually improved, yet he felt so much more alert, more aware of the beauty of sensation. When he touched the stone floor, he marveled at its roughness, and the sound of wind passing through the thin dungeon window up above. Had it always been that melodic? How could he not have noticed?
Keep your part of the bargain,
Var said. Vasher noted the tones in his voice, the beauty of each one, how close they were to harmonics. Vasher had gained perfect pitch, a gift for anyone who reached the second heightening. It would be good to have that again. Vasher could, of course, have up to the fifth heightening at any time, if he wished. That would require certain sacrifices he wasn't willing to make, and so he forced himself to do it the old-fashioned way, by gathering breaths from people like Var. Vasher stood, then pulled out the colorless scarf he had used earlier. He tossed it over Var's shoulder, then breathed. He didn't bother making the scarf have human shape, didn't need to use a bit of his hair or skin for a focus, though he did have to draw the color from his shirt. Vasher met Var's resigned eyes.
Strangle things,
Vasher commanded, fingers touching the quivering scarf. It twisted immediately, pulling away a large, yet now inconsequential, amount of breath. The scarf quickly wrapped around Var's neck, tightening, choking him. Var didn't struggle or gasp. He simply watched Vasher with hatred until his eyes bulged and he died. Hatred. Vasher had known enough of that in his time. He quietly reached up and recovered his breath from the scarf, then left Var dangling in his cell. Vasher passed quietly through the prison, marveling at the color of the woods and the stones. After a few moments of walking, he noticed a new color in the hallway. Red. He stepped around the pool of blood, which was seeping down the inclined dungeon floor, and moved into the guard room. The 3 guards lay dead. One of them sat in a chair. Nightblood, still mostly sheathed, had been rammed through the man's chest. About an inch of the dark black blade was visible beneath the silver sheath. Vasher carefully slid the weapon fully back into its sheath. He did up the clasp.
I did very well today,
a voice said in his mind. Vasher didn't respond to the sword.
I killed them all,
Nightblood continued.
Aren't you proud of me?
Vasher picked up the weapon, accustomed to its unusual weight, and carried it in one hand. He recovered his duffel and slung it over his shoulder.
I knew you'd be impressed,
Nightblood said. sounding satisfied. Chapter 1. There were great advantages to being unimportant. True, by many people's standards, Ciri wasn't unimportant. She was, after all, the daughter of a king. Fortunately, her father had 4 living children, and Ciri, at 17 years of age, was the youngest. Fafn, the daughter just older than Ciri, had done the family duty and become a monk. Above Fafn was Ridger, the eldest son. He would inherit the throne. And then there was Vivenna. Ciri sighed as she walked down the path back to the city. Vivenna, the firstborn, was, well, Vivenna. Beautiful, poised, perfect in most every way. It was a good thing, too, considering the fact that she was betrothed to a god. Either way, Ciri, as 4th child, was redundant. Vivenna and Ridger had to focus on their studies. Fafn had to do her work in the pastures and homes. Ciri, however, could get away with being unimportant. That meant she could disappear into the wilderness for hours at a time. People would notice, of course, and she would get into trouble. Yet even her father would have to admit that her disappearance hadn't caused much inconvenience. The city got along just fine without Ciri. In fact, it tended to do a little better when she wasn't around. Unimportance. To another, it might have been offensive. To Ciri, it was a blessing. She smiled, walking into the city proper. She drew the inevitable stairs. While Bevalis was technically the capital of Idris, it wasn't that big, and everyone knew her by sight. Judging by the stories Ciri had heard from passing ramblemen, her home was hardly even a village compared with the massive metropolises in other nations. She liked it the way it was, even with the muddy streets, the thatched cottages, and the boring, yet sturdy, stone walls. Women chasing runaway geese, men pulling donkeys laden with spring seed, and children leading sheep on their way to pasture. A grand city in Zaka, Hudris, or even terrible Halandren might have exotic sights, but it would be crowded with faceless, shouting, jostling crowds and haughty noblemen. Not Ciri's preference. She generally found even Bevalis to be a bit busy for her. Still, she thought, looking down at her utilitarian gray dress, I'll bet those cities have more colors. That's something I might like to see. Her hair wouldn't stand out so much there. As usual, the long locks had gone blonde with joy while she'd been out in the fields. She concentrated, trying to rein them in, but she was only able to bring the color to a dull brown. As soon as she stopped focusing, her hair just went back to the way it had been. She'd never been very good at controlling it. Not like Vivenna. As she continued through the town, a group of small figures began trailing her. She smiled, pretending to ignore the children, until one of them was brave enough to run forward and tug on her dress. Then she turned, smiling. They regarded her with solemn faces. Idrian children were trained, even at this age, to avoid shameful outbursts of emotion. Austrian teachings said there was nothing wrong with feelings, but drawing attention to yourself with them was wrong. Ciri had never been very devout. It wasn't her fault, she reasoned. If Ostra had made her with a distinct inability to obey. The children waited patiently until Ciri reached into her apron and pulled out a couple of brightly colored flowers. The children's eyes opened wide, gazing at the vibrant colors. 3 of the flowers were blue, 1 yellow. The flowers stood out starkly against the town's determined drabness. Other than what one could find in the skin and eyes of the people, there wasn't a drop of color in sight. Stones had been whitewashed. clothing bleached gray or tan, all to keep the color away. For without color, there could be no awakeners. The girl who had tugged Ciri's skirt finally took the flowers in one hand and dashed away with them, the other children following behind. Ciri caught a look of disapproval in the eyes of several passing villagers. None of them confronted her, though. Being a princess, even an unimportant one, did have its perks. She continued on toward the palace. It was a low, single-story building with a large, packed-earth courtyard. Ciri avoided the crowds of haggling people at the front, rounding to the back and going in the kitchen entrance. Mab, the kitchen mistress, stopped singing as the door opened, then eyed Ciri. "Your father's been looking for you, child," Mab said, turning away and humming as she attacked a pile of onions. "I suspect that he has." Ciri walked over and sniffed at a pot which bore the calm scent of boiling potatoes. "Went to the hills again, didn't you? Skipped your tutorial sessions, I'll bet." Ciri smiled, then pulled out another of the bright yellow flowers, spinning it between two fingers. Mab rolled her eyes. "And been corrupting the city youth again, I suspect. Honestly, girl, you should be beyond these things at your age. Your father will have words with you about shirking your responsibilities." "I like words," Ciri said, "and I always learn a few new ones when father gets angry. I shouldn't neglect my education, now should I?" Mab snorted, dicing some pickled cucumbers into the onions. "Honestly, Mab," Ciri said, twirling the flower, feeling her hair shade a little bit red, "I don't see what the problem is. Ostra made the flowers, right? He put the colors on them, and so they can't be evil. I mean, we call him God of Colors, for heaven's sake." "Flowers ain't evil," Mab said, adding something that looked like grass to her concoction, assuming they're left where Ostra put them. "We shouldn't use Ostra's beauty to make ourselves more important." "A flower doesn't make me look more important." "Oh?" Mab asked, adding the grass, cucumber, and onions to one of her boiling pots. She banged the side of the pot with the flat of her knife, listening, then nodded to herself and began fishing under the counter for more vegetables. "You tell me," she continued, voice muffled. "You really think walking through the city with a flower like that didn't draw attention to yourself?" "That's only because the city is so drab. If there were a bit of color around, nobody would notice a flower." Mab reappeared, hefting a box filled with various tubers. "You'd have us decorate the place like Hallandren? Maybe we should start inviting awakeners into the city. How'd you like that? Some devil sucking the souls out of children, strangling people with their own clothing, bringing men back from the grave, then using their dead bodies for cheap labor, sacrificing women on their unholy altars?" Ciri felt her hair whiten slightly with anxiety. "Stop that," she thought. The hair seemed to have a mind of its own, responding to gut feelings. "That sacrificing maidens part is only a story," Ciri said. "They don't really do that." "Stories come from somewhere." "Yes, they come from old women sitting by the hearth in the winter. I don't think we need to be so frightened. The Hallandren will do what they want, which is fine by me, as long as they leave us alone." Mab chopped tubers, not looking up. "We've got the treaty, Mab," Ciri said. "Father and Vivenna will make sure we're safe, and that will make the Hallandren leave us alone." "And if they don't?" "They will. You don't need to worry." "They have better armies," Mab said, chopping, not looking up. "Better steel, more food, and those things. It makes people worry. Maybe not you, but sensible folk." The cook's words were hard to dismiss out of hand. Mab had a sense, a wisdom beyond her instinct for spices and broths. However, she also tended to fret. "You're worrying about nothing, Mab. You'll see." I'm just saying that this is a bad time for a royal princess to be running around with flowers, standing out and inviting Austra's dislike.
Ciri sighed. Fine, then, she said, tossing her last flower into the stew pot. Now we can all stand out together. Mab froze, then rolled her eyes, chopping a root.
I assume that was a Vanavel flower?
Of course, Ciri said, sniffing at the steaming pot. I know better than to ruin a good stew. And I still say you're overreacting.
Mab sniffed. Here, she said, pulling out another knife. Make yourself useful. There's roots that need chopping.
Shouldn't I report to my father? Ciri said, grabbing a gnarled Vanavel root and beginning to chop.
He'll just send you back here and make you work in the kitchens as a punishment,
Mab said, banging the pot with her knife again. She firmly believed that she could judge when a dish was done by the way the pot rang. Astra help me if Father ever discovers I like it down here.
You just like being close to the food,
Mab said, fishing Ciri's flour out of the stew, then tossing it aside.
Either way, you can't report to him. He's in conference with Yarda.
Ciri gave no reaction. She simply continued to chop. Her hair, however, grew blonde with excitement. Father's conferences with Yarda usually last hours, she thought. Not much point in simply sitting around, waiting for him to get done. Mab turned to get something off the table, and before she looked back, Ciri bolted out the door on her way toward the royal stables. Bare minutes later, she galloped away from the palace, wearing her favorite brown cloak, feeling an exhilarating thrill that sent her hair into a deep blonde. A nice quick ride would be a good way to round out the day. After all, her punishment was likely to be the same either way. Dedelin, King of Idris, set the letter down on his desk. He had stared at it long enough. It was time to decide whether or not to send his eldest daughter to her death. Despite the advent of spring, his chamber was cold. Warmth was a rare thing in the Idris highlands. It was coveted and enjoyed, for it lingered only briefly each summer. The chambers were also stark. There was a beauty in simplicity. Even a king had no right to display arrogance by ostentation. Dedelin stood up, looking out his window and into the courtyard. The palace was small by the world's standards, only a single story high, with a peaked wooden roof and squat stone walls. But it was large by Idrian standards, and it bordered on flamboyant. This could be forgiven, for the palace was also a meeting hall and center of operations for his entire kingdom. The king could see General Yarda out of the corner of his eye. The burly man stood waiting, his hands clasped behind his back, his thick beard tied in 3 places. He was the only other person in the room. Dedelin glanced back at the letter. The paper was a bright pink, and the garish color stood out on his desk like a drop of blood in the snow. Pink was a color one would never see in Idris. In Hallandren, however, center of the world's dye industry, such tasteless hues were commonplace. "Well, old friend," Dedelin asked, "do you have any advice for me?" General Yarda shook his head. "War is coming, Your Majesty. I feel it in the winds and read it in the reports of our spies. Hallandren still considers us rebels, and our passes to the north are too tempting. They will attack." "Then I shouldn't send her," Dedelin said, looking back out his window. The courtyard bustled with people in furs and cloaks coming to market. "We can't stop the war, Your Majesty," Yarda said, "but we can slow it." Dedelin turned back. Yarda stepped forward, speaking softly. "This isn't a good time.
Our troops still haven't recovered from those Vendis raids last fall, and with the fires in the granary this winter.
Yarda shook his head.
We cannot afford to get into a defensive war in the summer. Our best ally against the Hallandren is the snow. We can't let this conflict occur on their terms. If we do, we are dead.
The words all made sense.
Your Majesty,
Yarda said,
they are waiting for us to break the treaty as an excuse to attack. If we move first, they will strike. If we keep the treaty, they will still strike,
Dedelin said.
But later, perhaps months later, you know how slow Hallandren politics are. If we keep the treaty, there will be debates and arguments. If those last until the snows, then we will have gained the time we need so badly.
It all made sense. Brutal, honest sense. All these years Dedelin had stalled and watched as the Hallandren court grew more and more aggressive, more and more agitated. Every year voices called for an assault on the rebel Idrians, living up in the highlands. Every year those voices grew louder and more plentiful. Every year Dedelin's placating and politics kept the armies away. He had hoped, perhaps, that the rebel leader Var and his Pankal dissidents would draw attention away from Idris. But Var had been captured, his so-called army dispersed. His actions had only served to make Hallandren more focused on its enemies. The peace wouldn't last. Not with Idris ripe, not with the trade routes worth so much, not with the current crop of Hallandren gods who seemed so much more erratic than their predecessors. He knew all of that. But he also knew that breaking the treaty would be foolish. When you were cast into the den of a beast, you didn't provoke it to anger. Yarda joined him beside the window, looking out, leaning one elbow against the side of the frame. He was a harsh man, born of harsh winters, but he was also as good a man as Dedelin had ever known. A part of the king longed to marry Vivenna to the general's own son. That was foolishness. Dedelin had always known this day would come. He'd crafted the treaty himself, and it demanded he send his daughter to marry the God King. The Hallandren needed a daughter of the royal blood to reintroduce the traditional bloodline into their monarchy. It was something the depraved and vainglorious people of the lowlands had long coveted, and only that specific clause in the treaty had saved Idris these 20 years. That treaty had been the first official act of Dedelin's reign, negotiated furiously following his father's assassination. Dedelin gritted his teeth. How quickly he'd bowed before the whims of his enemies. Yet he would do it again. An Idrian monarch would do anything for his people. That was one big difference between Idris and Hallandren. If we send her, Yarda, Dedelin said, we send her to her death. Maybe they won't harm her. Yarda finally said, you know better than that. The first thing they'll do when war comes is use her against me. This is Hallandren. They invite awakeners into their palaces for Austra's sake. Yarda fell silent. Finally, he shook his head. Latest reports say their army has grown to include some 40,000 lifeless. Lord God of Colors, Dedelin thought, glancing at the letter again. Its language was simple. Vivenna's 22nd birthday had come, and the terms of the treaty stipulated that Dedelin could wait no longer. Sending Vivenna is a poor plan, but it's our only plan, Yarda said. With more time, I know I can bring the Tedradel to our cause. They've hated Hallandren since the Many War, and perhaps I can find a way to rile Var's broken rebel faction in Hallandren itself. At the very least, we can build, gather supplies, live another year. Yarda turned to him. If we don't send the Hallandren, their princess, the war will be seen as our fault. Who will support us? They will demand to know why we refuse to follow the treaty our own king wrote. And if we do send them Vivenna, it will introduce the royal blood into their monarchy, and that will have an even more legitimate claim on the Highlands. Perhaps, Yarda said. But if we both know they're going to attack anyway, then what do we care about their claim? At least this way, perhaps they will wait until an heir is born, before the assault comes. More time. The general always asked for more time. But what about when that time came at the cost of Dedellin's own child? Yarda wouldn't hesitate to send one soldier to die if it would mean time enough to get the rest of his troops into better position to attack. Dedellin thought, we are Idris. How can I ask anything less of my daughter than I demand of one of my troops? It was just that thinking of Vivenna in the God King's arms, being forced to bear that creature's child, it nearly made his hair bleach with concern. That child would become a stillborn monster who would become the next returned god of the Hallandren. There is another way, a part of his mind whispered. You don't have to send Vivenna. A knock came at his door. Both he and Yarda turned, and Dedellin called for the visitor to enter. He should have been able to guess who it would be. Vivenna stood in a quiet gray dress, looking so young to him still. Yet she was the perfect image of an Idrian woman. Hair kept in a modest knot, no makeup to draw attention to the face. She wasn't timid or soft, like some noble women from the northern kingdoms. She was just composed. Composed, simple, hard, and capable. Idrian. You have been in here for several hours, father, Vivenna said, bowing her head respectfully to Yarda. The servants speak of a colorful envelope carried by the general when he entered. I believe I know what it contained. Dedellin met her eyes, then waved for her to seat herself. She softly closed the door, then took one of the wooden chairs from the side of the room. Yarda remained standing, after the masculine fashion. Vivenna eyed the letter sitting on the desk. She was calm, her hair controlled, and kept a respectful black. She was twice as devout as Dedellin, and, unlike her youngest sister, she never drew attention to herself with fits of emotion. I assume that I should prepare myself for departure, then, Vivenna said, hands in her lap. Dedellin opened his mouth, but could find no objection. He glanced at Yarda, who just shook his head, resigned. I have prepared my entire life for this, father, Vivenna said. I am ready. Ciri, however, will not take this well. She left on a ride an hour ago. I should depart the city before she gets back. That will avoid any potential scene she might make. Too late, Yarda said, grimacing and nodding toward the window. Just outside, people scattered in the courtyard as a figure galloped through the gates. She wore a deep brown cloak that bordered on being too colorful, and, of course, she had her hair down. The hair was yellow. Dedellin felt his rage and frustration growing. Only Ciri could make him lose control, and, as if in ironic counterpoint to the source of his anger, he felt his hair change. To those watching, a few locks of hair on his head would have bled from black to red. It was the identifying mark of the royal family, who had fled to the Idris Highlands at the climax of the Many War. Others could hide their emotions. The royals, however, manifested what they felt in the very hair on their heads. Vivenna watched him, pristine as always, and her poise gave him strength as he forced his hair to turn black again. It took more willpower than any common man could understand to control the treasonous royal locks. Dedelin wasn't sure how Vivenna managed it so well. Poor girl. Never even had a childhood, he thought. From birth, Vivenna's life had been pointed toward this single event. His firstborn child, the girl who had always seemed like a part of himself, the girl who had always made him proud, the woman who had already earned the love and respect of her people. In his mind's eye, he saw the queen she could become, stronger even than he, someone who could guide them through the dark days ahead. But only if she survived that long. "I will prepare myself for the trip," Vivenna said, rising. "No," Dedelin said. Yarda and Vivenna both turned. "Father," Vivenna said, "if we break this treaty, it will mean war. I am prepared to sacrifice for our people. You taught me that." "You will not go," Dedelin said firmly, turning back toward the window. Outside, Ciri was laughing with one of the stablemen. Dedelin could hear her outburst even from a distance. Her hair had turned a flame-colored red. "Lord God of colors, forgive me," he thought. "What a terrible choice for a father to make. The treaty is specific. I must send the Hallandren my daughter when Vivenna reaches her 22nd birthday. But it doesn't actually say which daughter I am required to send." If he didn't send Hallandren one of his daughters, they would attack immediately. If he sent the wrong one, they might be angered, but he knew they wouldn't attack. They would wait until they had an heir. That would gain Idris at least 9 months. And, he thought, if they were to try to use Vivenna against me, I know I wouldn't be able to stop myself from giving in. It was shameful to admit that fact, but in the end, it was what made the decision for him. Dedelin turned back toward the room. "Vivenna, you will not go to wed the tyrant god of our enemies. I'm sending Ciri in your place." Chapter 2. Ciri sat, stunned, in a rattling carriage, her homeland growing more and more distant with each bump and shake. 2 days had passed, and she still didn't understand. This was supposed to be Vivenna's task. Everybody understood that. Idris had thrown a celebration on the day of Vivenna's birthday. The king had started her classes from the day she could walk, training her in the ways of court life and politics. Fafin, the second daughter, had also taken the lessons in case Vivenna died before the day of the wedding. But not Ciri. She'd been redundant, unimportant. No more. She glanced out the window. Her father had sent the kingdom's nicest carriage, along with an honor guard of 20 soldiers, to bear her southward. That, combined with a steward and several serving boys, made for a procession as grand as Ciri had ever seen. It bordered on ostentation, which might have thrilled her, had it not been bearing her away from Idris. "This isn't the way it's supposed to be," she thought. "This isn't the way any of it is supposed to happen." And yet it had. Nothing made sense. The carriage bumped, but she just sat, numb. At the very least, she thought, they could have let me ride horseback, rather than forcing me to sit in this carriage. But that, unfortunately, wouldn't have been an appropriate way to enter Hallandren. Hallandren. She felt her hair bleach white with fear. She was being sent to Hallandren, a kingdom her people cursed with every second breath. She wouldn't see her father again for a long while, if ever. She wouldn't speak with Vivenna, or listen to the tutors, or be chided by Mab, or ride the royal horses, or go looking for flowers in the wilderness, or work in the kitchens. She'd marry the God King. The terror of Hallandren, the monster that had never drawn a living breath. In Hallandren, his power was absolute. He could order an execution on a whim. "I'll be safe, though, won't I?" she thought. "I'll be his wife. Wife. I'm getting married. Oh, Astra, god of colors," she thought, feeling sick. She curled up with her legs against her chest, her hair growing so white that it seemed to shine, and lay down on the seat of the carriage, not sure if the shaking she felt was her own trembling or the carriage continuing its inexorable path southward. "I think that you should reconsider your decision, Father," Vivenna said calmly, sitting decorously, as she'd been trained, with hands in her lap. "I've considered and reconsidered, Vivenna," King Dedellan said, waving his hand. "My mind is made up." "Ciri isn't suited to this task." "She'll do fine," her father said, looking through some papers on his desk. "All she really needs to do is have a baby. I'm certain she's suited to that task." What then of my training? Vivenna thought. 22 years of preparation. What was that, if the only point in being sent was to provide a convenient womb? She kept her hair black, her voice solemn, her face calm. "Ciri must be distraught," she said. "I don't think she's emotionally capable of dealing with this." Her father looked up, his hair fading a bit red, the black bleeding away like paint running off a canvas. It showed his annoyance. "He's more upset by her departure than he's willing to admit." "This is for the best for our people, Vivenna," he said, working, with obvious effort, to turn his hair black again. "If war comes, Idris will need you here." "If war comes, what of Ciri?" Her father fell silent. "Perhaps it won't come," he finally said. "Astra," Vivenna thought with shock. He doesn't believe that. He thinks he sent her to her death. "I know what you are thinking," her father said, drawing her attention back to his eyes, so solemn. "How could I choose one over the other? How could I send Ciri to die and leave you here to live? I didn't do it based on personal preference, no matter what people may think. I did what will be best for Idris when this war comes." When this war comes. Vivenna looked up, meeting his eyes. "I was going to stop the war, Father. I was to be the God King's bride. I was going to speak with him, persuade him. I've been trained with the political knowledge, the understanding of customs, the—" "Stop the war?" her father asked, cutting in. Only then did Vivenna realize how brash she must have sounded. She looked away. "Vivenna, child," her father said. "There is no stopping this war. Only the promise of a daughter of the royal line can keep them away this long, and sending Ciri may buy us time. And perhaps I've sent her to safety, even when war flares. Perhaps they will value her bloodline to the point that they leave her alive. A backup should the heir she bears pass away." He grew distant. "Yes," he continued. "Perhaps it is not Ciri we should be fearing for, but ourselves," Vivenna finished in her mind. She wasn't privy to all of her father's war planning, but she knew enough. War wouldn't favor Idris. In a conflict with Hallandren, there was little chance they would win. It would be devastating for their people and their way of life. "Father, I—" "Please, Vivenna," he said quietly.
I can't speak of this further. Go now. We will converse later.
Later, after Ciri had traveled even farther away, after it would be much more difficult to bring her back. Yet Vivenna rose. She was obedient. It was the way she had been trained. That was one of the things that had always separated her from her sister. She left her father's study, closing the door behind her, then walked through the wooden palace hallways, pretending that she didn't see the stairs or hear the whispers. She made her way to her room, which was small and unadorned, and sat down on her bed, hands in her lap. She didn't agree at all with her father's assessment. She could have done something. She was to have been the God King's bride. That would have given her influence in the court. Everyone knew that the God King himself was distant when it came to the politics of his nation, but surely his wife could have played a role in defending the interests of her people. And her father had thrown that away? He really must believe that there is nothing that can be done to stop the invasion. That turned sending Ciri into simply another political maneuver to buy time, just as Idris had been doing for decades. Either way, if the sacrifice of a royal daughter to the Hallandren was that important, then it still should have been Vivenna's place to go. It had always been her duty to prepare for marriage to the God King. Not Ciri's, not Fafn's, Vivenna's. In being saved, she didn't feel grateful, nor did she feel that she would better serve Idris by staying in Bivalis. If her father died, Yarda would be far better suited to rule during wartime than Vivenna. Besides, Ridger, Vivenna's younger brother, had been groomed as heir for years. She had been preserved for no reason. It seemed a punishment in some ways. She'd listened, prepared, learned, and practiced. Everyone said that she was perfect. Why, then, wasn't she good enough to serve as intended? She had no good answer for herself. She could only sit and fret, hands in her lap, and face the awful truth. Her purpose in life had been stolen and given to another. She was redundant now. Useless. Unimportant. What was he thinking? Ciri snapped, hanging half out the window of her carriage as it bounced along the earthen road. A young soldier marched beside the vehicle, looking uncomfortable in the afternoon light. "I mean, really," Ciri said, "sending me to marry the Hallandren king. That's silly, isn't it? Surely you've heard about the kinds of things I do. Wandering off when nobody's looking, ignoring my lessons. I throw angry fits for color's sake." The guard glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, but otherwise gave no reaction. Ciri didn't really care. She wasn't yelling at him so much as just yelling. She hung precariously from the window, feeling the wind play with her hair, long, red, straight, and stoking her anger. Fury kept her from weeping. The green spring hills of the Idris Highlands had slowly faded away as the days had passed. In fact, they were probably in Hallandren already. The border between the two kingdoms was vague, which wasn't surprising, considering that they'd been one nation up until the Many War. She eyed the poor guard, whose only way of dealing with a raving princess was to ignore her. Then she finally slumped back into the carriage. She shouldn't have treated him so, but, well, she'd just been sold off like some hunk of mutton, doomed by a document that had been written years before she'd ever been born. If anyone had a right to a tantrum, it was Ciri. Maybe that's the reason for all of this, she thought, crossing her arms on the windowsill. Maybe Father was tired of my tantrums and just wanted to get rid of me. That seemed a little far-fetched. There were easier ways to deal with Ciri, ways that didn't include sending her to represent Idris in a foreign court. Why, then? Did he really think she'd do a good job? That gave her pause. Then she considered how ridiculous it was. Her father wouldn't have assumed that she'd do a better job than Vivenna. Nobody did anything better than Vivenna. Ciri sighed, feeling her hair turn a pensive brown. At least the landscape was interesting, and in order to keep herself from feeling any more frustrated, she let it distract her for the moment. Hallandren was in the lowlands, a place of tropical forests and strange, colorful animals. Ciri had heard the descriptions from Rambleman, and even confirmed their accounts in the occasional book she'd been forced to read. She'd thought she knew what to expect. Yet as the hills gave way to deep grasslands, and then the trees finally began to crowd the road, Ciri began to realize that there was something no tome or tale could adequately describe. Colors. In the highlands, flower patches were rare and unconnected, as if they understood how poorly they fit with Idrian philosophy. Here, they appeared to be everywhere. Tiny flowers grew in great blanketing swaths on the ground. Large, drooping pink blossoms hung from trees like bundles of grapes, flowers growing practically on top of one another in a large cluster. Even the weeds had flowers. Ciri would have picked some of them, if not for the way the soldiers regarded them with hostility. If I feel this anxious, she realized, those guards must feel more so. She wasn't the only one who had been sent away from family and friends. When would these men be allowed to return? Suddenly, she felt even more guilty for subjecting the young soldier to her outburst. I'll send them back when I arrive, she thought. Then she immediately felt her hair grow white. Sending the men back would leave her alone in a city filled with lifeless, awakeners, and pagans. Yet what good would 20 soldiers do her? Better that someone, at least, be allowed to return home. One would think that you would be happy, Fafnir said. After all, you no longer have to marry a tyrant. Vivenna plopped a bruise-colored berry into her basket, then moved on to a different bush. Fafnir worked on one nearby. She wore the white robes of a monk, her hair completely shorn. Fafnir was the middle sister in almost every way, midway between Ciri and Vivenna in height, less proper than Vivenna, yet hardly as careless as Ciri. Fafnir was a bit curvier than either of them, which had caught the eyes of several young men in the village. However, the fact that they would have to become monks themselves if they wanted to marry her kept them in check. If Fafnir noticed how popular she was, she'd never shown it. She'd made the decision to become a monk before her 10th birthday, and her father had wholeheartedly approved. Every noble or rich family was traditionally obligated to provide one person to the monasteries. It was against the 5 visions to be selfish, even with one's own blood. The 2 sisters gathered berries that Fafnir would later distribute to those in need. The monk's fingers were dyed slightly purple by the work. Vivenna wore gloves. That much color on her hands would be unseemly. Yes, Fafnir said. I do think you're taking this all wrong. Why, you act as if you want to go down and be married to that lifeless monster. He's not lifeless, Vivenna said. Sesebron is returned, and there is a large difference. Yes, but he's a false god. Besides, everyone knows what a terrible creature he is. But it was my place to go and marry him. That is who I am, Fafnir. Without it, I am nothing. Nonsense, Fafnir said. You'll inherit now, instead of richer. Thereby unsettling the order of things even further, Vivenna thought. What right do I have to take his place from him? She allowed this aspect of the conversation to lapse, however. She'd been arguing the point for several minutes now, and it wouldn't be proper to continue. Proper. Rarely before had Vivenna felt so frustrated at having to be proper. Her emotions were growing rather inconvenient. "What of Ciri?" she found herself saying. "You're happy that this happened to her?" Fafnir looked up, then frowned a little to herself. She had a tendency to avoid thinking things through unless she was confronted with them directly. Vivenna felt a little ashamed for making such a blunt comment, but with Fafnir, there often wasn't any other way. "You do have a point," Fafnir said. "I don't see why anyone had to be sent." "The treaty," Vivenna said. "It protects our people." "Astra protects our people," Fafnir said, moving on to another bush. Will he protect Ciri? Vivenna thought. Poor, innocent, capricious Ciri. She'd never learned to control herself. She'd be eaten alive in the Hallandren court of gods. Ciri wouldn't understand the politics, the backstabbing, the false faces and lies. She would also be forced to bear the next god-king of Hallandren. Performing that duty wasn't something Vivenna had looked forward to. It would have been a sacrifice, yet it would have been her sacrifice, given willingly for the safety of her people. Such thoughts continued to pester Vivenna as she and Fafnir finished with the berry picking, then moved down the hillside back toward the village. Fafnir, like all monks, dedicated all of her work to the good of the people. She watched flocks, harvested food, and cleaned houses for those who couldn't do it themselves. Without a duty of her own, Vivenna had little purpose. And yet, as she considered it, there was someone who still needed her. Someone who had left a week before, teary-eyed and frightened, looking to her big sister with desperation. Vivenna wasn't needed in Idris, whatever her father said. She was useless here. But she did know the people, cultures, and society of Hallandren, and, as she followed Fafnir onto the village road, an idea began to form in Vivenna's head. One that wasn't, by any stretch of the imagination, proper. Chapter 3. Lightsong didn't remember dying. His priests, however, assured him that his death had been extremely inspiring, noble, grand, heroic. One didn't return unless one died in a way that exemplified the great virtues of human existence. That was why the iridescent tones sent the returned back. They acted as examples and gods to the people who still lived. Each god represented something, an ideal related to the heroic way in which they had died. Lightsong himself had died displaying extreme bravery, or at least that was what his priests told him. Lightsong couldn't remember the event, just as he couldn't remember anything of his life before he became a god. He groaned softly, unable to sleep any longer. He rolled over, feeling weak as he sat up in his majestic bed. Visions and memories pestered his mind, and he shook his head, trying to clear away the fog of sleep. Servants entered, responding wordlessly to their god's needs. He was one of the younger divinities, for he'd returned only 5 years before. There were some 24 deities in the court of gods, and many were far more important, and far more politically savvy than Lightsong. And above them all reigned Sisebron, the god-king of Hallandren. Young though he was, he merited an enormous palace. He slept in a room draped with silks, dyed with bright reds and yellows. His palace held dozens of different chambers, all decorated and furnished according to his whims. Hundreds of servants and priests saw to his needs, whether he wanted them seen to or not. All of this he thought as he stood, because I couldn't figure out how to die. Standing made him just a bit dizzy. It was his feast day. He would lack strength until he ate. Servants approached carrying brilliant red and gold robes. As they entered his aura, each servant, skin, hair, clothing, and garments, burst with exaggerated color. The saturated hues were far more resplendent than any dye or paint could produce. That was an effect of Lightsong's innate biochroma. He had enough breath to fill thousands of people. He saw little value in it. He couldn't use it to animate objects or corpses. He was a god, not an awakener. He couldn't give, or even loan, his deific breath away. Well, except once. That would, however, kill him. The servants continued their ministrations, draping him with gorgeous cloth. Lightsong was a good head and a half taller than anyone else in the room. He was also broad of shoulder, with a muscular physique that he didn't deserve, considering the amount of time he spent idle. "Did you sleep well, Your Grace?" a voice asked. Lightsong turned. Larimar, his high priest, was a tall, portly man with spectacles and a calm demeanor. His hands were nearly hidden by the deep sleeves of his gold and red robe, and he carried a thick tome. Both robes and tome burst with color as they entered Lightsong's aura. "I slept fantastically, Scoot," Lightsong said, yawning. "A night full of nightmares and obscure dreams, as always. Terribly restful." The priest raised an eyebrow. "Scoot?" "Yes," Lightsong said. "I've decided to give you a new nickname. Scoot seems to fit you, the way you're always scooting around, poking into things." "I am honored, Your Grace," Larimar said, seating himself on a chair. Colors, Lightsong thought. Doesn't he ever get annoyed? Larimar opened his tome. "Shall we begin?" "If we must," Lightsong said. The servants finished tying ribbons, doing up clasps and draping silks. Each bowed and retreated to a side of the room. Larimar picked up his quill. "What, then, do you remember of your dreams?" "Oh, you know." Lightsong flopped back onto one of his couches, lounging. "Nothing really important." Larimar pursed his lips in displeasure. Other servants began to file in, bearing various dishes of food. Mundane, human food. As a returned, Lightsong didn't really need to eat such things. They wouldn't give him strength or banish his fatigue. They were just an indulgence. In a short time, he would dine on something far more divine. It would give him strength enough to live for another week. "Please try to remember the dreams, Your Grace," Larimar said in his polite yet firm way, "no matter how unremarkable they may seem." Lightsong sighed, looking up at the ceiling. It was painted with a mural, of course. This one depicted 3 fields enclosed by stone walls. It was a vision one of his predecessors had seen. Lightsong closed his eyes, trying to focus. "I was walking along a beach," he said, "and a ship was leaving without me. I don't know where it was going." Larimar's pen began to scratch quickly. He was probably finding all kinds of symbolism in the memory. "Were there any colors?" the priest asked. "The ship had a red sail," Lightsong said. "The sand was brown, of course, and the trees green. For some reason, I think the ocean water was red, like the ship." Larimar scribbled furiously. He always got excited when Lightsong remembered colors. Lightsong opened his eyes and stared up at the ceiling and its brightly colored fields. He reached over idly, plucking some cherries off a servant's plate. Why should he begrudge the people his dreams? Even if he found divination foolish, he had no right to complain. He was remarkably fortunate. He had a deific biochromatic aura, a physique that any man would envy, and enough luxury for 10 kings. Of all the people in the world, he had the least right to be difficult. It was just that, well, he was probably the world's only god who didn't believe in his own religion.
"Was there anything else to the dream, Your Grace?"
Larimar asked, looking up from his book.
"You were there, Scoot."
Larimar paused, paling just slightly.
"I was?"
Lightsong nodded. "You apologized for bothering me all the time and keeping me from my debauchery. Then you brought me a big bottle of wine and did a dance. It was really quite remarkable." Larimar regarded him with a flat stare. Lightsong sighed. "No, there was nothing else. Just the boat. Even that is fading." Larimar nodded, rising and shooing back the servants, though, of course, they remained in the room, hovering with their plates of nuts, wine, and fruit, should any of it be wanted.
"Shall we get on with it then, Your Grace?"
Larimar asked. Lightsong sighed, then rose, exhausted. A servant scuttled forward to redo one of the clasps on his robe, which had come undone as he sat. Lightsong fell into step beside Larimar, towering at least a foot over the priest. The furniture and doorways, however, were built to fit Lightsong's increased size, so it was the servants and priests who seemed out of place. They passed from room to room, using no hallways. Hallways were for servants, and they ran in a square around the outside of the building. Lightsong walked on plush rugs from the northern nations, passing the finest pottery from across the inner sea. Each room was hung with paintings and gracefully calligraphed poems created by Haladrin's finest artists. At the center of the palace was a small, square room that deviated from the standard reds and golds of Lightsong's motif. This one was bright with ribbons of darker colors, deep blues, greens, and blood reds. Each was a true color, directly on hue, as only a person who had attained the third heightening could distinguish. As Lightsong stepped into the room, the colors blazed to life. They became brighter, more intense, yet somehow remained dark. The maroon became a more true maroon, the navy a more powerful navy. Dark yet bright, a contrast only breath could inspire. In the center of the room was a child. Why does it always have to be a child? Lightsong thought. Larimar and the servants waited. Lightsong stepped forward, and the little girl glanced to the side, where a couple of priests stood in red and gold robes. They nodded encouragingly. The girl looked back toward Lightsong, obviously nervous. "Here now," Lightsong said, trying to sound encouraging. "There's nothing to fear." And yet, the girl trembled. Lecture after lecture, delivered by Larimar, who had claimed that they were not lectures, for one didn't lecture gods, drifted through Lightsong's head. There was nothing to fear from the return gods of the Halandren. The gods were a blessing. They provided visions of the future, as well as leadership and wisdom. All they needed to subsist was one thing: breath. Lightsong hesitated, but his weakness was coming to a head. He felt dizzy. Cursing himself quietly, he knelt down on one knee, taking the girl's face in his oversized hands. She began to cry, but she said the words, clear and distinct, as she had been taught. "My life to yours. My breath become yours." Her breath flowed out, puffing in the air. It traveled along Lightsong's arm. The touch was necessary, and he drew it in. His weakness vanished. The dizziness evaporated. Both were replaced with crisp clarity. He felt invigorated, revitalized, alive. The girl grew dull. The color of her lips and eyes faded slightly. Her brown hair lost some of its luster. Her cheeks became more bland. "It's nothing," he thought. "Most people say they can't even tell that their breath is gone. She'll live a full life, happy. Her family will be well paid for her sacrifice." And Lightsong would live for another week. His aura didn't grow stronger from breath upon which he fed. That was another difference between a returned and an awakener. The latter was sometimes regarded as inferior, man-made approximations of the returned. Without a new breath each week, Lightsong would die. Many returned, outside of Hallandren, lived only 8 days. Yet with a donated breath a week, a returned could continue to live, never aging, seeing visions at night which would supposedly provide divinations of the future. Hence, the court of the gods, filled with its palaces, where gods could be nurtured, protected, and, most importantly, fed. Priests hustled forward to lead the girl out of the room. "It is nothing to her," Lightsong told himself again. "Nothing at all." Her eyes met his as she left, and he could see that the twinkle was gone from them. She had become a drab, a dull, or a faded one. A person without breath. It would never grow back. The priests took her away. Lightsong turned to Larimar, feeling guilty at his sudden energy. "All right," he said. "Let's see the offerings." Larimar raised an eyebrow over his bespectacled eyes. "You're accommodating all of a sudden." "I need to give something back," Lightsong thought, "even if it's something useless." They passed through several more rooms of red and gold, most of which were perfectly square with doors on all 4 sides. Near the eastern side of the palace, they entered a long, thin room. It was completely white, something very unusual in Hallandren. The walls were lined with paintings and poems. The servants stayed outside. Only Larimar joined Lightsong as he stepped up to the first painting. "Well?" Larimar asked. It was a pastoral painting of the jungle, with drooping palms and colorful flowers. There were some of these plants in the gardens around the Court of Gods, which was why Lightsong recognized them. He'd never actually been to the jungle, at least not during this incarnation of his life. "The painting is all right," Lightsong said. "Not my favorite. Makes me think of the outside. I wish I could visit." Larimar looked at him quizzically. "What?" Lightsong said. "The court gets old sometimes." "There isn't much wine in the forest, Your Grace." "I could make some. Ferment something." "I'm sure," Larimar said, nodding to one of his aides outside the room. The lesser priest scribbled down what Lightsong had said about the painting. Somewhere there was a city patron who sought a blessing from Lightsong. It probably had to do with bravery. Perhaps the patron was planning to propose marriage, or maybe he was a merchant about to sign a risky business deal. The priests would interpret Lightsong's opinion of the painting, then give the person an augury, either for good or for ill, along with the exact words Lightsong had said. Either way, the act of sending a painting to the god would gain the patron some measure of good fortune. Supposedly. Lightsong moved away from the painting. A lesser priest rushed forward, removing it. Most likely the patron hadn't painted it himself, but had instead commissioned it. The better a painting was, the better a reaction it tended to get from the gods. One's future, it seemed, could be influenced by how much one could pay one's artist. "I shouldn't be so cynical," Lightsong thought. "Without this system, I'd have died 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he had died, even if he still didn't know what had killed him. Had it really been a heroic death? Perhaps nobody was allowed to talk about his former life because they didn't want anyone to know that Lightsong the Bold had actually died from a stomach cramp. To the side, the lesser priest disappeared with the jungle painting. It would be burned. Such offerings were made specifically for the intended god, and only he, besides a few of his priests, was allowed to see them. Lightsong moved along to the next work of art on the wall. It was actually a poem, written in the artisan's script. The dots of color brightened as Lightsong approached. The Hallandren artist's script was a specialized system of writing that wasn't based on form, but on color. Each colored dot represented a different sound in Hallandren's language. Combined with some double dots, one of each color, it created an alphabet that was a nightmare for the colorblind. Few people in Hallandren would admit to having that particular ailment. At least, that was what Lightsong had heard. He wondered if the priests knew just how much their gods gossiped about the outside world. The poem wasn't a very good one, obviously composed by a peasant who had then paid someone else to translate it to the artisan's script. The simple dots were a sign of this. True poets used more elaborate symbols, continuous lines that changed color or colorful glyphs that formed pictures. A lot could be done with symbols that could change shape without losing their meaning. Getting the colors right was a delicate art, one that required the third heightening, or better, to perfect. That was the level of breadth at which a person gained the ability to sense perfect hues of color, just as the second heightening gave someone perfect pitch. Returned were of the fifth heightening. Lightsong didn't know what it was like to live without the ability to instantly recognize exact shades of color and sound. He could tell an ideal red from one that had been mixed with even one drop of white paint. He gave the peasant's poem as good a review as he could, though he generally felt an impulse to be honest when he looked at offerings. It seemed his duty, and for some reason, it was one of the few things he took seriously. They continued down the line, Lightsong giving reviews of the various paintings and poems. The wall was remarkably full this day. Was there a feast or celebration he hadn't heard about? By the time they neared the end of the line, Lightsong was tired of looking at art, though his body, fueled by the child's breath, continued to feel strong and exhilarated. He stopped before the final painting. It was an abstract work, a style that was growing more and more popular lately, particularly in paintings sent to him, since he'd given favorable reviews to others in the past. He almost gave this one a poor grade, simply because of that. It was good to keep the priests guessing at what would please him, or so some of the gods said. Lightsong sensed that many of them were far more calculating in the way that they gave their reviews, intentionally adding cryptic meanings. Lightsong didn't have the patience for such tricks, especially since all anyone ever really seemed to want from him was honesty. He gave this last painting the time it deserved. The canvas was thick with paint, every inch colored with large, fat strokes of the brush. The predominant hue was a deep red, almost a crimson, that Lightsong immediately knew was a red-blue mixture with a hint of black in it. The lines of color overlapped, one atop another, almost in a progression, kind of like waves. Lightsong frowned. If he looked at it right, it looked like a sea. And could that be a ship in the center? Vague impressions from his dream returned to him. A red sea. The ship. Leaving. I'm imagining things, he told himself. Good color, he said. Nice patterns. It puts me at peace, yet has a tension to it as well. I approve. Larimar seemed to like this response. He nodded as the lesser priest, who stood a distance away, recorded Lightsong's words. "So," Lightsong said, "that's it, I assume?" "Yes, Your Grace." One duty left, he thought. Now that offerings were done, it would be time to move on to the final and least appealing of his daily tasks. Petitions. He had to get through them before he could get to more important activities, like taking a nap. Larimar didn't lead the way toward the petition hall, however. He simply waved a lesser priest over, then began to flip through some pages on a clipboard. "Well?" Lightsong asked. "Well, what, Your Grace?" "Petitions." Larimar shook his head. "You aren't hearing petitions today, Your Grace. Remember?" "No. I have you to remember things like that for me." "Well, then," Larimar said, flipping a page over, "consider it officially remembered that you have no petitions today. Your priests will be otherwise employed." "They will?" Lightsong demanded. "Doing what?" "Kneeling reverently in the courtyard, Your Grace. Our new queen arrives today." Lightsong froze. "I really need to pay more attention to politics." "Today?" "Indeed, Your Grace. Our Lord the God King will be married." "So soon?" "As soon as she arrives, Your Grace." Interesting, Lightsong thought. Sesebron getting a wife. The God King was the only one of the returned who could marry. Returned couldn't produce children, save, of course, for the king, who had never drawn a breath as a living man. Lightsong had always found the distinction odd. "Your Grace," Larimar said, "we will need a lifeless command in order to arrange our troops on the field outside the city to welcome the Queen." Lightsong raised an eyebrow. "We plan to attack her?" Larimar gave him a stern look. Lightsong chuckled. "Fledgling fruit," he said, giving up one of the command phrases that would let others control the city's lifeless. It wasn't the core command, of course. The phrase he'd given to Larimar would allow a person to control the lifeless only in non-combat situations, and it would expire one day after its first use. Lightsong often thought that the convoluted system of commands used to control the lifeless was needlessly complex. However, being one of the 4 gods to hold lifeless commands did make him rather important at times. The priests began to chat quietly about preparations. Lightsong waited, still thinking about Sesebron and the impending wedding. He folded his arms and rested against the side of the doorway. "Scoot?" he asked. "Yes, Your Grace." "Did I have a wife? Before I died, I mean?" Larimar hesitated. "You know I cannot speak of your life before your return, Lightsong. Knowledge of your past won't do anyone any good." Lightsong leaned his head back, resting it against the wall, looking up at the white ceiling. "I remember a face sometimes," he said softly. "A beautiful, youthful face. I think it might have been her." The priests hushed. "Inviting brown hair," Lightsong said. "Red lips, 3 shades shy of the 7th harmonic, with a deep beauty, dark tan skin." A priest scuttled forward with the red tome, and Larimar started writing furiously. He didn't prompt Lightsong for more information, but simply took down the god's words as they came. Lightsong fell silent, turning away from the men and their scribbling pens. "What does it matter?" he thought. "That life is gone. Instead, I get to be a god.
regardless of my belief in the religion itself. The perks are nice."
He walked away, trailed by a retinue of servants and lesser priests who would see to his needs. Offerings done, dreams recorded, and petitions cancelled, Lightsong was free to pursue his own activities. He didn't return to his main chambers. Instead, he made his way out onto his patio deck and waved for a pavilion to be set up for him. If a new queen was going to arrive today, he wanted to get a good look at her. Chapter 4. Ciri's carriage rolled to a stop outside of Tutelar, capital of Hallandren. She stared out the window and realized something very, very intimidating. Her people had no idea what it meant to be ostentatious. Flowers weren't ostentatious. 20 soldiers protecting a carriage wasn't ostentatious. Throwing a tantrum in public wasn't ostentatious. The field of 40,000 soldiers, dressed in brilliant blue and gold, standing in perfect rows, spears raised high with blue tassels flapping in the wind, that was ostentatious. The twin line of cavalrymen atop enormous, thick-hooved horses, both men and beasts draped with golden cloth that shimmered in the sun, that was ostentatious. The massive city, so large it made her mind numb to consider it, domes and spires and painted walls all competing to draw her attention, that was ostentatious. She'd thought that she was prepared. The carriage had passed through cities as they'd made their way to Tutelar. She'd seen the painted houses, the bright colors and patterns. She'd stayed at inns with plush beds. She'd eaten foods mixed with spices that made her sneeze. She hadn't been prepared for her reception at Tutelar. Not at all. "Blessed Lord of Colors," she thought. Her soldiers pulled in tight around the carriage, as if wishing they could climb inside and hide from the overwhelming sight. Tutelar was built up against the shore of the bright sea, a large but landlocked body of water. She could see it in the distance, reflecting the sunlight, strikingly true to its name. A figure in blue and silver rode up to her carriage. His deep robes weren't simple, like those the monks wore back in Idris. These had massive, peaked shoulders that almost made the costume look like armor. He wore a matching headdress that, combined with the brilliant colors and complex layers of the robes, made Ciri's hair pale to an intimidated white. The figure bowed. "Lady Cicirina Royal," the man said in a deep voice, "I am Trelides, High Priest of His Immortal Majesty, Cicebron the Grand, returned God and King of Hallandren. You will accept this token honor guard to guide you to the Court of Gods." Token? Ciri thought. The priest didn't wait for a response. He just turned his horse and started back down the highway toward the city. Her carriage rolled after him, her soldiers marching uncomfortably around the vehicle. The jungle gave way to sporadic bunches of palm trees, and Ciri was surprised to see how much sand was mixed with the soil. Her view of the landscape soon grew obstructed by the vast field of soldiers who stood at attention on either side of the road. "Astra God of Colors," one of Ciri's guards whispered. "They're lifeless." Ciri's hair, which had begun to drift to auburn, snapped back to fearful white. He was right. Under their colorful uniforms, the Hallandren troops were a dull gray. Their eyes, their skin, even their hair, all had been drained completely of color, leaving behind a monochrome. Those can't be lifeless, she thought. They look like men. She imagined lifeless as skeletal creatures, the flesh rotting and falling from the bones. They were, after all, men who had died, then been brought back to life as mindless soldiers. But these that she passed looked so human. There was nothing to distinguish them save for their lack of color and the stiff expressions on their faces. That, and the fact that they stood unnaturally motionless. No shuffling, no breathing, no quivers of muscle or limb. Even their eyes were still. They seemed like statues, particularly considering their gray skin. And I'm going to marry one of these things, Ciri thought. But no, returned were different from lifeless, and both were different from drabs, who were people who had lost their breath. She could vaguely remember a time when someone back in her village had returned. It had been nearly 10 years back, and her father hadn't let her visit the man. She did recall that he'd been able to speak and interact with his family, even if he hadn't been able to remember them. He died again, a week later. Eventually, her carriage passed through the ranks of lifeless. The city walls were next. They were immense and daunting, yet they almost looked more artistic than functional. The wall's top was curved in massive half-circles, like rolling hills, and the rim was plated with a golden metal. The gates themselves were in the form of two twisting, lithe sea creatures who curved up in a massive archway. Ciri passed through them, and the guard of Hallandren cavalrymen, who appeared to be living men, accompanied her. She had always thought of Hallandren as a place of death. Her impressions were based on stories told by passing ramblemen or by old women at the winter hearth. They spoke of city walls built from skulls, then painted with sloppy, ugly streaks of color. She'd imagined the buildings inside splattered with different clashing hues. Obscene. She'd been wrong. True, there was an arrogance to Teteller. Each new wonder seemed as if it wanted to grab her attention and shake her about by her eyes. People lined the street, more people than Ciri had seen in her entire life, crowding together to watch her carriage. If there were poor among them, Ciri couldn't tell, for they all wore brightly colored clothing. Some did have more exaggerated outfits, probably merchants, since Hallandren was said to have no nobility beyond its gods. But even the simplest of clothing had a cheerful brightness to it. Many of the painted buildings did clash, but none of it was sloppy. There was a sense of craftsmanship and art to everything from the storefronts to the people to the statues of mighty soldiers that frequently stood on corners. It was terribly overwhelming, garish, a vibrant, enthusiastic garishness. Ciri found herself smiling, her hair turning a tentative blonde, though she felt a headache coming on. Maybe this is why Father sent me, Ciri thought. Training or no training, Vivenna would never have fit in here, but I've always been far too interested in color. Her father was a good king with good instincts. What if, after 20 years of raising and training Vivenna, he had come to the conclusion that she wasn't the right one to help Idris? Was that why, for the first time in their lives, Father had chosen Ciri over Vivenna? But if that's true, what am I supposed to do? She knew that her people feared Hallandren would invade Idris, but she couldn't see her father sending one of his daughters if he believed war was close. Perhaps he hoped that she'd be able to help ease the tensions between the kingdoms. The possibility only added to her anxiety. Duty was something unfamiliar to her, and not a little unsettling. Her father trusted her with the very fate and lives of their people. She couldn't run, escape, or hide, particularly from her own wedding. As her hair twinged white with fear at what was coming, she diverted her attention to the city again. It wasn't hard to let it take her attention. It was enormous, sprawling like a tired beast curled around and over hills. As the carriage climbed the southern section of town, she could see, through gaps in the buildings, that the bright sea broke into a bay before the city. Teller curved around the bay, running right up to the water, forming a crescent shape. The city wall, then, only had to run in a half circle, abutting the sea, keeping the city boxed in. It didn't seem cramped. There was a lot of open space in the city, malls and gardens, large swaths of unused land. Palms lined many of the streets, and other foliage was common. Plus, with the cool breeze coming over the sea, the air was a lot more temperate than she had expected. The road led up to a seaside overlook within the city, a small plateau that had an excellent view. Except the entire plateau was surrounded by a large, obstructive wall. Ciri watched with growing apprehension as the gates to this smaller city within a city opened up to let the carriage, soldiers, and priests enter. The common people stayed outside. There was another wall inside, a barrier to keep anyone from seeing in through the gate. The procession turned left and rounded the blinding wall, entering the Hallandren Court of Gods, an enclosed, lawn-covered courtyard. Several dozen enormous mansions dominated the enclosure, each one painted a distinct color. At the far end of the court was a massive black structure, much taller than the other buildings. The walled courtyard was quiet and still. Ciri could see figures sitting on balconies, watching her carriage roll across the grass. In front of each of the palaces, a crew of men and women lay prostrate on the grass. The color of their clothing matched that of their building. But Ciri spared little time to study them. Instead, she nervously peered at the large black structure. It was pyramidal, formed of giant step-like blocks. Black, she thought, in a city of color. Her hair paled even further. She suddenly wished she were more devout. She doubted Astra was all that pleased with her outbursts, and most days she even had trouble naming the 5 visions. But he'd watch over her for the sake of her people, wouldn't he? The procession pulled to a stop at the base of the enormous triangular building. Ciri looked up through the carriage window at the shelves and knobs at the summit, which made the architecture seem top-heavy. She felt as if the dark blocks would come tumbling down in an avalanche to bury her. The priest rode his horse back up to Ciri's window. The cavalrymen waited quietly, the shuffling of their beasts the only sound in the massive open courtyard. "We have arrived, vessel," the man said. "As soon as we enter the building, you will be prepared and taken to your husband." "Husband?" Ciri asked uncomfortably. "Won't there be a wedding ceremony?" The priest smirked. "The God King doesn't need ceremonial justification. You became his wife the moment he desired it." Ciri shivered. "I was just hoping that maybe I could see him before, you know." The priest shot her a harsh look. "The God King doesn't perform for your whims, woman. You are blessed above all others. You will be allowed to touch him, if only at his discretion. Don't pretend that you are anything other than you are. You have come because he desires it, and you will obey. Otherwise, you will be put aside, and another will be chosen in your place, which, I think, might bode unfavorably for your rebel friends in the Highlands." The priest turned his horse, then clopped his way toward a large stone ramp leading up to the building. The carriage lurched into motion, and Ciri
was drawn toward her fate. Chapter 5. This will complicate things, Vasher thought, standing in the shadows atop the wall that enclosed the Court of Gods. What's wrong? Nightblood asked. So the rebels actually sent a princess. Doesn't change your plans. Vasher waited, watching, as the new queen's carriage crept up the incline and disappeared into the palace's maw. What? Nightblood demanded. Even after all these years, the sword reacted like a child in many ways. She'll be used, Vasher thought. I doubt we'll be able to get through this without dealing with her. He hadn't believed that the Idrians would actually send royal blood back to Teteller. They'd given up a pawn of terrible value. Vasher turned away from the court, wrapping his sandaled foot around one of the banners that ran down the outside of the wall. Then he released his breath. Lower me, he commanded. The large tapestry, woven from wool threads, sucked hundreds of breaths from him. It hadn't the form of a man, and it was massive in size, but Vasher now had enough breath to spend in such extravagant awakenings. The tapestry twisted, a thing alive, and formed a hand, which picked Vasher up. As always, the awakening tried to imitate the form of a human. Looking closely at the twistings and undulations of the fabric, Vasher could see outlines of muscles and even veins. There was no need for them. The breath animated the fabric, and no muscles were necessary for it to move. The tapestry carefully carried Vasher down, pinching him by one shoulder, placing his feet on the street. Your breath to mine, Vasher commanded. The large banner tapestry lost its animate form immediately, life vanishing, and it fluttered back against the wall. Some few people paused in the street, yet they were interested, not awed. This was Teteller, home of the gods themselves. Men with upward of 1,000 breaths were uncommon, but not unheard of. The people gawked, as peasants in other kingdoms might pause to watch the carriage of a passing lord, but then they moved on with their daily activities. The attention was unavoidable. Though Vasher still dressed in his usual outfit, ragged trousers, well-worn cloak, despite the heat, a rope wrapped several times around his waist for a belt, he now caused colors to brighten dramatically when he was near. The change would be noticeable to normal people, and blatantly obvious to those of the first heightening. His days of being able to hide and skulk were gone. He'd have to grow accustomed to being noticed again. That was one of the reasons he was glad to be in Teteller. The city was large enough and filled with enough oddities, from lifeless soldiers to awakened objects serving everyday functions, that he probably wouldn't stand out too much. Of course, he didn't take Nightblood into account. Vasher moved through the crowds, carrying the overly heavy sword in one hand, sheathed point nearly dragging on the ground behind him. Some people shied away from the sword immediately. Others watched it, eyes lingering far too long. Perhaps it was time to stuff Nightblood back in the pack. Oh, no you don't, Nightblood said. Don't even start thinking about that. I've been locked away for too long. What does it matter to you? Vasher thought. I need fresh air, Nightblood said, and sunlight. You're a sword, Vasher thought, not a palm tree. Nightblood fell silent. He was smart enough to realize that he wasn't a person, but he didn't like being confronted with that fact. It tended to put him in a sullen mood. That suited Vasher just fine. He made his way to a restaurant a few streets down from the Court of Gods. This was one thing he had missed about Teteller. Restaurants.
In some cities, there were few dining options. If you intended to stay for a while, you hired a local woman to give you meals at her table. If you stayed a short time, you ate what your innkeeper gave you. In Teteller, however, the population was large enough, and rich enough, to support dedicated food providers. Restaurants still hadn't caught on in the rest of the world, but in Teteller, they were commonplace. Vasher already had a booth reserved, and the waiter nodded him to the spot. Vasher settled himself, leaving Nightblood up against the wall. The sword was stolen within a minute of his letting go of it. Vasher ignored the thievery, thoughtful as the waiter brought him a warm cup of citrus tea. Vasher sipped at the sweetened liquid, sucking on the bit of rind, wondering why in the world the people who lived in a tropical lowland preferred heated teas. After a few minutes, his life sense warned him that he was being watched. Eventually, that same sense alerted him that someone was approaching. Vasher slipped his dagger from his belt with his free hand as he sipped. The priest sat down opposite Vasher in the booth. He wore street clothing rather than religious robes. However, perhaps unconsciously, he had still chosen to wear the white and green of his deity. Vasher slipped his dagger back into its sheath, masking the sound by taking a loud sip. The priest, Bebid, looked about nervously. He had enough of a breath aura to indicate that he'd reached the first tightening. It was where most people, those who could afford to buy breath, stopped. That much breath would extend their lifespan by a good decade or so and give them an increased life sense. It would also let them see breath auras and distinguish other awakeners, and, in a pinch, let them do a little awakening themselves. A decent trade for spending enough money to feed a peasant family for 50 years. "Well?" Vasher asked. Bebid actually jumped at the sound. Vasher sighed, closing his eyes. The priest wasn't accustomed to these kinds of clandestine meetings. He wouldn't have come at all had Vasher not exerted certain pressures on him. Vasher opened his eyes, staring at the priest as the waiter arrived with 2 plates of spiced rice. Tech Tree's food was the restaurant's specialty. The Hallandren liked foreign spices as much as they liked odd colors. Vasher had placed the order earlier, along with a payment that would keep the surrounding booths empty. "Well?" Vasher repeated. Bebid said. "I don't know. I haven't been able to find out much." Vasher regarded the man with a stern stare. "You have to give me more time." "Remember your indiscretions, friend," Vasher said, drinking the last of his tea, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Wouldn't want news of those getting out, would we?" he said, thinking, "Do we have to go through this again?" Bebid was quiet for a time. "You don't know what you're asking, Vasher," he said, leaning in. "I'm a priest of Bright Vision the True. I can't betray my oaths." "Good thing I'm not asking you to." "We're not supposed to release information about court politics." "Bah!" Vasher snapped. "Those returned can't so much as look at one another without half the city learning about it within the hour." "Surely you're not implying," Bebid said. Vasher gritted his teeth, bending his spoon with his finger in annoyance. "Enough, Bebid. We both know that your oaths are all just part of the game." He leaned in. "And I really hate games." Bebid paled and didn't touch his meal. Vasher eyed his spoon with annoyance, then bent it back, calming himself. He shoveled in a spoonful of rice, mouth burning from the spices. He didn't believe in letting food sit around uneaten. You never knew when you'd have to leave in a hurry. "There have been rumors," Bebid finally said. This goes beyond simple court politics, Vasher. Beyond games played between gods. This is something very real and very quiet. Quiet enough that even observant priests only hear hints of it. Vasher continued to eat. There is a faction of the court pushing to attack Idris, Bebed said, though I can't fathom why. Don't be an idiot, Vasher said, wishing he had more tea to wash down the rice. We both know Hallandren has sound reasons to slaughter every person up in those highlands. Royals, Bebed said. Vasher nodded. They were called rebels, but those rebels were the true Hallandren royal family. Mortal men though they might be, their bloodline was a challenge to the court of gods. Any good monarch knew that the first thing you did to stabilize your throne was execute anyone who had a better claim to it than you did. After that, it was usually a good idea to execute everyone who thought they might have claim. So, Vasher said, you fight. Hallandren wins. What's the problem? It's a bad idea. That's the problem, Bebed said. A terrible idea. Khalad's phantoms, man. Idris won't go easily, no matter what people in the court say. This won't be like squashing that fool Var. The Idrians have allies from across the mountains, and the sympathies of dozens of kingdoms. What some are calling a simple quelling of rebel factions could easily spin into another many-war. Do you want that? Thousands upon thousands dead. Kingdoms falling to never rise again. All so we can grab a little bit of frozen land nobody really wants? The trade passes are valuable, Vasher noted. Bebed snorted. The Idrians aren't foolish enough to raise their tariffs too high. This isn't about money. It's about fear. People in the court talk about what might happen if the Idrians cut off the passes, or what may happen if the Idrians let enemies slip through and besiege Teteller. If this were about money, we'd never go to war. Hallandren thrives on its dye and textiles trade. You think that business would boom in war? We'd be lucky not to suffer a full economic collapse. And you assume that I care about Hallandren's economic well-being? Vasher asked. Ah, yes, Bebed said dryly. I forgot who I was talking to. What do you want, then? Tell me, so we can get this over with. Tell me about the rebels, Vasher said, chewing on rice. The Idrians? We just talked. Not them, Vasher said. The ones in the city. They're unimportant now that Var is dead, the priest said with a wave of his hand. Nobody knows who killed him, by the way. Probably the rebels themselves. Guess they didn't appreciate his getting himself captured, eh? Vasher said nothing. Is that all you want? Bebed said impatiently. I need to contact the factions you mentioned, Vasher said. The ones who are pushing for war against Idris. I won't help you enrage the... Do not presume to tell me what to do, Bebed. Just give me the information you promised, and you can be free of all this. Vasher, Bebed said, leaning in even further. I can't help. My lady isn't interested in these kinds of politics, and I move in the wrong circles. Vasher ate some more, judging the man's sincerity. All right. Who, then? Bebed relaxed, using his napkin to wipe his brow. I don't know, he said. Maybe one of Mercy Star's priests? You could also try Bluefingers, I suppose. Bluefingers? That's an odd name for a god. Bluefingers isn't a god, Bebed said, chuckling. That's just a nickname. He's the high place steward, Head of the scribes. He pretty much keeps the court running. If anyone knows anything about this faction, it will be him. Of course, he's so stiff and straight, you'll have a hard time breaking him." "You'd be surprised," Vasher said, shoveling the last bit of rice into his mouth. "I got you, didn't I?" "I suppose." Vasher stood. "Pay the waiter when you leave," he said, grabbing his cloak off its peg and wandering out. He could feel a darkness to his right. He walked down the street, then turned down an alley, where he found Nightblood, still sheathed, sticking from the chest of the thief who had stolen him. Another cut-purse lay dead on the alley floor. Vasher pulled the sword free, then snapped the sheath closed. It had only been opened a fraction of an inch, and did up the clasp. "You lost your temper in there for a bit," Nightblood said, with a chastising tone. "I thought you were going to work on that." "Guess I'm relapsing," Vasher thought. Nightblood paused. "I don't think you ever really unlapsed in the first place." "That's not a word," Vasher said, leaving the alley. "So?" Nightblood said. "You're too worried about words. That priest, you spent all those words on him, then you just let him go. It's not really how I would have handled the situation." "Yes, I know," Vasher said. "Your way would have involved making several more corpses." "Well, I am a sword," Nightblood said with a mental huff. "Might as well stick to what you're good at." Lightsong sat on his patio, watching his new queen's carriage pull up to the palace. "Well, this has been a pleasant day," he remarked to his high priest. A few cups of wine, along with some time to get past thinking about children deprived of their breath, and he was beginning to feel more like his usual self. "You're that happy to have a queen?" Larimar asked. "I'm that happy to have avoided petitions for the day, thanks to her arrival. What do we know about her?" "Not much, Your Grace," Larimar said, standing beside Lightsong's chair and looking toward the God King's palace. "The Idrians surprised us by not sending the eldest daughter as planned. They sent the youngest in her stead." "Interesting," Lightsong said, accepting another cup of wine from one of his servants. "She's only 17 years old," Larimar said. "I can't imagine being married to the God King at her age." "I can't imagine you being married to the God King at any age, Scoot," Lightsong said. Then he pointedly cringed. "Actually, yes, I can imagine it, and the dress looks painfully inelegant on you. Make a note to have my imagination flogged for its insolence in showing me that particular sight. I'll put it in line right behind your sense of decorum, Your Grace," Larimar said dryly. "Don't be silly," Lightsong said, taking a sip of wine. "I haven't had one of those in years." He leaned back, trying to decide what the Idrians were signaling by sending the wrong princess. 2 potted palms waved in the wind, and Lightsong was distracted by the scent of salt on the incoming sea breeze. "I wonder if I sailed that sea once," he thought. "A man of the ocean? Is that how I died? Is that why I dreamed of a ship?" He could only vaguely remember that dream now. A red sea. Fire, death, killing, and battle. He was shocked as he suddenly remembered his dream in starker, more vivid detail. The sea had been red as it reflected the magnificent city of Tutelar, engulfed in flames. He could almost hear people crying out in pain. He could nearly hear... what? Soldiers marching and fighting in the streets? Lightsong shook his head, trying to dispel the phantom memories. The ship he'd seen in his dream had been burning too, he now remembered. It didn't have to mean anything. Everyone had nightmares. But it made him uncomfortable to know that his nightmares were seen as prophetic omens. Larimar was still standing beside Lightsong's chair, watching the God King's palace. "Oh, sit down and stop looming over me," Lightsong said. "You're making the buzzards jealous." Larimar raised an eyebrow. "And which buzzards would those be, Your Grace?" "The ones who keep pushing for us to go to war," Lightsong said, waving a hand. The priest sat down on one of the patio's wooden recliners and relaxed as he sat, removing the bulky mitre from his head. Underneath, Larimar's dark hair was plastered to his head with sweat. He ran his hand through it. During the first few years, Larimar had remained stiff and formal at all times. Eventually, however, Lightsong had worn him down. After all, Lightsong was the god. In his opinion, if he could lounge on the job, then so could his priests. "I don't know, Your Grace," Larimar said slowly, rubbing his chin. "I don't like this." "The Queen's arrival?" Lightsong asked. Larimar nodded. "We haven't had a queen in the court for some 30 years. I don't know how the factions will deal with her." Lightsong rubbed his forehead. "Politics, Larimar? You know I frown on such things." Larimar eyed him. "Your Grace, you are, by default, a politician." "Don't remind me, please. I should very well like to extract myself from the situation. Do you think, perhaps, I could bribe one of the other gods to take control of my lifeless commands?" "I doubt that would be wise," Larimar said. "It's all part of my master plan to ensure that I become totally and redundantly useless to this city by the time I die. Again." Larimar cocked his head. "Redundantly useless?" "Of course. Regular uselessness wouldn't be enough. I am, after all, a god." He took a handful of grapes from a servant's tray, still trying to dismiss his dream's disturbing images. They didn't mean anything. Just dreams. Even so, he decided he would tell Larimar about them the next morning. Perhaps Larimar would use the dreams to help push for peace with Idris. Since old Dedelin hadn't sent his firstborn daughter, it would mean more debates in the court, more talk of war. This princess's arrival should have settled it, but he knew that the war hawks among the gods wouldn't let the issue die. "Still," Larimar said, as if talking to himself, "they did send someone. That is a good sign, surely. An outright refusal would have meant war for certain." "And whoever certain is, I doubt we should have a war for him," Lightsong said idly, inspecting a grape. "War is, in my divine opinion, even worse than politics. Some say the two are the same, Your Grace." "Nonsense. War is far worse, at least where politics is going on. There are usually nice hors d'oeuvres." As usual, Larimar ignored Lightsong's witty remarks. Lightsong would have been offended if he hadn't known there were 3 separate lesser priests standing at the back of the patio, recording his words, searching for wisdom and meaning within them. "What will the Idrian rebels do now, do you think?" Larimar asked. "Here's the thing, Scoot," Lightsong said, leaning back, closing his eyes and feeling the sun on his face. "The Idrians don't consider themselves to be rebels. They're not sitting up in their hills, waiting for the day when they can return in triumph to Hallandren.
This isn't their home anymore. Those peaks are hardly a kingdom. They're enough of a kingdom to control the area's best mineral deposits, 4 vital passes to the north, and the original royal line of the original Hallandran dynasty. They don't need us, my friend. And the talk of Idrian dissidents in the city, ones rousing the people against the court of gods. Rumors only, Lightsong said, though, when I'm proven wrong and the underprivileged masses storm my palace and burn me at the stake, I'll be sure to inform them that you were right all along. You'll get the last laugh, or, well, the last scream, since you'll probably be tied up beside me. Larimar sighed, and Lightsong opened his eyes to find the priest regarding him with a contemplative expression. The priest didn't chastise Lightsong for his levity. Larimar just reached down, putting his headdress back on. He was the priest. Lightsong was the god. There would be no questioning of motives, no rebukes. If Lightsong gave an order, they would all do exactly as he said. Sometimes that terrified him. But not this day. He was instead annoyed. The Queen's arrival had somehow gotten him talking about politics, and the day had been going so well until then. More wine, Lightsong said, raising his cup. You can't get drunk, Your Grace, Larimar noted. Your body is immune to all toxins. I know, Lightsong said, as a lesser servant filled his cup. But trust me, I'm quite good at pretending. Chapter 6. Ciri stepped from the carriage. Immediately, dozens of servants in blue and silver swarmed around her, pulling her away. Ciri turned, alarmed, looking back toward her soldiers. The men stepped forward, but Trellides held up his hand. The vessel will go alone, the priest declared. Ciri felt a stab of fear. This was the time. Return to Idris, she said to the men. But, my lady, the lead soldier said. No, Ciri said. You can do nothing more for me here. Please, return and tell my father that I arrived safely. The lead soldier glanced back at his men, uncertain. Ciri didn't get to see if they obeyed or not, for the servants shuffled her around a corner into a long black hallway. Ciri tried not to show her fear. She'd come to the palace to be wed, and was determined to make a favorable impression on the God King. But she really was just terrified. Why hadn't she run? Why hadn't she wiggled out of this somehow? Why couldn't they have all just let her be? There was no escape now. As the serving women led her down a corridor into the deep black palace, the last remnants of her former life disappeared behind her. She was now alone. Lamps with colored glass lined the walls. Ciri was led through several twists and turns in the dark passages. She tried to remember her way back, but was soon hopelessly lost. The servants surrounded her like an honor guard. Though all were female, they were of different ages. Each wore a blue cap, hair loose out the back, and they kept their eyes downcast. Their shimmering blue clothing was loose-fitting, even through the bust. Ciri blushed at the low-cut fronts. In Idris, women kept even their necks covered. The black corridor eventually opened into a much larger room. Ciri hesitated in the doorway. While the stone walls of this room were black, they had been draped in silks of a deep maroon. In fact, everything in the room was maroon, from the carpeting to the furniture to the tubs, surrounded by tile in the center of the room. The servants began to pick at her clothing, undressing her. Ciri jumped, swatting at a few hands, causing them to pause in surprise. Then they attacked with renewed vigor, and Ciri realized that she didn't have a choice except to grit her teeth and bear the treatment. She raised her arms, letting the servants pull off her dress and underclothing.
and felt her hair grow red as she blushed. At least the room was warm. She shivered anyway. She was forced to stand, naked, as other servants approached, bearing measuring tapes. They poked and prodded, getting various measurements, including ones around Ciri's waist, bust, shoulders, and hips. When that was finished, the women backed away, and the room fell still. The bath continued to steam in the center of the chamber. Several of the serving women gestured toward it. "Guess I'm allowed to wash myself," Ciri thought with relief, walking up the tile steps. She stepped carefully into the massive tub and was pleased at how warm the water was. She lowered herself into the water, letting herself relax just a fraction. Soft splashes sounded behind her, and she spun. Several other serving women, these wearing brown, were climbing into the tub, fully clothed, holding washcloths and soap. Ciri sighed, yielding herself to their care as they began to scrub vigorously at her body and hair. She closed her eyes, enduring the treatment with as much dignity as she could manage. That left her time to think, which wasn't good. It only allowed her to consider just what was happening to her. Her anxiety immediately returned. The lifeless weren't as bad as the stories, she thought, trying to reassure herself, and the city colors are far more pleasant than I expected. Maybe the God King isn't as terrible as everyone says. "Ah, good," a voice said. "We're right on schedule. Perfect." Ciri froze. That was a man's voice. She snapped her eyes open to find an older man in brown robes standing beside the tub, writing something on a ledger. He was balding and had a round, pleasant face. A young boy stood next to him, bearing extra sheets of paper and a small jar of ink for the man to use in dipping his quill. Ciri screamed, startling several of her servants as she moved with a sudden splashing motion, covering herself with her arms. The man with the ledger hesitated, looking down. "Is something wrong, Vessel?" "I'm bathing," she snapped. "Yes," the man said. "I believe I can tell that." "Well, why are you watching?" The man cocked his head. "But I'm a royal servant, far beneath your station," he said, then trailed off. "Ah, yes. Idrian sensibilities. I had forgotten. Ladies, please splash around, make some more bubbles in the bath." The serving women did as asked, churning up an abundance of foam in the soapy water. "There," the man said, turning back to his ledger. "I can't see a thing. Now, let us get on with this. It wouldn't do to keep the God King waiting on his wedding day." Ciri reluctantly allowed the bathing to continue, though she was careful to keep certain bits of anatomy well beneath the water. The women worked furiously, scrubbing so hard that Ciri was half afraid they'd rub her skin right off. "As you might guess," the man said, "we're on a very tight schedule. There's much to do, and I would like this all to go as smoothly as possible." Ciri frowned. "And who exactly are you?" The man glanced at her, causing her to duck down beneath the suds a little more. Her hair was as bright a red as it had ever been. "My name is Haverseth, but everyone just calls me Blue Fingers." He held up a hand and wiggled the fingers, which were all stained dark with blue ink from writing. "I am head scribe and steward to His Excellent Grace Sesebron, God King of Hallandren. In simpler terms, I manage the palace attendants and oversee all servants in the Court of Gods." He paused, eyeing her. "I also make certain that everyone stays on schedule and does what they are supposed to." Some of the younger girls, wearing brown, like the ones bathing Ciri, began bringing pitchers of water to the side of the tub, and the women used these to rinse Ciri's hair. She turned about to let them, though she tried to keep a waterlogged eye on Bluefingers and his serving boy. "Now," Bluefingers said, "the palace tailors are working very quickly on your gown. We had a good estimate of your size, but final measurements were necessary to complete the process. We should have the garment ready for you in a short time." The serving women doused Ciri's head again. "There are some things we need to discuss," Bluefingers continued, voice distorted by the water in Ciri's ears. "I presume you have been taught the proper method of treating His Immortal Majesty?" Ciri glanced at him, then looked away. She probably had been taught, but she didn't remember. And either way, she wasn't in a frame of mind to concentrate. "Ah," Bluefingers said, apparently reading her expression. "Well then, this could be interesting. Allow me to give you some suggestions." Ciri nodded. "First, please understand that the God King's will is law. He needs no reason or justification for what he does. Your life, like all of our lives, is in his hands. Second, please understand that the God King doesn't speak with people such as you or me. You will not talk to him when you go to him. Do you understand?" Ciri spit out a bit of soapy water. "You mean I'm not even to be able to speak to my husband?" "I'm afraid not," Bluefingers said. "None of us can." "Then how does he make judgments and rulings?" she asked, wiping her eyes. "The Council of Gods handles the kingdom's more mundane needs," Bluefingers explained. "The God King is above the day-to-day governance. When it is necessary for him to communicate, he gives his judgments to his priests, who then reveal them to the world." "Great," Ciri thought. "It is unconventional that you are allowed to touch him," Bluefingers continued. "Fathering a child is a necessary encumbrance for him. It is our job to present you in as pleasing a way as possible, and to avoid, at all costs, irritating him." "Ostra, god of colors," she thought. "What kind of creature is this?" Bluefingers eyed her. "I know something of your temperament, Vessel," he said. "We have, of course, researched the children of the Idrian monarchy. Allow me to be a little more personal, and perhaps a little more direct than I would prefer. If you speak directly to the God King, he will order you executed. Unlike your father, he isn't a man of patience. I cannot stress this point enough. I realize that you are accustomed to being a very important person. Indeed, you still are that important, if not more so. You are far above myself and these others. However, as far as you are above us, the God King is even farther above you. His Immortal Majesty is special. The doctrines teach that the earth itself is too base for him. He is one who achieved transcendence before he was even born, but then returned to bring his people blessings and visions. You are being given a special trust. Please, do not betray it. And please, please, do not provoke his anger. Do you understand?" Ciri nodded slowly, feeling her hair bleach back to white. She tried to steel herself, but what courage she could gather felt like a sham. No, she wasn't going to be able to stomach this creature as easily as the lifeless or the city colors. His reputation in Idris wasn't exaggerated. In a short time, he was going to take her body and do with it as he wished. Part of her felt a rage at that, but it was the rage of frustration, the rage that came from knowing that something horrible was coming, and from being unable to do anything at all about it. The serving women backed away from her, leaving her half-floating in the soapy water. One of the servants looked to Bluefingers and nodded her head in respect. "Ah, finished, are we?" he asked. "Excellent. You and your ladies are efficient as always, Jalan. Let us proceed, then." "Can't they speak?" Ciri asked quietly. Of course they can, Bluefinger said. But they are dedicated servants of His Immortal Majesty. During their hours of service, their duty is to be as useful as possible without being distracting. Now, if you'll continue... Ciri stayed in the water, even when the silent women tried to pull her out. Bluefingers turned around with a sigh, putting his back to her. He reached over and turned the serving boy around as well. Ciri finally allowed herself to be led out of the bath. The wet women left her, walking into a side room, probably to change. And several others led Ciri toward a smaller tub for rinsing. She stepped down into the water, which was much colder than the other bath, and gasped. The women motioned for her to dunk, and she cringed, but did so, cleaning off most of the soap. After that, there was a final third tub. As Ciri approached, shivering, she could smell strong floral scents coming from it. "What's this?" Ciri asked. "Perfumed bath," Bluefinger said, still turned away. "If you prefer, you may have one of the palace masseuses rub perfume onto your body instead. I advise against that, however, considering time restraints." Ciri blushed, imagining anyone, male or female, rubbing her body with perfume. "This will be fine," she said, climbing down into the water. It was lukewarm, and the floral scents were so strong that she had to breathe through her mouth. The women motioned downward, and, sighing, Ciri dunked beneath the scented water. After that, she climbed out, and several women finally approached with fluffy towels. They began to pat Ciri down, their touch as delicate and soft as the previous scrubbing had been hard. This took away some of the strong scent, for which Ciri was glad. Other women approached with a deep blue robe, and she extended her arms, allowing them to put it on her, then tie it shut. "You may turn around," she told the steward. "Excellent," Bluefinger said, doing so. He strode toward a door at the side of the room, waving for her. "Quickly now, we still have much to do." Ciri and the serving women followed, leaving the maroon room for one that was decorated in bright yellows. It held a lot more furniture, no bath, and a large plush chair in the center of the room. "His Majesty is associated with no single hue," Bluefinger said, waving to the bright colors of the room as the women led Ciri to the plush chair. "He represents all colors, and each of the iridescent tones. Therefore, each room is decorated with a different shade." Ciri sat, and the women began to work on her nails. Another tried to brush out the snarls that had come from the hearty washing. Ciri frowned. "Just cut it off," she said. They hesitated. "Vessel?" one asked. "Cut off the hair," she said. Bluefingers gave the permission, and a few snips later, her hair was in a bunch on the floor. Then Ciri closed her eyes and focused. She wasn't certain how she did it. The royal locks had always been part of her life. Altering them was like moving any other muscle to her, if more difficult. In a few moments, she was able to get the hair to grow. Several women gasped softly as the hair sprouted from Ciri's head and moved down to her shoulders. Growing it made her feel hungry and tired, but it was better than letting the women fight snarls. Finished, she opened her eyes. Bluefingers was watching her with an inquisitive expression, his ledger held loosely in his fingers. "That is fascinating," he said. "The royal locks. We have waited quite some time for them to grace the palace again, Vessel. You can change the color at will?" "Yes," Ciri said. "Some of the time, at least," she thought. "Is it too long?" "Long hair is seen as a sign of beauty in Hallandren, my lady," Bluefinger said. "I know you keep it bound up in Idris, but here, flowing hair is favored by many of the women, particularly the goddesses." Part of her wanted to keep the hair short, just out of spite, but she was beginning to realize that such an attitude could get her killed in Hallandren. Instead, she closed her eyes and focused again. The hair had been shoulder length, but she extended it for several minutes, making it grow until it would reach all the way down her back once she stood. Ciri opened her eyes. "Beautiful," one of the younger serving women whispered, then flushed, immediately returning to her work on Ciri's toenails. "Very nice," Bluefingers agreed. "I will leave you here. I have a few things to deal with, but will return shortly." Ciri nodded as he left, and several women moved in and began to apply makeup. Ciri suffered it pensively, others still working on her nails and hair. This wasn't how she had imagined her wedding day. Marriage had always seemed distant to her, something that would only happen after spouses had been chosen for her siblings. When she'd been very young, in fact, she'd always said that she intended to raise horses instead of getting married. She'd grown out of that, but a part of her felt a longing for such simple times. She didn't want to be married. Not yet. She still felt like a child, even if her body had become that of a woman. She wanted to play in the hills and pick flowers and tease her father. She wanted time to experience more of life before she was forced into the responsibilities of childbearing. Fate had taken that opportunity away from her. Now she was faced by the imminent prospect of going to a man's bed. A man who wouldn't speak to her, and who wouldn't care who she was or what she wanted. She knew the physical requirements of what would be involved. She could thank Mab, the cook, for some candid discussions on that point. But emotionally, she just felt petrified. She wanted to run, hide, flee as far as she could. Did all women feel this way? Or was it only those who were being washed, primped, and sent to please a deity with the power to destroy nations? Bluefingers eventually returned. Another person entered behind him. An elderly man in the blue and silver clothing Ciri was beginning to associate with those who served the God King. But Bluefingers wears brown, Ciri thought, frowning. Why is that? "Ah, I see that my timing is perfect," Bluefingers said, as the women finished. They retreated to the sides of the room, heads bowed. Bluefingers nodded to the elderly man. "Vessel, this is one of the palace's healers. Before you are taken to the God King, you will need to be inspected to determine if you are a maiden and to ensure that you don't have certain diseases. It's really just a formality, but one that I'm afraid I must insist upon. In consideration of your bashfulness, I did not bring the young healer I had originally assigned to the job. I assume an older healer will make you more comfortable." Ciri sighed, but nodded. Bluefingers gestured toward a padded table on the side of the room. Then he and his serving boy turned around. Ciri undid her robe and went to the table, lying down to continue what was proving to be the most embarrassing day of her life. It will only get worse, she thought, as the doctor did his examination. Sesebron, the God King. Awesome, terrible, holy, majestic. He had been stillborn, but had returned. What did that do to a man? Would he even be human? Or would he be some monster, terrible to behold? He was said to be eternal, but obviously his reign would end eventually. Otherwise he wouldn't need an heir. She shivered, wishing it could just be over with, but also grateful for anything that delayed matters for just a little longer, even something as humiliating as the doctor's prodding. That was soon done, however, and Ciri quickly did up her robe again, standing. "She is quite healthy," the healer said to Bluefingers, "and most likely still a maiden. She also has a very strong breath." Ciri froze. How could he tell? And then she saw it. She had to look very closely, but the yellow floor around the surgeon looked a tad too bright. She felt herself pale, though the nervousness had already made her hair as white as it went. The doctor is an awakener, she thought. There is an awakener here, in this room, and he touched me. She cringed, skin writhing. It was wrong to take the breath from another person. It was the ultimate in arrogance, the complete opposite of Idris' philosophy. Others in Hallandren simply wore bright colors to draw attention to themselves, but awakeners, they stole the life from human beings and used that to make themselves stand out. The perverted use of breath was one of the main reasons that the royal line had moved to the Highlands in the first place. Modern-day Hallandren existed on the basis of extorting the breath of its people. Ciri felt more naked now than she had when actually unclothed. What could this awakener tell about her, because of his unnatural life force? Was he tempted to steal Ciri's biochroma? She tried to breathe as shallowly as possible, just in case. Eventually, Bluefingers and the terrible doctor left the room. The women approached to undo her robe once again, some bearing undergarments. He will be worse, she realized. The king. He's not just an awakener. He's returned. He needs to suck the breath from people in order to survive. Would he take away her breath? No, that won't happen, she told herself firmly. He needs me to provide him with an heir of the royal line. He won't risk the child's safety. He'll leave me my breath, if only until then. But what would happen to her when she was no longer needed? Her attention was drawn away from such thoughts as several serving women approached with a large bundle of cloth. A dress. No, a gown. A gorgeous gown of blue and silver. Focusing on it seemed better than thinking about what the God King would do with her once she bore him a son. Ciri waited quietly as the women put it on her. The fabric was amazingly soft on her skin, the velvet smooth as petals from a highland flower. As the women adjusted it on her, she noticed that, oddly, it laced up the side instead of the back. It had an extremely long train and sleeves that were so long that if she put her arms down at the sides, the cuffs hung a good foot below her hands. It took several minutes for the women to get the ties done upright, the folds situated correctly, and the train even behind her. All this so that it can be taken off again in a few minutes, Ciri thought, with a detached sense of cold irony, as a woman approached with a mirror. Ciri froze. Where had all that color come from? The delicately red cheeks, the mysteriously dark eyes, the blue on the top of her eyelids, the deep red lips, the almost glowing skin. The gown shone silver upon blue, bulky yet beautiful, with ripples of deep velvet cloth. It was like nothing she'd seen in Idris. It was more amazing, even, than the colors she'd seen on the people in the city. Staring at herself in the mirror, Ciri was almost able to forget her worries. "Thank you," she whispered. That must have been the right response, for the serving women smiled, glancing at each other. Two took her hands, moving much more respectfully now than when they'd first rushed her from the carriage. Ciri strode with them, train rustling behind her, and the other women stayed behind. Ciri turned, and the women curtsied to her, one at a time, heads bowed. The last two, the ones leading her, opened a door, then gently pushed her out into the hallway beyond. They closed the door, leaving her. The hallway was of the deepest black. She'd almost forgotten how dark the stone walls of the palace were. The hallway was empty, save for Bluefingers, who stood waiting for her with his ledger. He smiled, bowing his head in respect. "The God King will be pleased, vessel," he said. "We are exactly on time. The sun only just set." Ciri turned from Bluefingers. Directly across from her was a large, imposing door. It was plated entirely with gold. 4 wall lamps shone without colored glass, and they reflected light off the gilded portal. She had no question as to who lay beyond such an impressive entrance. "This is the God King's sleeping chamber," Bluefinger said. "Rather, one of his sleeping chambers. Now, my lady, you must hear this again. Do nothing to offend the king. You are here at his sufferance, and are here to see to his needs. Not mine, not your own, and not even that of our kingdom." "I understand," she said quietly, heart beating faster and faster. "Thank you," Bluefinger said. "It is time to present yourself. Enter the room, then remove your dress and underclothing. Bow yourself to the ground before the king's bed, touching your head to the floor. When he wishes for you to approach, he will knock on the side post, and you may look up. He will then wave you forward." She nodded. "Just try not to touch him too much." Ciri frowned, clenching and unclenching her increasingly nervous hands. "How exactly am I going to manage that? We're going to have sex, aren't we?" Bluefingers flushed. "Yes, I guess you are. This is new ground for me too, my lady. The God King, well, only a group of specially dedicated servants are supposed to touch him. My suggestion would be to avoid kissing him, caressing him, or doing anything else that might offend him. Simply let him do to you what he wishes, and you should be safe." Ciri took a deep breath, nodding. "When you are finished," Bluefinger said, "the king will withdraw. Take the bed linens and burn them in the hearth. As the vessel, you are the only one allowed to handle such things. Do you understand?" "Yes," Ciri said, growing increasingly anxious. "Very well, then," Bluefinger said, looking almost as nervous as she was. "Good luck." With that, he reached forward and pushed the door open. "Oh, awestruck god of colors," she thought, heart pounding, hands sweating, growing numb. Bluefingers pushed her lightly on the back, and she stepped into the room. Chapter 7. The door shut behind her. A large fire growled in a hearth to her left, bringing a shifting orange light to the large room. The black walls seemed to draw in and absorb the illumination, making deep shadows at the edges of the room. Ciri stood quietly in her ornate velvet dress, heart thumping, brow sweating. To her right, she could make out a massive bed, with sheets and covers of black to match the rest of the room. The bed appeared unoccupied. Ciri peered into the darkness, eyes adjusting. The fire crackled, throwing a flicker of light across a large, throne-like chair sitting beside the bed. It was occupied by a figure wearing black, bathed in darkness. He watched her, eyes twinkling, unblinking in the firelight. Ciri gasped, casting her eyes downward, her heartbeat surging as she remembered Bluefinger's warnings. "Vivenna should be here instead of me," Ciri thought desperately. "I can't deal with this. Father was wrong to send me." She squeezed her eyes shut, her breathing coming more quickly. She worked shaking fingers and pulled nervously at the strings on the side of her dress. Her hands were slick with sweat. Was she taking too long to undress? Would he be angered? Would she be killed before even the first night was out? Would she, perhaps, prefer that? No, she thought with determination. No, I need to do this. For Idris. For the fields and the children who took flowers from me. For my father and Mab and everyone else in the palace. She finally got the strings undone, and the gown fell away with surprising ease. She could now see that it had been constructed with that goal in mind. She dropped the dress to the floor, then paused, looking at her undershift. The white fabric was throwing out a spectrum of colors, like light bent by a prism. She regarded this with shock, wondering what was causing the strange effect. It didn't matter. She was too nervous to think about that. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to pull off her undershift, leaving her naked. She quickly knelt on the cold stone floor, curling up, heart thudding in her ears as she bowed with her forehead touching the floor. The room fell silent, save for the crackling hearth. The fire wasn't necessary in the Hallandren warmth, but she was glad for it, unclothed as she was. She waited, hair pure white, arrogance and stubbornness discarded, naked in more than one way. This was where she ended up. This was where all her independent sense of freedom came to an end. No matter what she claimed or how she felt, in the end, she had to bow to authority, just like anyone else. She gritted her teeth, imagining the God King sitting there, watching her be subservient and naked before him. She hadn't seen much of him, other than to notice his size. He was a good foot taller than most other men she'd seen, and was wider of shoulders and more powerful of build as well, more significant than other, lesser men. He was returned. In and of itself, being returned wasn't a sin. After all, returned came in Idris, too. The Hallandren people, however, kept the returned alive, feeding them on the souls of peasants, tearing away the breath of hundreds of people each year. Don't think of that, Ciri told herself forcefully. Yet as she tried to clear her thoughts, the God King's eyes returned to her memory. Those black eyes, which had seemed to glow in the firelight. She could feel them on her still, watching her, as cold as the stones upon which she knelt. The fire crackled. Bluefingers had said that the king would knock for her. What if she missed it? She didn't dare glance upward. She'd already met his gaze once, if by accident. She couldn't risk upsetting him further. She just continued to kneel in place, elbows on the ground, back beginning to ache. Why doesn't he do something? Was he displeased with her? Was she not as pretty as he desired? Or was he angered that she'd met his eyes and then taken too long to undress? It would be particularly ironic if she offended him when trying so hard not to be her usual flippant self. Or was something else wrong? He had been promised the eldest daughter of the Idrian king, but had instead received Ciri. Would he know the difference? Would he even care? The minutes passed, the room growing darker as the fire consumed its logs. He's toying with me, Ciri thought, forcing me to wait on his whims. Making her kneel in such an uncomfortable position was probably a message, one that showed who was in power. He would take her when he willed it, and not before. Ciri gritted her teeth as the time passed. How long had she been kneeling? An hour, maybe longer. And still there wasn't a hint of sound. No knock, no cough, not even a shuffle from the God King. Perhaps it was a test to see how long she would remain as she was. Perhaps she was just reading too much into things. Either way, she forced herself to remain in place, shifting only when she absolutely had to. Vivenna had the training. Vivenna had the poise and the refinement. But Ciri, she had the stubbornness. One only had to look back at her history of repeatedly ignoring lessons and duties to appreciate that. With time, she'd even broken down her father. He'd started letting her do as she pleased, if only to save his own sanity. And so she continued to wait, naked in the light of the coals, as the night wore on. Fireworks sprayed sparks upward in a fountain of light. Some fell close to where Lightsong was sitting, and these blazed with an extra frenzied light until they died away. He reclined on a couch in the open air, watching the display. Servants waited around him, complete with parasols, a portable bar, steaming and chilled towels to rub his face and hands, should he feel the need, and a host of other luxuries that, to Lightsong, were simply commonplace. He watched the fireworks with mild interest. The firemasters stood in a nervous cluster near his position. Beside them were a troupe of minstrels that Lightsong had called for, but hadn't yet asked to perform. While there were always entertainers in the court of gods for the returned to enjoy, this night, the wedding night of their god-king, was even more extravagant. Sesebron wasn't in attendance himself, of course. Such festivities were beneath him. Lightsong glanced to the side, where the king's palace rose soberly above the court. Eventually, Lightsong just shook his head and turned his attention back to the courtyard. The palaces of the gods formed a ring, and each building had a patio below and a balcony above, both facing the central area. Lightsong sat a short distance from his patio, out amidst the lush grass of the expansive courtyard. Another fire fountain sprayed into the air, throwing shadows across the courtyard. Lightsong sighed, accepting another fruit drink from a servant. The night was cool and pleasant, fit for a god. Or gods. Lightsong could see others set up in front of their palaces. Different groups of performers cluttered the sides of the courtyard, waiting for their chance to please one of the returned. The fountain ran low, and the firemasters looked toward him, smiling hopefully in the torchlight. Lightsong nodded with his best benevolent expression. "More fireworks," he said. "You have pleased me." This caused the three men to whisper in excitement and wave for their assistance. As they set up, a familiar figure wandered into Lightsong's ring of torches. Larimar wore his priestly robes, as always. Even when he was out in the city, which was where he should have been this night, he represented Lightsong and his priesthood. "Scoot?" Lightsong asked, sitting up. "Your Grace," Larimar said, bowing. "Are you enjoying the festivities?" "Certainly. You might say I'm positively infested. But what are you doing here in the court? You should be out with your family." "I just wanted to make certain everything was to your liking." Lightsong rubbed his forehead. "You're giving me a headache, Scoot." "You can't get headaches, Your Grace." "So you're fond of telling me," Lightsong said. "I assume the revelry outside the holy prison is nearly as amazing as what we have here inside?" Larimar frowned at Lightsong's dismissive reference to the divine compound. "The party in the city is fantastic, Your Grace. Tetelar hasn't seen a festival this grand in decades." "Then I repeat that you should be out enjoying it." "I just..." "Scoot," Lightsong said, giving the man a pointed look. "If there's one thing you can trust me to do completely on my own, it's enjoy myself. I will, I promise, in all solemnity, have a ravishingly good time, drinking to excess and watching these nice men light things on fire. Now, go be with your family." Larimar paused, then stood, bowed, and withdrew. That man, Lightsong thought, sipping his fruity drink. Takes his work far too seriously. The concept amused Lightsong, and he leaned back, enjoying the fireworks. However, he was soon distracted by the approach of someone else. Or rather, one very important someone else, leading a group of far less important someone else's. Lightsong sipped his drink again. The newcomer was beautiful. She was a goddess, after all. Glossy black hair, pale skin, lushly curvaceous body. She wore far less clothing than Lightsong did, but that was typical of the court's goddesses. Her thin gown of green and silver silk was split on both sides, showing hips and thighs, and the neckline was draped so low that very little was left to the imagination. Blushweaver the Beautiful, goddess of honesty. This should be interesting, Lightsong thought, smiling to himself. She was trailed by about 30 servants, not to mention her high priestess and 6 lesser priests. The firemasters grew excited, realizing that they now had not 1 but 2 divine observers. Their apprentices scurried about in a flurry of motion, setting up another series of fire fountains. A group of Blushweaver's servants rushed forward, carrying an ornate couch, which they set on the grass beside Lightsong. Blushweaver lay down with customary lithe grace, crossing perfect legs and resting on her side in a seductive yet ladylike pose. The orientation left her able to watch the fireworks should she wish, but her attention was obviously focused on Lightsong. "My dear Lightsong," she said, as a servant approached with a bunch of grapes. "Aren't you even going to greet me?" "Here we go," Lightsong thought. "My dear Blushweaver," he said, setting aside his cup and lacing his fingers before him. "Why should I go and do something rude like that?" "Rude?" she asked, amused. "Of course. You obviously make quite a determined effort to draw attention to yourself. The details are magnificent, by the way. Is that makeup on your thighs?" She smiled, biting into a grape. "It's a kind of paint. The designs were drawn by some of the most talented artists in my priesthood." "My compliments to them," Lightsong said. "Regardless, you ask why I didn't greet you. Well, let us assume that I had acted as you suggest I should. Upon your approach, you would have had me gush over you?" "Naturally." "You would have me point out how stunning you appear in that gown?" "I wouldn't complain." "Mention how your dazzling eyes glisten in the fireworks like burning embers?" "That would be nice." "Expound on how your lips are so perfectly red that they could leave any man breathless with wonder, yet drive him to compose the most brilliant of poetry each time he recalled the moment." "I'd be flattered for certain." "And you claim you want these reactions from me?" "I do." "Well, blast it, woman," Lightsong said, picking up his cup. "If I'm stunned, dazzled, and breathless, then how the hell am I supposed to greet you? By definition, won't I be struck dumb?" She laughed. "Well then, you've obviously found your tongue now." "Surprisingly, it was in my mouth," he said. "I always forget to check there." "But isn't that where it is expected to be?" "My dear," he said, "haven't you known me long enough to realize that my tongue, of all things, rarely does what it is expected to do?" Blushweaver smiled as the fireworks went off again. Within the auras of 2 gods, the sparks' colors grew quite powerful indeed. On the far side, some sparks fell to the ground too far from the breath auras, and these looked dull and weak in comparison, as if their fire were so cool and insignificant that they could be picked up and tucked away. Blushweaver turned from the display. "So you do find me beautiful?" "Of course,"
Why, my dear, you're positively rank with beauty. You're literally part of the definition of the word. It's in your title somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. My dear Lightsong, I do believe that you're making sport of me. I never make fun of ladies, Blushweaver, Lightsong said, picking up his drink again. Mocking a woman is like drinking too much wine. It may be fun for a short time, but the hangover is hell. Blushweaver paused. But we don't get hangovers, for we cannot get drunk. We can't? Lightsong asked. Then why the blazes am I drinking all of this wine? Blushweaver raised an eyebrow. Sometimes, Lightsong, she finally said, I'm not certain when you are being silly and when you're being serious. Well, I can help you with that one easily enough, he said. If you ever conclude that I'm being serious, then you can be sure that you've been working too hard on the problem. I see, she said, twisting on her couch so that she was face down. She leaned on her elbows with breasts pushed up between them, fireworks playing off her exposed back and throwing colorful shadows between her arched shoulder blades. So then, you admit that I'm stunning and beautiful. Would you then care to retire from the festivities this evening? Find other entertainments? Lightsong hesitated. Being unable to bear children didn't stop the gods from seeking intimacy, particularly with other returned. In fact, from what Lightsong could guess, the impossibility of offspring only increased the laxness of the court in these matters. Many a god took mortal lovers. Blushweaver was known to have a few of her own among her priests. Dalliances with mortals were never seen as infidelity among the gods. Blushweaver lounged on her couch, supple, inviting. Lightsong opened his mouth, but in his mind, he saw her. The woman of his vision, the one from his dreams. The face he'd mentioned to Larimar. Who was she? Probably nothing. A flash from his former life, or perhaps simply an image crafted by his subconscious. Maybe even, as the priests claimed, some kind of prophetic symbol. That face shouldn't give him pause, not when confronted with perfection. I must decline, he found himself saying. I need to watch the fireworks. Are they that much more fascinating than I? Not at all. They simply seem far less likely to burn me. She laughed at that. Well, why don't we wait until they're through, then retire? Alas, Lightsong said, I still must decline. I am far too lazy. Too lazy for sex? Blushweaver asked, rolling back onto her side and regarding him. I'm really quite indolent. A poor example of a god, as I keep telling my high priest. Nobody seems to listen to me. So I fear that I must continue to be diligent in proving my point. Dallying with you would, unfortunately, undermine the entire basis of my argument. Blushweaver shook her head. You confuse me sometimes, Lightsong. If it weren't for your reputation, I'd simply presume you to be shy. How could you have slept with Calmseer, but consistently ignore me? Calmseer was the last honorable returned this city has known. Lightsong thought, sipping his drink. Nobody left has a shred of her decency. Myself included. Blushweaver fell silent, watching the latest display from the Firemasters. The show had grown progressively more ornate, and Lightsong was considering calling a halt, lest they use up all of their fireworks on him and not have any left should another god call upon them. Blushweaver didn't make any move to return to her own palace grounds, and Lightsong said nothing further,
He suspected that she hadn't come simply for verbal sparring, or even to try and bed him. Blushweaver always had her plans. In Lightsong's experience, there was more depth to the woman than her gaudy surface suggested. Eventually, his hunch paid off. She turned from the fireworks, eyeing the dark palace of the God King.
"We have a new queen."
"I noticed," Lightsong said, though, admittedly, only because I was reminded several times.
They fell silent. "Have you no thoughts on the matter?" Blushweaver finally asked.
"I try to avoid having thoughts. They lead to other thoughts, and, if you're not careful, those lead to actions. Actions make you tired. I have this on rather good authority from someone who once read it in a book."
Blushweaver sighed. "You avoid thinking. You avoid me. You avoid effort. Is there anything you don't avoid?"
"Breakfast." Blushweaver didn't react to this, which Lightsong found disappointing. She was too focused on the king's palace. Lightsong usually tried to ignore the large black building. He didn't like how it seemed to loom over him.
"Perhaps you should make an exception," Blushweaver said, "and give some thought to this particular situation. This queen means something."
Lightsong turned his cup around in his fingers. He knew that Blushweaver's priests were among those who called most strongly for war in the court assembly. He hadn't forgotten his phantom nightmare from earlier, the vision of Tutelar on fire. That image refused to fade from his mind. He never said anything for or against the idea of war. He just didn't want to be involved. "We've had queens before," he finally said.
"Never one of the royal line,"
Blushweaver replied.
"At least, there hasn't been one since the days of Khalad, the usurper."
Khalad, the man who had started the many-war, the one who had used his knowledge of biochromatic breath to create a vast army of lifeless and seize power in Halandren. He had protected the kingdom with his armies, yet had shattered the kingdom as well by driving the royals into the highlands. Now they were back. Or at least one of them was.
"This is a dangerous day, Lightsong,"
Blushweaver said quietly.
"What happens if that woman bears a child who isn't returned?"
"Impossible," Lightsong said.
"Oh? You are that confident?"
Lightsong nodded. "Of the returned, only the God King can engender children, and they're always stillborn."
Blushweaver shook her head. "The only word we have for that is from the palace priests themselves. Yet I've heard of discrepancies in the records. Even if we don't worry about those, there are plenty of other considerations. Why do we need a royal to legitimize our throne? Isn't 300 years of rule by the court of God sufficient to make the kingdom legitimate?"
Lightsong didn't respond.
"This marriage implies that we still accept royal authority," Blushweaver said. "What happens if that king up in the highlands decides to take his lands back? What happens if that queen of ours in there has a child by another man? Who is the heir? Who rules?"
"The God King rules. Everyone knows that."
"He didn't rule 300 years ago," Blushweaver said. "The royals did. Then, after them, Khalad did. And after him, Peacegiver. Change can happen quickly. By inviting that woman into our city, we may have initiated the end of returned rule in Halandren."
She fell silent, pensive. Lightsong studied the beautiful goddess. It had been 15 years since her return, which made her old for a returned. Old, wise, and incredibly crafty. Blushweaver glanced at him. I don't intend to find myself caught, surprised, like the royals were when Khalad seized their throne. Some of us are planning, Lightsong. You can join us, if you wish. Politics, my dear, he said with a sigh. You know how I loathe it. You're the god of bravery. We could use your confidence. At this point, I'm only confident that I'll be of no use to you. Her face stiffened as she tried not to show her frustration. Eventually, she sighed and stood, stretching, showing off her perfect figure once more. You'll have to stand for something eventually, Lightsong, she said. You're a god to these people. Not by choice, my dear. She smiled, then bent down and kissed him softly. Just consider what I said. You're a better man than you give yourself credit for being. You think I'd offer myself to just anyone? He hesitated, then frowned. Actually, yes, I do. She laughed, turning as her servants picked up her couch. Oh, come now. There must be at least 3 of the other gods I wouldn't think of letting touch me. Enjoy the party, and do try to imagine what our king is doing to our legacy up there in his chambers right now. She glanced back at him, particularly if that imagining reminds you of what you just missed out on. She winked, then glided away. Lightsong sat back on his couch, then dismissed the firemasters with words of praise. As the minstrels began to play, he tried to empty his mind of both Blushweaver's ominous words and the visions of war that had plagued his dreams. He failed on both counts. Chapter 8. Ciri groaned, rolling over. Her back hurt, her arms hurt, and her head hurt. In fact, she was so uncomfortable that she couldn't stay asleep, despite her fatigue. She sat up, holding her head. She'd spent the night on the floor of the God King's bedchamber, sleeping, kind of. Sunlight poured into the room, reflecting off of the marble where the floor wasn't covered with rugs. Black rugs, she thought, sitting in the middle of the rumpled blue dress, which she'd used as both blanket and pillow. Black rugs on a black floor with black furniture. These Hallandrins certainly know how to run with a motif. The God King wasn't in the room. Ciri glanced toward the oversized black leather chair where he'd spent much of the night. She hadn't noticed him leave. She yawned, then rose, pulling her shift out of the wadded mound of dress and putting it on over her head. She pulled her hair out, flipping it behind her. Keeping it so long was going to take some getting used to. It fell down against her back, a contented blonde in color. She'd somehow survived the night untouched. She walked on bare feet over to the leather chair, running her fingers along its smooth surface. She'd been less than respectful. She'd dozed off. She'd curled up and pulled her dress close. She'd even glanced over at the chair a few times. Not because of defiance or a disobedient heart. She'd simply been too drowsy to remember that she wasn't supposed to look at the God King. And he hadn't ordered her executed. Blue Fingers had made her worry that the God King was volatile and quick to anger. Yet, if that was the case, then he had held his temper with her. What else was he going to do? The Hallandren had waited for decades to get a royal princess to marry into their line of God Kings. She smiled. I do have some power. He couldn't kill her. Not until he had what he wanted. It wasn't much, but it did give her a bit more confidence. She walked around the chair, noting its size. Everything in the room was built to be just a little too large, skewing her perspective, making her feel shorter than she was. She rested her hand on the arm of the chair and found herself wondering why he hadn't decided to take her. What was wrong with her? Wasn't she desirable? Foolish girl, she told herself, shaking her head and walking over to the still undisturbed bed. You spent most of the trip here worrying about what would happen on your wedding night, and then when nothing happens, you complain about that too? She knew she wasn't free. He would take her eventually. That was the point of the entire arrangement. But it hadn't happened last night. She smiled, yawning. Then she climbed up into the bed and curled up under the covers, drifting off. The next time she woke was a great deal more pleasant than the previous one had been. Ciri stretched, and then noticed something. Her dress, which she'd left sitting in a heap on the floor, was gone. Also, the fire in the hearth had been rebuilt, though why that was necessary was beyond her. The day was warm, and she'd kicked off the covers as she'd slept. I'm supposed to burn the sheets, she remembered. That's the reason they stoked the fire. She sat up in her shift, alone in the black room. The servants and priests wouldn't know that she'd spent the entire night on the floor unless the God King had told someone. How likely would it be for a man of his power to speak with his priests about intimate details? Slowly, Ciri climbed out of bed and pulled the sheets free. She wadded them up, walked over, and threw them into the large hearth. Then she watched the flames. She still didn't know why the God King had left her alone. Until she knew, it was surely better to just let everyone assume that the marriage had been consummated. After the sheets were done burning, Ciri scanned the room looking for something to wear. She found nothing. Sighing, she walked to the door, clothed only in her shift. She pulled it open and jumped slightly. 24 serving women of varying ages knelt outside. God of colors, Ciri thought. How long have they been kneeling out here? Suddenly, she didn't feel quite so indignant at being forced to wait upon the God King's whims. The women stood up, heads bowed, and walked into the room. Ciri backed up, cocking her head when she noticed that several of the women carried in large chests. They're dressed in different colors from yesterday, Ciri thought. The cut was the same, divided skirts like flowing trousers, topped with sleeveless blouses and small caps, their hair coming out the back. Instead of the blue and silver, the outfits were now yellow and copper. The women opened the trunks, removing various layers of clothing. All were of bright colors, and each was of a different cut. The women spread them out on the floor before Ciri, then settled back on their knees, waiting. Ciri hesitated. She'd grown up the daughter of a king, so she'd never lacked. Yet life in Idris was austere. She'd owned 5 dresses, which had nearly been an extravagant number. 1 had been white, and the other 4 had been the same wan blue. Being confronted by so many colors and options felt overwhelming. She tried to imagine how each would look on her. Many of them were dangerously low-cut, even more so than the shirts the serving women wore, and those were already scandalous by Idrian standards. Finally, hesitantly, Ciri pointed at one outfit. It was a dress in 2 pieces, red skirt and matching blouse. As Ciri pointed, the serving women stood, some putting away the unchosen outfits, others walking over to carefully remove Ciri's shift. In a few minutes, Ciri was dressed. She was embarrassed to find that while the clothing fit her perfectly, the blouse was designed to reveal her midriff. Still, it wasn't as low-cut as the others, and the skirt went all the way down to her calves. The silky red material was far lighter than the thick wools and linens she was accustomed to wearing. The skirt flared and ruffled when she turned, and Ciri couldn't be completely certain it wasn't sheer. Standing in it, she almost felt as naked as she'd been during the night. That appears to be a recurring theme for me here, she thought wryly as the serving women backed away. Others approached with a stool, and she sat, waiting as the women cleaned her face and arms with a pleasantly warm cloth. When that was done, they reapplied her makeup, did her hair, then sprayed her with a few puffs of perfume. When she opened her eyes, perfume misting down around her, Bluefingers was standing in the room. "Ah, excellent," he said, servant boy standing obediently behind with ink, quill, and paper. "You're up already." Already? Ciri thought. It has to be well past noon. Bluefingers looked her over, nodded to himself, then glanced at the bed, obviously checking to see that the linens had been destroyed. "Well," he said, "I trust that your servants will see to your needs, Vessel." With that, he began to walk away with the anxious tread of a man who felt he had far too much to do. "Wait," Ciri said, standing, jostling several of her serving women. Bluefingers hesitated. "Vessel?" Ciri floundered, uncertain how to express what she was feeling. "Do you know what I'm supposed to do?" "Do, Vessel?" the scribe asked. "You mean in regards to—" He glanced at the bed. Ciri flushed. "No, not that. I mean with my time. What are my duties? What is expected of me?" "To provide an heir." "Beyond that?" Bluefingers frowned. Well, to be honest, Vessel, I really don't know. I must say your arrival has certainly caused a level of disruption in the Court of Gods." "In my life, too," she thought, flushing slightly, hair turning red. "Not that you're to blame, of course," Bluefingers said quickly, "but then, well, I certainly wish I'd had more forewarning." "More forewarning?" Ciri asked. "This marriage was arranged by treaty over 20 years ago." "Yes, well, but nobody thought—" He trailed off. "Well, either way, we shall do our best to accommodate you here in the king's palace." What was that? Ciri thought. Nobody thought that the marriage would really happen? Why not? Did they assume that Idris wouldn't keep its part of the bargain? Regardless, he still hadn't answered her question. "Yes, but what am I supposed to do?" she said, sitting down on the stool again. "Am I to sit here in the palace and stare at the fire all day?" Bluefingers chuckled. "Oh, colors no. My lady, this is the Court of Gods. You'll find plenty to occupy you. Each day, performers are allowed to enter the court and display their talents for their deities. You may have any of these brought to you for a private performance." "Ah," Ciri said. "Can I maybe go horseback riding?" Bluefingers rubbed his chin. "I suppose we could bring some horses into the court for you. Of course, we'd have to wait until the wedding jubilation is over." "Wedding jubilation?" she asked. "You don't know, then? Were you not prepared for any of this?" Ciri flushed. "No offense intended, Vessel," Bluefingers said. "The wedding jubilation is a week-long period in which we celebrate the God King's marriage. During that time, you are not to leave this palace. At the end of it, you will officially be presented to the Court of Gods." "Oh," she said. "And after that, I can go out of the city?" "Out of the city?" Bluefingers said. "Vessel, you can't leave the Court of Gods." "What?" "You may not be a god yourself," Bluefingers continued,
But you're the wife of the God King. It would be far too dangerous to let you out. But don't fret. Anything and everything you might request can be provided for you. Except freedom, she thought, feeling a bit sick. I assure you, once the wedding jubilation is over, you will find little to complain about. Everything you could want is here. Every type of indulgence, every luxury, every diversion. Ciri nodded numbly, still feeling trapped. Also, Bluefinger said, holding up an ink-stained finger, if you wish, the court assembly meets to provide decisions to the people. Full assembly meets once a week, though daily there are smaller judgments to be made. You aren't to sit on the assembly itself, of course, but you will certainly be allowed to attend once the jubilation is over. If none of this suits you, you may request an artist of the God King's priesthood to attend you. His priests include devout and accomplished artists from all genres: music, painting, dance, poetry, sculpture, puppetry, play performance, sand painting, or any of the lesser genres. Ciri blinked. God of colors, she thought. Even being idle is daunting here. But there isn't any of this that I'm required to attend? No, I shouldn't think so, Bluefinger said. Vessel, you look displeased. How could she explain? Her entire life, she'd been expected to be something, and for most of her life, she'd intentionally avoided being it. Now that was gone from her. She couldn't disobey, lest she get herself killed and get Idris into a war. For once, she was willing to serve, to try and be obedient. But, ironically, there didn't seem to be anything for her to do, except, of course, bear a child. Very well, she said with a sigh. Where are my rooms? I'll go there and situate myself. Your rooms, Vessel? Yes. I assume I'm not to reside in this chamber itself. No, Bluefinger said, chuckling. The conception room? Of course not. Then where? Ciri asked. Vessel, Bluefinger said, in a way, this entire palace is yours. I don't see why you'd need specific rooms. Ask to eat, and your servants will set up a table. If you wish to rest, they will bring you a couch or a chair. Seek entertainment, and they will fetch performers for you. Suddenly, the strange actions of her servants, simply bringing her an array of colors to choose from, then doing her makeup and hair right there, made more sense. I see, she said, almost to herself. And the soldiers I brought with me? Did they do as I commanded? Yes, Vessel, Bluefinger said. They left this morning. It was a wise decision. They are not dedicated servants of the Tones, and wouldn't have been allowed to remain here in the court. They could do you no further service. Ciri nodded. Vessel, if I might be excused? Bluefingers asked. Ciri nodded distractedly, and Bluefingers bustled away, leaving her to think about how terribly alone she was. Can't focus on that, she thought. Instead, she turned to one of her serving women, a younger one, about Ciri's own age. Well, that really doesn't tell me what to spend my time on, does it? The servant blushed quietly, bowing her head. I mean, there seems to be a lot to do if I want, Ciri said. Maybe too much. The girl bowed again. That's going to get very annoying very quickly, Ciri thought, gritting her teeth. Part of her wanted to do something shocking to get a reaction out of the servant, but she knew she was just being foolish. In fact, it seemed that many of her natural impulses and reactions wouldn't work here in Hallandren. So, to keep herself from doing something silly, Ciri stood up, determined to examine her new home. She left the overly black room, poking her head out into the hallway,
She turned back to her servants, who stood obediently in a line behind her. "Is there any place I'm forbidden to go?" she asked. The one she was addressing shook her head. Fine, then, she thought. I'd better not end up stumbling upon the God King in the bath. She crossed the hallway, opened the door, then stepped into the yellow room she'd been in the day before. The chair and bench she'd used had been removed, replaced by a group of yellow couches. Ciri raised an eyebrow, then walked through into the tub room beyond. The tub was gone. She started. The room was the one she remembered, with the same red colorings. Yet the sloped tile platforms with their inset tubs were gone. The entire contraption must have been portable, brought in for her bath, then removed. They really can transform any room, she thought with amazement. They must have chambers full of furniture, tubs, and drapings, each of a different color, waiting upon the whims of their god. Curious, she left the tubless room and moved in a random direction. Each room appeared to have 4 doors, one on each wall. Some rooms were larger than others. Some had windows to the outside, while others were in the middle of the palace. Each was a different color, yet it was still difficult to tell the difference between them. Endless rooms, pristine with their decorations following a single color's theme. Soon, she was hopelessly lost, but it didn't seem to matter. Every room was, in a way, the same as any other. She turned to her servants. "I would like breakfast." It happened far faster than Ciri would have thought possible. Several of the women ducked out and returned with a stuffed green chair to match her current room. Ciri sat down, waiting as a table, chairs, and finally food were produced as if out of nowhere. In less than 15 minutes, she had a hot meal waiting for her. Hesitantly, she picked up a fork and tried a bite. It wasn't until that moment that she realized how hungry she was. The meal was composed primarily of a group of sausages mixed with vegetables. The flavors were far stronger than she was accustomed to. However, the more she ate the spicy Hallandran food, the more she found herself liking it. Hungry or not, it was strange to eat in silence. Ciri was accustomed to either eating in the kitchens with the servants, or at the table with her father, his generals, and whatever local people or monks he had invited to his home that evening. It was never a silent affair. Yet here in Hallandran, land of colors, sounds, and ostentation, she found herself eating alone, quietly, in a room that felt dull despite its bright decorations. Her servants watched. None of them spoke to her. Their silence was supposed to be respectful, she knew, but Ciri just found it intimidating. She tried several times to draw them into conversation, but she managed to get only terse replies. She chewed on a spiced caper. Is this what my life is to be from now on? She thought. A night spent feeling half-used, half-ignored by my husband, then days spent surrounded by people, yet somehow still alone. She shivered, her appetite waning. She set down the fork and her food slowly grew cold on the table before her. She stared at it, a part of her wishing she'd simply remained in the comfortable, oversized black bed. Chapter 9. Vivenna, firstborn child of Dedelin, king of Idris, gazed upon the grand city of Teteller. It was the ugliest place she had ever seen. People jostled their way through the streets, draped flagrantly in colors, yelling and talking and moving and stinking and coughing and bumping. Her hair lightened to gray. She pulled her shawl close as she maintained her imitation, such that it was, of an elderly woman. She had feared that she might stand out. She needn't have worried. Who could ever stand out in this confusion? Nevertheless, it was best to be safe. She had come, arriving in Teteller just hours ago, to rescue her sister, not to get herself kidnapped. It was a bold plan. Vivenna could hardly believe that she'd come up with it. Still, of the many things her tutors had taught her, one was foremost in her mind. A leader was someone who acted. Nobody else was going to help Ciri, and so it was up to Vivenna. She knew that she was inexperienced. She hoped that her awareness of that would keep her from being too foolhardy, but she had the best education and political tutelage her kingdom could provide, and much of her training had focused on life in Hallandren. As a devout daughter of Ostra, she'd practiced all of her life to avoid standing out. She could hide in a vast, disorganized city like Teteller. And vast it was. She'd memorized maps, but they hadn't prepared her for the sight, sound, scent, and colors of the city on market day. Even the livestock wore bright ribbons. Vivenna stood at the side of the road, stooped beside a building draped in flapping streamers. In front of her, a herdsman drove a small flock of sheep toward the market square. They had each been dyed a different color. Won't that ruin the wool? Vivenna thought sourly. The different colors on the animals clashed so terribly that she had to look away. Poor Ciri, she thought, caught up in all of this, locked in the court of gods, probably so overwhelmed that she can barely think. Vivenna had been trained to deal with the terrors of Hallandren. Though the colors sickened her, she had the fortitude to withstand them. How would little Ciri manage? Vivenna tapped her foot as she stood beside the building in the shadow of a large stone statue. Where is that man? She thought. Parlin had yet to return from his scouting. There was nothing to do but wait. She glanced up at the statue beside her. It was one of the famous Dedenir Celebrin. Most of the statues depicted warriors. They stood in every imaginable pose all across the entire city, armed with weapons and often dressed in colorful clothing. According to her lessons, the people of Teteller found dressing the statues to be an amusing pastime. Lore had it that the first ones had been commissioned by Peacegiver, the Blessed, the returned who had taken command of Hallandren at the end of the many war. The number of statues had increased each year as new ones were paid for by the returned, whose money, of course, came from the people themselves. Excess and waste, Vivenna thought, shaking her head. Finally, she noticed Parlin coming back down the street. She frowned as she saw that he was wearing some ridiculous frippery on his head. It looked a little like a sock, though much larger. The bright green hat flopped down one side of his square face and looked very out of place against his dull brown Idrian travel clothing. Tall, but not lanky, Parlin was only a few years Vivenna's senior. She'd known him for most of her life. General Yarda's son had practically grown up in the palace. More recently, he'd been out in the forests, watching the Hallandren border or guarding one of the northern passes. "Parlin?" she said as he approached, carefully keeping the annoyance out of her voice and her hair. "What is that on your head?" "A hat?" he said, characteristically terse. It wasn't that Parlin was rude, it just seemed he rarely felt he had much to say. "I can see that it's a hat, Parlin. Where did you get it?" "The man in the market said they're very popular." Vivenna sighed. She hesitated to bring Parlin into the city. He was a good man, as solid and reliable as she'd ever known. But the life he knew was one of living in the wilderness and guarding isolated outposts. The city was probably overwhelming to him. "The hat is ridiculous, Parlin," Vivenna said, hair controlled to keep the red out of it, "and makes you stand out." Parlin removed the hat, tucking it in his pocket. He said nothing further, but did turn, watching the crowds of people pass. They seemed to make him as nervous as they did Vivenna, perhaps more so. However, she was glad to have him. He was one of the few people she trusted not to go to her father. She knew that Parlin fancied her. During their youth, he'd often brought her gifts from the forest. Usually, those had taken the form of some animal he'd killed. To Parlin's mind, nothing showed affection like a hunk of something dead and bleeding on the table. "This place is strange," Parlin said. "People here move like herds." His eyes followed a pretty Hallandran girl as she walked by. The hussy was, like most of the women in Teteller, wearing practically nothing. Blouses that were open well below the neck, skirts well above the knees. Some women even wore trousers, just like men. "What did you discover in the market?" she asked, drawing his attention back. "There are a lot of Idrians here," he said. "What?" Vivenna said, forgetting herself and showing her shock. "Idrians," Parlin said, "in the market. Some were trading goods. Many looked like common laborers. I watched them." Vivenna frowned, folding her arms. "And the restaurant?" Vivenna asked. "Did you scout it, as I asked?" He nodded. "Looks clean. Feels strange to me that people eat food made by strangers." "Did you see anyone suspicious there?" "What would be suspicious in this city?" "I don't know. You're the one who insisted on scouting ahead." "It's always a good idea when hunting. Less likely to scare away the animals." "Unfortunately, Parlin," Vivenna said, "people aren't like animals." "I'm aware of that," Parlin said. "Animals make sense." Vivenna sighed. However, she did notice just then that Parlin had been right on at least one count. She caught sight of a group of Idrians walking along the street nearby, one pulling a cart that had probably once held produce. They were easy to distinguish by their muted dress and the slight accent to their voices. It surprised her that they would come so far to trade. But admittedly, commerce hadn't been particularly robust in Idris lately. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes, and using the shawl to hide the transformation, changed her hair from gray to brown. If there were other Idrians in town, it was unlikely that she would stand out. Trying to act like an old woman would be more suspicious. It still felt wrong to be exposed. In Bavalis, she'd have been recognized instantly. Of course, Bavalis had only a few thousand people in it. The vastly greater scale of Teteller would require a conscious adjustment. She gestured to Parlin, and gritting her teeth, joined the crowd and began making her way toward the marketplace. The inland sea made all the difference. Teteller was a prime port, and the dyes it sold, made from the tears of Edgley, a local flower, made it a center of trade. She could see the evidence all around her: exotic silks and clothing, brown-skinned traders from Tedradel with their long black beards bound with tight leather cords into cylindrical shapes, fresh foodstuffs from cities along the coast. In Idris, the population was spread out thinly across the farms and rangelands. In Hallandren, a country that controlled a good third of the inland sea's coast, things were different. They could burgeon, grow, get flamboyant. In the distance, she could see the plateau that held the Court of Gods, the most profane place beneath Austra's colorful eyes. Inside its walls, within the God King's terrible palace, Ciri was being held captive, prisoner of Sesebron himself. Logically, Vivenna understood her father's decision. In raw political terms, Vivenna was more valuable to Idris. If war was certain, it made sense to send the less useful daughter as a stalling tactic. But it was hard for Vivenna to think of Ciri as less useful. She was gregarious, but she'd also been the one who smiled when others were down. She was the one who brought gifts when nobody was expecting them. She was infuriating, but also innocent. She was Vivenna's baby sister, and someone had to look out for her. The God King would demand an heir. That was to have been Vivenna's duty, her sacrifice for her people. She had been prepared and willing. It felt wrong for Ciri to have to do something so terrible. Her father had made his decision, the best one for Idris. Vivenna had made her own. If there was going to be a war, then Vivenna wanted to be ready to get her sister out of the city the moment it got dangerous. In fact, Vivenna felt there had to be a way to rescue Ciri before the war came, a way of fooling the Hallandren, making them think that Ciri had died. Something that would save Vivenna's sister, yet not further provoke hostilities. This wasn't something her father could condone, so she hadn't told him. Better for him to be able to deny involvement if things went wrong. Vivenna moved down the street, eyes downcast, careful to not draw attention to herself. Getting away from Idris had been surprisingly easy. Who would suspect such a brash move from Vivenna? She who had always been perfect. Nobody wondered when she'd asked for food and supplies, explaining that she wanted to make emergency kits. Nobody questioned when she'd proposed an expedition to the higher reaches to gather important roots, an excuse to disguise the first few weeks of her disappearance. Parlin had been easy enough to persuade. He trusted her, perhaps too much, and he had intimate knowledge of the paths and trails leading down to Hallandren. He'd been as far as the city walls on one scouting trip a year back. With his help, she'd been able to recruit a few of his friends, also woodsmen, to protect her and be part of her expedition. She'd sent the rest of them back earlier that morning. They would be of little use in the city, where she had already arranged for other allies to be her protection. Parlin's friends would carry word to her father, who would already have heard of what she'd done. Before leaving, she'd arranged for her maid to deliver a letter to him. Counting off the days, she realized that her letter would be delivered that very evening. She didn't know what her father's reaction would be. Perhaps he would covertly send soldiers to retrieve her. Perhaps he'd leave her be. She'd warned him that if she saw Idrian soldiers searching for her, she would simply go to the court of gods, explain that there had been a mistake, and trade herself for her sister. She sincerely hoped she wouldn't have to do that. The God King wasn't to be trusted. He might take Vivenna captive and keep Ciri, thereby gaining 2 princesses to provide pleasure instead of 1. Don't think about that, Vivenna told herself, pulling her shawl closer despite the heat. Better to find another way. The first step was to find Lemix, her father's chief spy in Hallandren. Vivenna had corresponded with him on several occasions. Her father had wanted her to be familiar with his best intelligence agent in Teteller, and his foresight would work against him. Lemix knew Vivenna, and had been told to take orders from her. She'd sent the spy a letter, delivered via a messenger, with multiple mounts to allow quick delivery, the day she'd left Idris. Assuming the message had arrived safely, the spy would meet her in the appointed restaurant. Her plan seemed good. She was prepared. Why, then, did she feel so utterly daunted when she entered the market? She stood quietly, a rock in the stream of human traffic flooding down the street. It was such an enormous expanse, covered in tents, pens, buildings, and people. There were no cobblestones here, only sand and dirt with the occasional patch of grass, and there didn't appear to be much reason or direction to the arrangement of buildings. The arbitrary streets had simply been made where people felt like going. Merchants yelled out what they sold, banners waved in the wind, and entertainers vied for attention. It was an orgy of color and motion.
"Wow,"
Parlin said quietly. Vivenna turned, shaking off her stupor. "Weren't you just here?"
"Yeah,"
Parlin said, eyes a little glazed over.
"Wow again."
Vivenna shook her head. "Let's go to the restaurant." Parlin nodded.
"This way."
Vivenna followed him, annoyed. This was Hallandren. She shouldn't be awed by it. She should be disgusted. Yet she was so overwhelmed that it was hard to feel anything beyond a slight sense of sickness. She'd never realized how much she took Idris's beautiful simplicity for granted. Parlin's familiar presence was welcome as the powerful wave of scents, sounds, and sights tried to drown her. In some places, the crowds grew so thick that they had to shove their way through. On occasion, Vivenna found herself on the edge of panic, pressed in by dirty, repulsively colored bodies. Blessedly, the restaurant wasn't too far in, and they arrived just when she thought the sheer excess of the place would make her scream. On its signboard out front, the restaurant had a picture of a boat sailing merrily. If the scents coming from inside were any indication, then the ship represented the restaurant's cuisine. Fish. Vivenna barely kept herself from gagging. She'd eaten fish several times in preparation for her life in Hallandren. She'd never grown to like it. Parlin walked in, immediately stepping to the side and crouching, almost like a wolf, as he let his eyes adjust to the dimness. Vivenna gave the restaurant keeper the fake name Lemix knew to call her by. The restaurant keeper eyed Parlin, then shrugged and led the two of them to one of the tables on the far side of the room. Vivenna sat down. Despite her training, she was a little uncertain what one did at a restaurant. It seemed significant to her that places like restaurants could exist in Hallandren, places meant to feed not travelers, but the locals, who couldn't be bothered to prepare their own food and dine at their own homes. Parlin didn't sit, but remained standing beside her chair, watching the room. He looked as tense as she felt.
"Vivenna,"
he said softly, leaning down.
"Your hair."
She started, realizing that her hair had lightened from the trauma of pushing her way through the crowd. It hadn't bleached completely white. She was far too well trained for that. But it had grown whiter, as if it had been powdered. Feeling a jolt of paranoia, Vivenna replaced the shawl on her head, looking away as the restaurant owner approached to take their order. A short list of meals was scratched into the table, and Parlin finally sat down, drawing the restaurant owner's attention away from Vivenna.
"You're better than this,"
she told herself sternly.
"You've studied Hallandren for most of your life."
Her hair darkened, returning to its brown. The change was subtle enough that if someone had been watching, they would have probably thought it to be a trick of the light. She kept the shawl up, feeling ashamed. One walk through the market, and she lost control? Think of Ciri, she told herself. That gave her strength. Her mission was impromptu, even reckless, but it was important. Calm once again, she put the shawl back down and waited while Parlin chose a dish, a seafood stew, and the innkeeper walked away.
"Now what?"
Parlin asked.
"We wait,"
Vivenna said.
"In my letter, I told Lemix to check the restaurant each day at noon. We will sit here until he arrives."
Parlin nodded, fidgeting.
"What is it?"
Vivenna asked calmly. He glanced toward the door. "I don't trust this place, Vivenna. I can't smell anything but bodies and spices. Can't hear anything but the chatter of people. There's no wind, no trees, no rivers, just people. I know. I want to go back outside, he said. What? She said. Why? If you aren't familiar with a place, he said awkwardly, you need to become familiar with it. He gave no other explanation. Vivenna felt a stab of fear at the thought of being left alone. However, it wasn't proper to demand that Parlin stay and attend her. Do you promise to stay close? He nodded. Then go. He did, walking from the room. He didn't move like one of the Hallandren. His motions were too fluid, too much like a prowling beast. Perhaps I should have sent him back with the others. But the thought of being completely alone had been too much. She needed someone to help her find Lemix. As it was, she felt that she was probably taking too great a risk at entering the city with only one guard, even one as skilled as Parlin. But it was done. No use worrying now. She sat, arms folded on the table, thinking. Back in Idris, her plan to save Ciri had seemed simpler. Now the true nature of it lay before her. Somehow, she had to get into the Court of Gods and sneak her sister out. How would one accomplish something so audacious? Surely the Court of Gods would be well guarded. Lemix will have ideas, she told herself. We don't have to do anything yet. A man sat down at her table. Less colorfully dressed than most Hallandren, he wore an outfit made mostly of brown leather, though he did have a token red cloth vest thrown over the top. This was not Lemix. The spy was an older man in his 50s. This stranger had a long face and styled hair, and couldn't have been older than 35. I hate being a mercenary, the man said. You know why? Shocked, Vivenna sat frozen, mouth open slightly. The prejudice, the man said. Everyone else, they work, they ask for recompense, and they're respected for it. Not mercenaries. We get a bad name just for doing our job. How many minstrels get spat on for accepting payment from the highest bidder? How many bakers feel guilty for selling pastries to one man, then selling more of those same pastries to the man's enemies? He eyed her. No. Only the mercenary. Unfair, wouldn't you say? Who are you? Vivenna finally managed to ask. She jumped as another man sat down on her other side. Large of girth, this man had a cudgel strapped to his back. A colorful bird was sitting on the end of it. I'm Denth, the first man said, taking her hand and shaking it. That's Tonkfa. Pleased, Tonkfa said, taking her hand once Denth was through with it. Unfortunately, Princess, Denth said, we're here to kill you. Chapter 10. Vivenna's hair instantly bleached to a stark white. Think, she told herself. You've been trained in politics. You studied hostage negotiation. But what do you do when you are the hostage? Suddenly, the two men burst out laughing. The larger man thumped the table several times with his hand, causing his bird to squawk. Sorry, Princess, Denth, the thinner man, said, shaking his head. Just a bit of mercenary humor. We kill sometimes, but we don't murder, Tonkfa said. That's assassin's work. Assassins, Denth said, holding up a finger. Now they get respect. Why do you suppose that is? They're really just mercenaries with fancier names. Vivenna blinked, struggling to get control of her nerves. You're not here to kill me, she said, voice stiff. So you're just going to kidnap me? Gods, no, Dent said. Bad business, that. How do you make money at it? Every time you kidnap someone worth the ransom, you upset people a whole lot more powerful than you are. Don't make important people angry, Tongfa said, yawning. Unless you're getting paid by people who are even more powerful. Denth nodded. And that isn't even considering the feeding and care of captives, the exchanging of ransom notes, and the arranging of drop-offs. It's a headache, I tell you. Terrible way to make money. The table fell silent. Vivenna placed her hands flat on its top to keep them from quivering. They know who I am, she thought, forcing herself to think logically. Either they recognize me, or... You work for Lemix, she said. Denth smiled widely. See, Tonk? He said she was a clever one. Guess that's why she's a princess, and we're just mercenaries, Tongfa said. Vivenna frowned. Are they mocking me, or not? Where is Lemix? Why didn't he come himself? Denth smiled again, nodding toward the restaurant owner as the man brought a large pot of steaming stew to the table. It smelled of hot spices and had what appeared to be crab claws floating in it. The owner dropped a group of wooden spoons to the table, then retreated. Denth and Tongfa didn't wait for permission to eat her meal. Your friend, Denth said, grabbing a spoon. Lemix, our employer, isn't doing so well. Fevers, Tongfa said between slurps. He requested that we bring you to him, Denth said. He handed her a folded piece of paper with one hand, while cracking a claw between 3 fingers of the other. Vivenna cringed as he slurped the contents out. Princess, the paper read. Please trust these men. Denth has served me well for some measure now, and he is loyal, if any mercenary can be called loyal. He and his men have been paid, and I am confident he will stay true to us for the duration of his contract. I offer proof of authenticity by virtue of this password. Blue Mask. The writing was in Lemix's hand. More than that, he had given the proper password. Not Blue Mask. That was misdirection. The true password was using the word measure instead of time. She glanced at Denth, who slurped out the insides of another claw. Ah, now, he said, tossing aside the shell. This is the tricky part. She has to make a decision. Are we telling her the truth, or are we fooling her? Have we fabricated that letter? Or maybe we took the old spy captive and tortured him, forcing him to write the words. We could bring you his fingers as proof of our good faith, Tongfa said. Would that help? Vivenna raised an eyebrow. Mercenary humor? Such that it is, Denth said with a sigh. We're not generally a clever lot. Otherwise, we'd probably have selected a profession without such a high mortality rate. Like your profession, Princess, Tonks said. Good lifespans, usually. I've often wondered if I should apprentice myself to one. Vivenna frowned as the 2 men chuckled. Lemix wouldn't have broken under torture, she thought. He's too well trained. Even if he had broken, he wouldn't have included both the real password and the false one. Let's go, she said, standing. Wait, Tongfa said, spoon to lips. We're skipping the rest of our meal? Vivenna eyed the red-colored soup and its bobbing crustacean limbs. Definitely. Lemix coughed quietly. His aged face was streaked with sweat, his skin clammy and pale, and he occasionally gave a whispered mumble of delirious ramblings. Vivenna sat on a stool beside his bed, hands in her lap. The two mercenaries waited with Parlin at the back of the room. The only other person present was a solemn nurse, the same woman who had informed Vivenna in a quiet voice that nothing more could be done. Lemix was dying. It was unlikely that he would last the day. This was the first Vivenna had seen Lemix's face, though she'd often corresponded with him. The face looked wrong. She knew that Lemix was growing old. That made him a better spy, for few looked for spies among the elderly. Yet he wasn't supposed to be this frail stick of a person, shaking and coughing. He was supposed to be a spry, quick-tongued old gentleman. That was what she had imagined. She felt like she was losing one of her dearest friends, though she had never really known him. With him went her refuge in Hallandren, her secret advantage. He was the one she had supposed would make this insane plan of hers work. The skilled, crafty mentor she had counted on having at her side. He coughed again. The nurse glanced at Vivenna. "He goes in and out of lucidity, my lady. Just this morning he spoke of you, but now he's getting worse and worse." "Thank you," Vivenna said quietly. "You are excused." The woman bowed and left. Now it is time to be a princess, Vivenna thought, rising and leaning over Lemix's bed. "Lemix," she said, "I need you to pass on your knowledge. How do I contact your spy networks? Where are the other Idrian agents in the city? What are the passcodes that will get them to listen to me?" He coughed, staring unseeingly, whispering something. She leaned closer. "Never say it," he said. "You can torture me all that you want. I won't give in." Vivenna sat back. By design, the Idrian spy network in Hallandren was loosely organized. Her father knew all of their agents, but Vivenna had only ever communicated with Lemix, the leader and coordinator of the network. She gritted her teeth, leaning forward again. She felt like a grave robber as she shook Lemix's head slightly. "Lemix, look at me. I'm not here to torture you. I'm the princess. You received a letter from me earlier. Now I've come to you." "Can't fool me," the old man whispered. "Your torture is nothing. I won't give it up. Not to you." Vivenna sighed, looking away. Suddenly, Lemix shuddered, and a wave of color washed across the bed, over Vivenna, and pulsed along the floor before fading. Despite herself, Vivenna stepped back in shock. Another pulse came. It wasn't color itself, it was a wave of enhanced color, a ripple that made the hues in the room stand out more as it passed. The floor, the sheets, her own dress, it all flared to vibrant vividness for a second, then faded back to the original hues. "What in Austra's name was that?" Vivenna asked. "Biochromatic breath, princess," Denth said as he stood, leaning against the doorframe. "Old Lemix has a lot of it. Couple hundred breaths, I'd guess." "That's impossible," Vivenna said. "He's Idrian. He'd never accept breath." Denth shot a look at Tonkfa, who was scratching his parrot's neck. The bulky soldier just shrugged. Another wave of color came from Lemix. "He's dying, princess," Denth said.
His breath is going irregular.
Vivenna glared at Denth. He doesn't have... Something grabbed her arm. She jumped, looking down at Lemix, who had managed to reach up and take hold of her. He was focused on her face.
"Princess Vivenna,"
he said, eyes showing some lucidity at last. "Lemix," she said, "your contacts. You have to give them to me."
"I've done something bad, Princess."
She froze.
"Breath, Princess,"
he said.
"I inherited it from my predecessor, and I've bought more. A lot more."
God of colors, Vivenna thought, with a sick feeling in her stomach.
"I know it was wrong,"
Lemix whispered.
"But I felt so powerful. I could make the very dust of the earth obey my command. It was for the good of Idris. Men with breath are respected here in Hallandren. I could get into parties where I normally would have been excluded. I could go to the court of gods when I wished, and hear the court assembly. The breath extended my life, made me spry despite my age.
He blinked, eyes unfocusing.
"Oh, Astra,"
he whispered.
"I've damned myself. I've gained notoriety through abusing the souls of others. And now, I'm dying."
"Lemix," Vivenna said, "don't think about that now. Names. I need names and passcodes. Don't leave me alone."
"Damned," he whispered. "Someone take it. Please take it away from me."
Vivenna tried to pull back, but he still held on to her arm. She shuddered, thinking about the breath he held.
"You know, Princess,"
Denth said from behind,
"nobody really tells mercenaries anything. It's unfortunate, but very realistic. Drawback of our profession. Never trusted. Never looked to for advice."
She glanced back at him. He leaned against the door, Tonk Fa a short distance away. Parlin stood there as well, holding that ridiculous green hat in his fingers.
"Now, if someone were to ask my opinion,"
Denth continued,
"I'd point out how much those breaths are worth. Sell them, and you'd have enough money to buy your own spy network, or pretty much anything else you wanted."
Vivenna looked back at the dying man. He was mumbling to himself.
"If he dies," Denth said, "that breath dies with him. All of it."
"A shame," Tonk Fa said. Vivenna paled. "I will not traffic in the souls of men. I don't care how much they're worth."
"Suit yourself," Denth said. "Hope nobody suffers when your mission fails, though."
"Ciri." "No," Vivenna said, partially to herself. "I couldn't take them." It was true. Even the thought of letting someone else's breath mingle with her own, the idea of drawing another person's soul into her own body, made her sick. Vivenna turned back to the dying spy. His biochroma was burning brightly now, and his sheets practically glowed. It was better to let that breath die with him. Yet, without Lemix, she would have no help in the city. No one to guide her and provide refuge for her. She'd barely brought along enough money to cover lodging and meals, let alone bribes or supplies. She told herself that taking the breath would be like using goods one had found in a bandit's cavern. Did you throw it away just because it had originally been acquired through crime? Her training and lessons whispered that she needed resources badly, and that the damage had already been done. No, she thought again,
It just isn't right. I can't hold it. I couldn't. Of course, perhaps it would be wise to let someone else hold the breaths for a time. Then she could think about what to do with them at her leisure. Maybe even find the people they had been taken from and give them back. She turned back, glancing at Denth and Tonk Fa. "Don't look at me like that, Princess," Denth said, chuckling. "I see the glint in your eyes. I'm not going to keep that breath for you. Having that much biochroma makes a man far too important." Tonk Fa nodded. "It'd be like hiking about the city with a bag of gold on your back." "I like my breath the way it is," Denth said. "I only need one, and it's functioning just fine. Keeps me alive, doesn't draw attention to me, and sits there waiting to be sold if I need it." Vivenna glanced at Parlin, but no, she couldn't force the breath on him. She turned back to Denth. "What kind of things does your agreement with Lemix provide for?" Denth glanced at Tonk Fa, then glanced back at her. The look in his eyes was enough. He was paid to obey. He'd take the breath if she commanded it. "Come here," she said, nodding to a stool beside her. Denth approached reluctantly. "You know, Princess," he said, sitting, "if you give me that breath, then I could just run off with it. I'd be a wealthy man. You wouldn't want to put that kind of temptation into the hands of an unscrupulous mercenary now, would you?" She hesitated. If he runs off with it, then what do I lose? That would solve a lot of problems for her. "Take it," she ordered. He shook his head. "That's not the way it works. Our friend there has to give it to me." She looked at the old man. She began to command Lemix to do just that, but she had second thoughts. Astra wouldn't want her to take the breath, no matter what the circumstances. A man who took breath from others was worse than a slaver. "No," she said. "No, I've changed my mind. We won't take the breath." At that moment, Lemix stopped his mumbling. He looked up, meeting Vivenna's eyes. His hand was still on her arm. "My life to yours," he said in an eerily clear voice, his grip tight on her arm as she jumped back. "My breath become yours." A vibrant cloud of shifting, iridescent air burst from his mouth, puffing toward her. Vivenna closed her mouth, eyes wide, hair white. She ripped her arm free from Lemix's grip, even as his face grew dull, his eyes losing their luster, the colors around him fading. The breath shot toward her. Her closed mouth had no effect. The breath struck, hitting her like a physical force, washing across her body. She gasped, falling to her knees, body quivering with a perverse pleasure. She could suddenly feel the other people in the room. She could sense them watching her. And, as if a light had been lit, everything around her became more vibrant, more real, and more alive. She gasped, shaking in awe. She vaguely heard Parlin rushing to her side, speaking her name, but, oddly, the only thing she could think of was the melodic quality of his voice. She could pick out each tone in every word he spoke. She knew them instinctively. "Astra, god of colors," she thought, steadying herself with one hand against the wooden floor as the shakes subsided. "What have I done?" Chapter 11. "But surely we can bend the rules a little bit," Ciri said.
walking quickly beside Trelades. Trelades eyed her. The priest, high priest of the God King, would have been tall even without the elaborate mitre on his head. With it, he seemed to tower over her almost like one of the returned. Well, a spindly, obnoxious, disdainful returned. "An exception?" he asked, with his leisurely Hallandran accent. "No, I do not think that will be possible, Vessel." "I don't see why not," Ciri said, as a servant pulled open the door in front of them, allowing them to leave a green-colored room and pass into a blue one. Trelades respectfully let her pass through the doorway first, though she sensed that he was displeased he had to do so. Ciri ground her teeth, trying to think of another avenue of attack. Vivenna would be calm and logical, she thought. She'd explain why she should be allowed to leave the palace in a way that made sense, so that the priest listened to her. Ciri took a deep breath, trying to ease the red from her hair and the frustration from her attitude. "Look, couldn't I, maybe, go on one trip outside? Just into the court itself?" "Impossible," Trelades said. "If you lack for entertainment, why not have your servants send for minstrels or jugglers? I'm sure they could keep you occupied." "And out of my hair," his tone seemed to imply. Couldn't he understand? It wasn't lack of something to do that frustrated her. It was that she couldn't see the sky, couldn't run away from walls and locks and rules. Barring that, she would have settled for someone to talk to. "At least let me meet with one of the gods. I mean, really, what is accomplished by keeping me locked up like this?" "You're not locked up, Vessel," Trelades said. "You are observing a period of isolation in which you can dedicate yourself to contemplating your new place in life. It is an ancient and worthy practice, one that shows respect for the God King and his divine monarchy." "Yes, but this is Hallandran," Ciri said. "It's the land of laxness and frivolity. Surely you can see your way to making an exception." Trelades stopped short. "We do not make exceptions in matters of religion, Vessel. I must assume that you are testing me in some way, for I find it hard to believe that anyone worthy of touching our God King could harbor such vulgar thoughts." Ciri cringed. "Less than a week in the city," she thought, "and I've already started letting my tongue get me into trouble." Ciri didn't dislike people. She loved to talk to them, spend time with them, laugh with them. However, she couldn't make them do what she wanted, not in the way that a politician was supposed to be able to do. That was something she should have learned from Vivenna. She and Trelades continued walking. Ciri wore a long, flowing brown skirt that covered her feet and had a train that trailed behind her. The priest was wearing golds and maroons, colors matched by the servants. It still amazed her that everyone in the palace had so many costumes, even if they were identical, save for color. She knew that she shouldn't let herself get annoyed with the priests. They already didn't seem to like her, and getting snappish wouldn't help. It was just that the last few days had been so dull. Trapped in the palace, unable to leave, unable to find anyone to talk to, she felt herself nearly going mad. But there would be no exceptions, apparently. "Will that be all, Vessel?" Trelades asked, pausing beside a door. It almost seemed like he found it a chore to remain civil toward her. Ciri sighed, but nodded. The priest bowed, then opened the door and quickly rushed away. Ciri watched him go, tapping her foot, arms folded. Her servants stood arrayed behind her, silent as always. She considered finding Bluefingers, but no. He always had so much to do, and she felt bad distracting him. Sighing again, she motioned for her servants to prepare the evening meal. Two fetched a chair from the side of the room. Ciri sat, resting as food was gathered. The chair was plush, but it was still difficult to sit in a way that didn't aggravate one of her aches or cramps. Each of the last 6 nights, she had been forced to kneel, naked, until she finally grew so drowsy that she drifted off. Sleeping on the hard stone had left a dull, persistent pain in her back and neck. Each morning, once the God King was gone, she moved to the bed. When she awoke the second time, she burned the sheets. After that, she chose her clothing. There was a new array each time, with no repeated outfits. She wasn't sure where the servants got such a steady supply of clothing in Ciri's size, but it made her hesitant about choosing her daily costume. She knew that she'd likely never see any of the options again. After dressing, she was free to do as she wished, assuming she didn't leave the palace. When night came, she was bathed, then given a choice of luxurious gowns to wear into the bedchamber. As a matter of comfort, she had started requesting more and more ornate gowns, with more fabric to use in sleeping. She often wondered what the dressmakers would think if they knew that their gowns were only worn for a few brief moments before being discarded to the floor, then eventually used as blankets. She didn't own anything, yet could have whatever she wanted. Exotic foods, furniture, entertainers, books, art. She only needed to ask. And yet, when she was finished, it was removed. She had everything and nothing at the same time. She yawned. The interrupted sleep schedule left her bleary-eyed and tired. The completely empty days didn't help either. If only there was someone to talk to. But servants, priests, and scribes were all locked into their formal roles. That accounted for everyone she interacted with. Well, except him. Could she even call that interacting? The God King appeared to enjoy looking at her body, but he'd never given her any indication that he wanted more. He simply let her kneel, those eyes of his watching and dissecting her. That was the sum total of their marriage. The servants finished putting out her dinner, then lined up by the wall. It was getting late, almost time for her nightly bathing. I'll have to eat quickly, she thought, sitting at the table. After all, I wouldn't want to be late for the evening's ogling. A few hours later, Ciri stood bathed, perfumed, and dressed before the massive golden door that led into the God King's bedchamber. She breathed deeply, calming herself, anxiety bringing her hair to a pale brown. She still hadn't gotten used to this part. It was silly. She knew what would happen, and yet the anticipation, the fear, was still there. The God King's actions proved the power he had over her. One day he would take her, and it could come at any time. Part of her wished he'd just be done with it. The extended dread was even worse than that first single evening of terror. She shivered. Bluefingers eyed her. Perhaps eventually he'd trust her to arrive at the bedchamber on time. Each night so far, he'd come to escort her. At least he hasn't shown up while I'm bathing again. The warm water and pleasant scents should have made her relax. Unfortunately, she tended to spend each bath worrying about either her impending visit to the God King or some male servant walking in on her. She glanced at Bluefingers. "A few more minutes, Vessel," he said. How does he know? She thought. The man seemed to have a supernatural sense of time. She hadn't seen any form of timepiece in the palace, neither sundial, metered candle, nor water clock. In Hallandren, apparently, gods and queens didn't worry about such things. They had servants to remind them of appointments. Bluefingers glanced at the door, then at her. When he saw that she was watching him, he immediately turned away. As he stood, he started shuffling his weight from foot to foot. What does he have to be nervous about? She thought with annoyance, turning to stare at the door's intricate gold designs. He's not the one who has to go through this every night. Do things go well with the God King, then? Bluefingers asked suddenly. Ciri frowned. I can see that you're tired a lot of the time, Bluefingers said. I guess that means you are very active at night. That's good, right? Everyone wants an heir as soon as possible. Yes, of course, Bluefingers said, wringing his hands. It's just that... He trailed off, then glanced at her, meeting her eyes. You just might want to be careful, Vessel. Keep your wits about you. Try to stay alert. Her hair bleached the rest of the way white. You make it sound as if I'm in danger, she said softly. What? Danger? Bluefingers said, glancing to the side. Nonsense. What would you have to fear? I was simply suggesting that you remain alert. Should the God King have needs you should fulfill. Ah, see, now it's time. Enjoy your evening, Vessel. With that, he pushed open the door, placed a hand on her back, and guided her into the room. At the last moment, he moved his head up next to hers. You should watch yourself, child, he whispered. Not all here in the palace is as it seems. Ciri frowned, turning, but Bluefingers plastered on a false smile and pushed the door shut. What in Austra's name was that? She thought, pausing for what was probably too long a time as she stared at the door. Finally, she sighed, turning away. The usual fire crackled in the hearth, but it was smaller than previously. He was there. Ciri didn't need to look to see him. As her eyes grew more accustomed to the darkness, she could notice that the fire's colors, blue, orange, even black, were far too true, far too vibrant. Her gown, a brilliant golden satin, seemed to burn with its own inner color. Anything that was white, some of the lace on her dress, for instance, bent slightly, giving off a rainbow of colors as if seen through a prism. Part of her wished for a well-lit room where she could experience the full beauty of biochroma. But, of course, that wasn't right. The God King's breath was a perversion. He was fed on the souls of his people, and the colors he evoked came at their expense. Shivering, Ciri undid the side of her dress, then let the garment fall to pieces around her. The long sleeves slipping free, bodice falling forward, skirt and gown rustling as they dropped to the floor. She completed the ritual, sliding the straps of her shift off her shoulders, then dropping the garment to the floor beside the gown. She stepped free of both, then bowed herself down into her customary posture. Her back complained, and she ruefully contemplated another uncomfortable night. The least they could do, she thought, is make certain the fire is large enough. At night, in the large stone palace, it got chilly, despite the Hallandren tropical climate, particularly if one were naked. Focus on Bluefingers, she thought, trying to distract herself. What did he mean? Things aren't what they seem in the palace? Was he referring to the God King and his ability to have her killed? She was well aware of the God King's power. How could she forget it, with him sitting not 15 feet away watching from the shadows? No, that wasn't it. He'd felt he'd needed to give this warning quietly.
without others hearing. Watch yourself. It smelled of politics. She gritted her teeth. If she'd paid more attention to her tutors, might she have been able to pick out a more subtle meaning in Bluefinger's warning? As if I needed something else to be confused about, she thought. If Bluefingers had something to tell her, why hadn't he just said it? As the minutes passed, his words turned over and over in her mind like a restless sleeper, but she was too uncomfortable and cold to come to any conclusions. That only left her feeling more annoyed. Vivenna would have figured it out. Vivenna probably would have known instinctively why the God King hadn't chosen to sleep with her. She would have fixed it the first night. But Ciri was incompetent. She tried so hard to do as Vivenna would have, to be the best wife she could, to serve Idris, to be the woman that everyone expected her to be. But she wasn't. She couldn't just keep doing this. She felt trapped in the palace. She couldn't get the priests to do more than roll their eyes at her. She couldn't even tempt the God King to bed her. On top of that, she could very well be in danger, and she couldn't even understand why or how. In simpler terms, she was just plain frustrated. Groaning at her aching limbs, Ciri sat up in the dark room and looked at the shadowy form in the corner. "Will you please just get on with it?" she blurted out. Silence. Ciri felt her hair bleach a terrible bone white as she realized what she'd just done. She stiffened, casting her eyes down, weariness fleeing in the face of sudden anxiety. What had she been thinking? The God King could call servants to execute her. In fact, he didn't even need to do that. He could bring her own dress to life, awakening it to strangle her. He could make the rug rise up and smother her. He could probably bring the ceiling down on her, all without moving from his chair. Ciri waited, breathing with shallow anxiety, anticipating the fury and retribution, but nothing happened. Minutes passed. Finally, Ciri glanced up. The God King had moved, sitting up straighter, regarding her from his darkened chair beside the bed. She could see his eyes reflecting the firelight. She couldn't make out much of his face, but he didn't seem angry. He just seemed cold and distant. She almost cast her eyes down again, but hesitated. If snapping at him wouldn't provoke a reaction, then looking at him wasn't likely to either. So she turned her chin up and met his eyes, knowing full well that she was being foolish. Vivenna would never have provoked the man. She would have remained quiet and demure, either solving the problem or, if there was no solution, kneeling every night until her patience impressed even the God King of Hallandren. But Ciri was not Vivenna. She was just going to have to accept that fact. The God King continued to look at her, and Ciri found herself blushing. She'd knelt before him naked 6 nights in a row, but facing him unclothed was more embarrassing. Still, she didn't back down. She continued to kneel, watching him, forcing herself to stay awake. It was difficult. She was tired, and the position was actually less comfortable than bowing had been. She watched anyway, waiting, the hours passing. Eventually, at about the same time that he left the room every night, the God King stood up. Ciri stiffened, shocked, alert. However, he simply walked to the door. He tapped quietly, and it opened for him. Servants waiting on the other side. He stepped out, and the door closed. Ciri waited tensely.
No soldiers came to arrest her. No priests came to chastise her. Eventually, she just walked over to the bed and burrowed into its covers, savoring the warmth. The God King's wrath, she thought drowsily, is decidedly less wrathful than reported. With that, she fell asleep. Chapter 12. Eventually, Lightsong had to hear petitions. It was annoying, since the wedding jubilation wouldn't even be over for another few days. The people, however, needed their gods. He knew he shouldn't feel annoyed. He'd gotten most of a week off for the wedding fete, conspicuously unattended by either the bride or groom, and that was enough. All he had to do was spend a few hours each day looking at art and listening to the woes of the people. It wasn't much, even if it did wear away at his sanity. He sighed, sitting back in his throne. He wore an embroidered cap on his head, matched by a loose robe of gold and red. The garment wrapped over both shoulders, twisted about his body, and was hung with golden tassels. Like all of his clothing, it was even more complicated to put on than it looked. If my servants were to suddenly leave me, he thought with amusement, I'd be totally incapable of getting dressed. He leaned his head on one fist, elbow on the throne's armrest. This room of his palace opened directly out onto the lawn. Harsh weather was rare in Hallandren, and a cool breeze blew in off the sea, smelling of brine. He closed his eyes, breathing in. He dreamed of war again last night. Larimar had found that particularly meaningful. Lightsong was just disturbed. Everyone said that if war did come, Hallandren would easily win. But if that were the case, then why did he always dream of Teteller burning? Not some distant Idrian city, but his own home. It means nothing, he told himself. Just a manifestation of my own worries. Next petition, Your Grace, Larimar whispered from his side. Lightsong sighed, opening his eyes. Both edges of the room were lined with priests in their coifs and robes. Where had he gotten so many? Did any god need that much attention? He could see a line of people extending outside onto the lawn. They were a sorry, forlorn lot, several coughing from some malady or another. So many, he thought, as a woman was led into the room. He'd been seeing petitioners for over an hour already. I guess I should have expected this. It's been almost a week. Scoot, he said, turning to his priest. Go tell those waiting people to sit down in the grass. There's no reason for them to all stand there like that. This could take some time. Larimar hesitated. Standing was, of course, a sign of respect. However, he nodded, waving over a lesser priest to carry the message. Such a crowd, waiting to see me, Lightsong thought. What will it take to convince the people that I'm useless? What would it take to get them to stop coming to him? After 5 years of petitions, he honestly wasn't certain if he could take another 5. The newest petitioner approached his throne. She carried a child in her arms. Not a child, Lightsong thought, cringing mentally. Great one, the woman said, falling to her knees on the carpet. Lord of bravery. Lightsong didn't speak. This is my child, Holland, the woman said, holding out the baby. As it got close enough to Lightsong's aura, the blanket burst with a sharp blue color 2.5 steps from pure. He could easily see that the child was suffering from a terrible sickness. It had lost so much weight that its skin was shriveled. The baby's breath was so weak that it flickered like a candle running out of wick. It would be dead before the day was out. Perhaps before the hour was out.
The healers. They say he has death fever,
the woman said.
I know that he's going to die.
The baby made a sound, a kind of half-cough, perhaps the closest it could get to a cry.
Please, Great One,
the woman said. She sniffled, then bowed her head.
Oh, please. He was brave, like you. My breath, it would be yours. The breaths of my entire family. Service for 100 years, anything. Please, just heal him.
Lightsong closed his eyes.
Please,
the woman whispered. I cannot, Lightsong said. Silence. I cannot, Lightsong said.
Thank you, my lord,
the woman finally whispered. Lightsong opened his eyes to see the woman being led away, weeping quietly, child clutched close to her breast. The line of people watched her go, looking miserable, yet hopeful at the same time. One more petitioner had failed. That meant they would get a chance. A chance to beg Lightsong to kill himself. Lightsong stood suddenly, grabbing the cap off his head and tossing it aside. He rushed away, throwing open a door at the back of the room. It slammed against the wall as he stumbled through. Servants and priests immediately followed after him. He turned on them. Go, he said, waving them away. Many of them showed looks of surprise, unaccustomed to any kind of forcefulness on their master's part. Leave me be, he shouted, towering over them. Colors in the room flared brighter in response to his emotion, and the servants backed down, confused, stumbling back out into the petition hall and pulling the door closed. Lightsong stood alone. He placed one hand against the wall, breathing in and out, the other hand against his forehead. Why was he sweating so? He'd been through thousands of petitions, and many had been worse than the one he'd just seen. He'd sent pregnant women to their deaths, doomed children and parents, consigned the innocent and the faithful to misery. There was no reason to overreact. He could take it. It was a little thing, really. Just like absorbing the breath of a new person every week, a small price to pay. The door opened, and a figure stepped in. Lightsong didn't turn. What do they want of me, Larimar? He demanded. Do they really think I'll do it? Lightsong, the selfish. Do they really think I'd give my life for one of them? Larimar was quiet for a few moments. You offer hope, Your Grace, he finally said. A last, unlikely hope. Hope is part of faith, part of the knowledge that someday one of your followers will receive a miracle. And if they're wrong? Lightsong asked. I have no desire to die. I'm an idle man, fond of luxury. People like me don't give up their lives, even if they do happen to be gods. Larimar didn't reply. The good ones are already dead, Scoot, Lightsong said. Calmseer, Brighthue, those were gods who would give themselves away. The rest of us are selfish. There hasn't been a petition granted in, 3 years? About that, Your Grace, Larimar said quietly. And why should it be otherwise? Lightsong said, laughing a bit. I mean,
we have to die to heal one of them. Doesn't that strike you as ridiculous? What kind of religion encourages its members to come and petition for their god's life? Lightsong shook his head. It's ironic. We're gods to them only until they kill us. And I think I might know why the gods give in. It's those petitions, being forced to sit day after day, knowing that you could save one of them, that you probably should, since your life isn't really worth anything. That's enough to drive a man mad. Enough to drive him to kill himself. He smiled, glancing at his high priest. Suicide by divine manifestation. Very dramatic. Shall I call off the rest of the petitions, Your Grace? Larimar gave no sign of being annoyed by the outburst. Sure, why not? Lightsong said, waving a hand. They really need a lesson in theology. They should already know what a useless god I am. Send them away. Tell them to come back tomorrow. Assuming that they are foolish enough to do so. Yes, Your Grace, Larimar said, bowing. Doesn't that man ever get mad at me? Lightsong thought. He, more than anyone, should know that I'm not a person to rely upon. Lightsong turned, walking away as Larimar went back into the petition room. No servants tried to follow him. Lightsong pushed his way through red-hued room after red-hued room, eventually finding his way to a stairwell and climbing up to the second story. This floor was open on all sides, really nothing more than a large covered patio. He walked to the far side, the one opposite the line of people. The breeze was strong here. He felt it plucking at his robes, bringing with it scents that had traveled hundreds of miles, crossed the ocean, twisting around palm trees and finally entering the court of gods. He stood there for a long time, looking out over the city, toward the sea beyond. He had no desire, despite what he sometimes said, to leave his comfortable home in the court. He wasn't a man of jungles. He was a man of parties. But sometimes he wished that he could at least want to be something else. Blushweaver's words still weighed upon him. You'll have to stand for something eventually, Lightsong. You're a god to these people. He was, whether he wanted to be or not. That was the frustrating part. He'd tried his best to be useless and vain, and still they came. We could use your confidence. You're a better man than you give yourself credit for being. Why did it seem that the more he demonstrated himself to be an idiot, the more convinced people became that he had some kind of hidden depths? By implication, they called him a liar in the same breath that they complimented his presumed inner virtue. Did no one understand that a man could be both likable and useless? Not every quick-tongued fool was a hero in disguise. His life sense alerted him of Larimar's return long before footsteps did. The priest walked up to join Lightsong alongside the wall. Larimar rested his arms on the railing, which, being built for a god, was about a foot too high for the priest. They're gone, Larimar said. Ah, very good, Lightsong said. I do believe that we've accomplished something today. I've fled from my responsibilities, screamed at my servants, and sat about pouting. Undoubtedly, this will convince everyone that I'm even more noble and honorable than they previously assumed. Tomorrow, there will be twice as many petitions, and I shall continue my inexorable march toward utter madness. You can't go mad,
Larimar said softly. It's impossible.
Sure I can, Lightsong said. I just have to concentrate long enough. You see, the great thing about madness is that it's all in your head.
Larimar shook his head. I see you've been restored to your normal humor.
Scoot, you wound me. My humor is anything but normal.
They stood silently for a few more minutes, Larimar offering no chastisement or commentary on his god's actions, just like a good little priest. That made Lightsong think of something.
Scoot, you're my high priest.
Yes, Your Grace. Lightsong sighed.
You really need to pay attention to the lines I'm feeding you, Scoot. You really should have said something pithy there.
I apologize, Your Grace.
Just try harder next time. Anyway, you know about theology and that sort of thing, correct?
I've studied my share, Your Grace.
Well then, what is the point, religiously, of having gods that can only heal one person, then die? It seems counterproductive to me. Easy way to depopulate your pantheon.
Larimar leaned forward, staring out over the city. It's complicated, Your Grace. Returned aren't just gods. They're men who died, but who decided to come back and offer blessings and knowledge. After all, only one who has died can have anything useful to say about the other side.
True, I suppose.
The thing is, Your Grace, returned aren't meant to stay. We extend their lives, giving them extra time to bless us. But they're really only supposed to remain alive as long as it takes them to do what they need to.
Need to? Lightsong said. That seems rather vague.
Larimar shrugged. Returned have goals, objectives, which are their own. You knew of yours before you decided to come back, but the process of leaping across the iridescent wave leaves the memory fragmented. Stay long enough and you'll remember what you came to accomplish. The petitions, they're a way of helping you to remember.
So I've come back to save one person's life? Lightsong said, frowning, but feeling embarrassed. In 5 years, he'd spent little time studying his own theology. But, well, that was the sort of thing priests were for.
Not necessarily, Your Grace, Larimar said. You may have come back to save one person, but more likely, there is information about the future, or the afterlife, that you felt you needed to share, or perhaps some great event in which you felt you needed to participate. Remember, it was the heroic way in which you died that gave you the power to return in the first place. What you are to do might relate to that, somehow. Larimar trailed off slightly, his eyes growing unfocused. You saw something, Lightsong? On the other side, the future is visible, like a scroll that stretches into the eternal harmonics of the cosmos. Something you saw, something about the future, worried you. Rather than remaining at peace, you took the opportunity that your brave death afforded you, and you returned to the world. Determined to fix a problem, share information, or otherwise help those who continued to live. Someday, once you feel that you've accomplished your task, you can use the petitions to find someone who deserves your breath. Then you can continue your journey across the iridescent wave. Our job
as your followers, is to provide breath for you and keep you alive until you can accomplish your goal, whatever it may be. In the meantime, we pray for auguries and blessings, which can be gleaned only from one who has touched the future, as you have. Lightsong didn't respond immediately. And if I don't believe? In what, Your Grace? In any of it, Lightsong said. That returned are gods, that these visions are anything more than random inventions of my brain. What if I don't believe that I had any purpose or plan in returning? Then maybe that's what you came back to discover. So, wait. You're saying that on the other side, where I obviously believed in the other side, I realized that if I returned, I wouldn't believe in the other side, so I came back with the purpose of discovering faith in the other side, which I only lost because I returned in the first place? Larimar paused. Then he smiled. That last one breaks down a little bit in the face of logic, doesn't it? Yeah, a little bit, Lightsong said, smiling back. He turned, eyes falling on the God King's palace, standing like a monument above the other court structures. What do you think of her? The new queen? Larimar asked. I haven't met her, Your Grace. She won't be presented for another few days. Not the person, the implications. Larimar glanced at him. Your Grace, that smells of an interest in politics. Blah, blah, yes, I know. Lightsong is a hypocrite. I'll do penance for it later. Now answer the blasted question. Larimar smiled. I don't know what to think of her, Your Grace. The court of 20 years ago thought bringing a royal daughter here was a good idea. Yes, Lightsong thought, but that court is gone. The gods had thought melding the royal line back into Hallandren would be a good idea, but those gods, the ones who had believed they knew how to deal with the Idrian girl's arrival, were now dead. They'd left inferior replacements. If what Larimar said was true, then there was something important about the things Lightsong saw. Those visions of war, and the terrible sense of foreboding. For reasons he couldn't explain, it felt to him like his people were barreling headfirst down a mountain slope, completely ignorant of a bottomless chasm hidden in the cleft of the lands before them. The full court assembly meets in judgment tomorrow, doesn't it? Lightsong said, still looking at the Black Palace. Yes, Your Grace. Contact Blushweaver. See if I can share a box with her during the judgments. Perhaps she will distract me. You know what a headache politics gives me. You can't get headaches, Your Grace. In the distance, Lightsong could see the rejected petitioners trailing out of the gates, returning to the city, leaving their gods behind. Could have fooled me, he said quietly. Ciri stood in the dark black bedroom, wearing her shift, looking out the window. The God King's palace was higher than the surrounding wall, and the bedroom faced east, out over the sea. She watched the distant waves, feeling the heat of the afternoon sun. While she was wearing the thin shift, the warmth was actually pleasant, and it was tempered by a cool breeze blowing in off the ocean. The wind teased her long hair, ruffling the fabric of her shift. She should be dead. She had spoken directly to the God King, had sat up and made a demand of him. She'd waited all morning for punishment. There had been none. She leaned down against the windowsill, arms crossed on the stone, closing her eyes and feeling the sea breeze. A part of her was still aghast at the way she had acted. That part was growing smaller and smaller.
I've been going about things wrong here, she thought. I've let myself be pushed about by my fears and worries. She didn't usually take time to bother with fears and worries. She just did what seemed right. She was beginning to feel that she should have stood up to the God King days ago. Perhaps she wasn't being cautious enough. Perhaps punishment would still come. However, for the moment, she felt as if she'd accomplished something. She smiled, opening her eyes, and let her hair change to a determined golden yellow. It was time to stop being afraid. Chapter 13. I'll give it away, Vivenna said firmly. She sat with the mercenaries in Lemix's home. It was the day after the breaths had been forced upon her, and she had spent a restless night, letting the mercenaries and the nurse see to the disposal of Lemix's body. She didn't remember falling asleep from the exhaustion and stress of the day, but she did remember lying down to rest for a short time in the other upstairs bedroom. When she'd awoken, she'd been surprised to find that the mercenaries were still there. Apparently, they and Parlin had slept downstairs. A night's perspective hadn't helped her much with her problems. She still had all of that filthy breath, and she still had no idea what she was going to do in Hallandren without Lemix. At least with the breath, she had an idea of what to do. It could be given away. They were in Lemix's sitting room. Like most places in Hallandren, the room was swollen with colors. The walls were made from thin strips of reed-like wood, stained in bright yellows and greens. Vivenna couldn't help but notice that she saw each color more vibrantly now. She had a strangely precise sense of color. She could divide its shades and hues, understanding instinctively how close each color was to the ideal. It was like perfect pitch for the eyes. It was very, very difficult not to see beauty in the colors. Denth leaned against the far wall. Tonk Fa lounged on a couch, yawning periodically, his colorful bird perched on his foot. Parlin had gone to stand watch outside. "Give it away, princess?" Denth asked. "The breath," Vivenna said. She sat on a kitchen stool, instead of one of the overly plush chairs or couches. "We will go out and find unfortunate people who have been raped by your culture, their breath stolen, and I will give each one a breath." Denth shot a glance at Tonk Fa, who simply yawned. "Princess," Denth said, "you can't give breath away one at a time. You have to give it all away at once." "Including your own breath," Tonk Fa said. Denth nodded. "That would leave you as a drab." Vivenna's stomach churned at that, the thought of not only losing the new beauty and color, but her own breath, her soul. Well, it was almost enough to turn her hair white. "No," she said. "That's not an option, then." The room fell silent. "She could awaken stuff," Tonk Fa noted, wiggling his foot, making his bird squawk. "Stick the breath inside of a pair of pants or something." "That's a good point," Denth said. "What does that entail?" Vivenna asked. "You bring something to life, princess," Denth said. "An inanimate object. That'll draw out some of your breath and leave the object kind of alive. Most awakeners do it temporarily, but I don't see why you couldn't just leave the breath there." Awakening. Taking the souls of men and using them to create unliving monstrosities. Somehow, Vivenna felt that Ostra would find that an even greater sin than simply bearing the breath. She sighed, shaking her head. The problem with the breath was, in a way, just a distraction.
One she feared she was using to keep herself from dwelling on the lack of Lemix. What was she going to do? Denth sat down in a chair beside her, resting his feet on the sitting table. He kept himself better groomed than Tonk Fa, his dark hair pulled back into a neat tail, his face clean-shaven. "I hate being a mercenary," he said. "You know why?" She raised an eyebrow. "No job security," Denth said, leaning back in his chair. "The kinds of things we do, they tend to be dangerous and unpredictable. Our employers have a habit of dying off on us." "Though usually not from the chills," Tonk Fa noted. "Swords tend to be the method of choice." "Take our current predicament," Denth said. "No more employer. That leaves us without any real direction." Vivenna froze. "Does that mean their contract is over?" "They know I'm Princess of Idris. What will they do with that information? Is that why they stayed here last night, rather than leaving? Are they planning to blackmail me?" Denth eyed her. "You see that?" he asked, turning to Tonk Fa. "Yeah," Tonk Fa said. "She's thinking it." Denth leaned back further in his chair. "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Why does everyone assume that when a mercenary's contract is over, he'll betray them? You think we go around stabbing people for the fun of it? You think a surgeon has this problem? Do you think people worry that the moment they're done paying him, he'll laugh maniacally and cut off their toes?" "I like cutting off toes," Tonk Fa noted. "That's different," Denth said. "You wouldn't do it simply because your contract ran out, would you?" "Nah," Tonk Fa said. "Toes is toes." Vivenna rolled her eyes. "Is there a point to this?" "The point is, Princess," Denth said, "you were just thinking that we were going to betray you. Maybe rob you blind or sell you into slavery or something." "Nonsense," Vivenna said. "I was thinking nothing of the sort." "I'm sure," Denth replied. "Mercenary work is very respectable. It's legal in almost every kingdom I know. We're just as much a part of the community as the baker or the fishmonger." "Not that we pay the tax collectors," Tonk Fa added. "We tend to stab them for the fun of it." Vivenna just shook her head. Denth leaned forward, speaking in a more serious tone. "What I'm trying to say, Princess, is that we're not criminals. We're employees. Your friend Lemix was our boss. Now he's dead. I figure that our contract transfers to you now, if you want it." Vivenna felt a slight glimmer of hope. But could she trust them? Despite Denth's speech, she found it hard to have faith in the motives and altruism of a pair of men who fought for money. However, they hadn't taken advantage of Lemix's sickness, and they had stayed around even after they could have robbed the place and left while she was asleep. "All right," she said. "How much is left on your contract?" "No idea," Denth said. "Jules handles that kind of thing." "Jules?" Vivenna asked. "Third member of the group," Tonk Fa said. "She's off doing Jules stuff." Vivenna frowned. "How many of you are there?" "Just 3, Denth said. "Unless you count pets," Tonk Fa said, balancing his bird on his foot. "She'll be back in a while," Denth said. "She stopped in last night, but you were asleep. Anyway, I know we've got at least a few months left on our contract, and we were paid half up front. Even if you decide not to pay the rest, we probably owe you a few more weeks." Tonk Fa nodded. "So if there's anyone you want killed, now would be the time." Vivenna stared, and Tonk Fa chuckled. "You're really going to have to get used to our terrible senses of humor, Princess," Denth said. Assuming, of course, you're going to keep us around.
I've already implied that I'll keep you, Vivenna said.
All right, Denth replied. But what are you going to do with us? Why did you even come to the city?
Vivenna didn't answer immediately. No point in holding back, she thought. They know the most dangerous secret, my identity, already. I'm here to rescue my sister, she said. To sneak her out of the God King's palace and see her returned to Idris unharmed. The mercenaries fell silent. Finally, Tonk Fa whistled.
Ambitious, he noted, as his parrot mimicked the whistle. She is a princess, Denth said. They tend to be ambitious sorts.
Ciri isn't ready to deal with Hallandren, Vivenna said, leaning forward. My father sent her in my place, but I cannot stand the thought of her serving as the God King's wife. Unfortunately, if we simply grab her and go, Hallandren will likely attack my homeland. We need to make her disappear in a way that isn't traceable to my people. If necessary, we can substitute me for my sister.
Denth scratched his head.
Well? Vivenna asked.
Little bit out of our realm of expertise, Denth said. We usually hit things, Tonk Fa said. Denth nodded. Or at least keep things from getting hit. Lemix kept us on partially just as bodyguards.
Why wouldn't he just send for a couple of Idrian soldiers to protect him? Denth and Tonk Fa exchanged a look.
How can I put this delicately? Denth said. Princess, your Lemix was embezzling money from the king and spending it on breath.
Lemix was a patriot, Vivenna said immediately.
That may have been the case, Denth said, but even a good priest isn't above slipping himself a few coins out of the coffer, so to speak. I think your Lemix figured it would be better to have outside muscle rather than inside loyalists protecting him.
Vivenna fell silent. It was still hard to imagine the thoughtful, clever, and passionate man represented in Lemix's letters as a thief. Yet it was also hard to imagine Lemix holding as much breath as he obviously had. But embezzling, stealing from Idris itself.
You learn things as a mercenary, Denth said, resting back with hands behind his head. You fight enough people, and you figure you start to understand them. You stay alive by anticipating them. The thing is, people aren't simple. Even Idrians.
Boring, yes, Tonk Fa added, but not simple.
Your Lemix. He was involved in some big plans, Denth said. I honestly think he was a patriot. There are many intrigues going on in this city, Princess. Some of the projects Lemix had us working on had a grand scope, and were for the good of Idris, as near as I can tell. I guess he just thought he should be compensated a little for his patriotism.
Quite an amiable fellow, actually, Tonk Fa said. Didn't want to bother your father, so he just did the figures on his own. Gave himself a raise and indicated in his reports that his costs were far greater than they really were.
Vivenna fell silent, letting herself digest the words. How could anyone who stole money from Idris also be a patriot? How could a person faithful to Astra end up with several hundred biochromatic breaths? She shook her head wryly. I saw men who placed themselves above others, and I saw them cast down. She quoted to herself. It was one of the 5 visions. She shouldn't judge Lemix, particularly now that he was dead.
Wait, she said, eyeing the mercenaries. You said that you were just bodyguards. What, then, were you doing helping Lemix with projects? The two men shared a look. Told you she was smart, Tonk Fa said. Comes from not being a mercenary. We are bodyguards, Princess, Denth said. However, we're not without certain skills. We can make things happen. Things? Vivenna asked. Denth shrugged. We know people. That's part of what makes us useful. Let me think about this issue with your sister. Maybe I'll be able to come up with some ideas. It's a little like kidnapping. Which, Tonk Fa said, we're not too fond of. Did we mention that? Yes, Vivenna said. Bad business. No money. What were these projects Lemix was working on? I'm not exactly sure of the whole of them, Denth admitted. We only saw pieces. Running errands, arranging meetings, intimidating people. It had something to do with work for your father. We can find out for you, if you want. Vivenna nodded. I do. Denth stood. All right, he said. He walked past Tonk Fa's couch, smacking the larger man's leg, causing the bird to squawk. Tonk, come on. Time to ransack the house. Tonk Fa yawned and sat up. Wait, Vivenna said. Ransack the house? Sure, Denth said, heading up the stairs. Break out any hidden safes, search through papers and files, figure out what old Lemix was up to. He won't care much, Tonk Fa said, standing, being dead and all. Vivenna shivered. She still wished she'd been able to see that Lemix got a proper Idrian burial, rather than sending him off to the Hallandren charnel house. Having a pair of toughs search his belongings felt unseemly. Denth must have noticed her discomfort. We don't have to, if you don't want us to. Sure, Tonk Fa said. We'll never know what Lemix was up to, though. Continue, Vivenna said. But I'm going to supervise. Actually, I doubt that you will, Denth said. And why is that? Because, Denth said. Now, I know nobody ever asks mercenaries for their opinion. You see... Oh, just get on with it, Vivenna said with annoyance, though she immediately chastised herself for her snappishness. What was wrong with her? The last few days must be wearing on her. Denth just smiled, as if he found her outburst incredibly amusing. Today's the day when the returned hold their court assembly, Princess. So? Vivenna asked with forced calmness. So, Denth replied. It's also the day when your sister will be presented to the gods. I suspect that you'll want to go get a good look at her, see how she's holding up. If you're going to do that, you'll want to get moving. Court assembly will begin pretty soon. Vivenna folded her arms, not moving. I've been tutored all about these things, Denth. Regular people can't just walk into the court of gods. If you want to watch the judgments at the court assembly, you either have to be favored by one of the gods, be extremely influential, or you have to draw and win the lottery. True, Denth said, leaning against the banister. If only we knew someone with enough biochromatic breaths to instantly be considered important, and therefore gain entrance to the court without being questioned. Ah, Denth, Tonk Fa said. Someone has to have at least 50 breaths to be considered worthy. That's a terribly high number. Vivenna paused. And how many breaths do I have? Oh, around 500 or so, Denth said. At least, that's what Lemix claimed. I'm inclined to believe him. You are, after all, making the carpet shine. She glanced down, noticing for the first time that she was creating a pocket of enhanced color around her. It wasn't very distinct, but it was noticeable. "You'd better get going, Princess," Denth said, continuing to clomp up the stairs. "You'll be late." Ciri sat nervously, blonde with excitement, trying to contain herself as the serving women did her hair. Her wedding jubilation, something she found rather inappropriately named, was finally over, and it was time for her formal presentation before the Hallandren gods. She was probably too excited. It hadn't really been that long, yet the prospect of finally leaving, if only to attend court, made her almost giddy. She would finally get to interact with someone other than priests, scribes, and servants. She'd finally get to meet some of those gods that she'd heard so much about. Plus, he'd be there at the presentation. The only times she'd been able to see the God King had been during their nightly staring matches, when he was shrouded in shadow. Today, she would at least see him in the light. She smiled, inspecting herself in a large mirror. The servants had done her hair in an amazingly intricate style, part of it braided, the rest allowed to flow free. They'd tied several ribbons into the braids and also woven them into her free-flowing hair. The ribbons shimmered as she turned her head. Her family would have been mortified at the ostentatious colors. Ciri grinned mischievously, making her hair turn a brighter shade of golden blonde to better contrast with the ribbons. The serving women smiled approvingly, a couple letting out quiet oohs at the transformation. Ciri sat back, hands in her lap, as she inspected her clothing choices for the court appearance. The garments were ornate, not as complex as the ones she wore to the bedchambers, but far more formal than her everyday choices. Red was the theme for the serving women and priests today. That made Ciri want to choose something else. Eventually, she decided on gold, and she pointed at the 2 golden gowns, having the women bring them forward so she could look at them more closely. Fortunately, as she did so, the women fetched 3 more golden dresses from a rolling wardrobe out in the hallway. Ciri sighed. It was as if they were determined to keep her from having a reasonably simple choice. She just hated seeing so many options disappear each day. If only... She paused. Could I try them all on? The serving women glanced at each other, a little confused. They nodded toward her, their expressions conveying a simple message. Of course you can. Ciri felt foolish, but in Idris, she'd never had a choice before. She smiled, standing and letting them take off her robe and then dress her in the first of the gowns, careful not to mess up her hair. Ciri inspected herself, noting that the neckline was rather low. She was willing to splurge on color, but the amount of flesh the Hallandren showed still felt scandalous. She nodded, letting them take off the gown. Then they dressed her in the next one, a 2-piece garment with a separate corset. Once they were finished, Ciri eyed this new outfit in the mirror. She liked it, but she wanted to try the others as well. So, after spinning about and inspecting the back, she nodded and moved on. It was frivolous. But why was she so worried about being frivolous? Her father wasn't around to regard her with that stern, disapproving face of his. Vivenna was an entire kingdom away. Ciri was queen of the Hallandren people. Shouldn't she try to learn their ways? She smiled at the ridiculous justification, but went on to the next gown anyway. Chapter 14. It's raining, Lightsong noted. Very astute, Your Grace, Laramar said, walking beside his god.
I'm not fond of rain."
"So you have often noted, Your Grace."
"I'm a god," Lightsong said. "Shouldn't I have power over the weather? How can it rain if I don't want it to?"
"There are currently 25 gods in the court, Your Grace. Perhaps there are more who desire rain than those who don't."
Lightsong's robes of gold and red rustled as he walked. The grass was cool and damp beneath his sandaled toes, but a group of servants carried a wide canopy over him. Rain fell softly on the cloth. In Teteller, rainfalls were common, but they were never very strong. Lightsong would have liked to have seen a true rainstorm, like people said occurred out in the jungles. "I'll take a poll, then," Lightsong said, "of the other gods. See how many of them wanted it to rain today."
"If you wish, Your Grace,"
Larimar said.
"It won't prove much."
"It'll prove whose fault this is," Lightsong said. "And if it turns out that most of us want it to stop raining, perhaps that will start a theological crisis." Larimar, of course, didn't seem bothered by the concept of a god trying to undermine his own religion.
"Your Grace," he said, "our doctrine is quite sound, I assure you."
"And if the gods don't want it to rain, yet it still does?"
"Would you like it to be sunny all the time, Your Grace?"
Lightsong shrugged. "Sure."
"And the farmers?"
Larimar said.
"Their crops would die without the rain."
"It can rain on the crops," Lightsong said, "just not in the city. A few selective weather patterns shouldn't be too much for a god to accomplish."
"The people need water to drink, Your Grace,"
Larimar said.
"The streets need to be washed clean. And what of the plants in the city? The beautiful trees? Even this grass that you enjoy walking across would die if the rain didn't fall."
"Well," Lightsong said, "I could just will them to continue living."
"And that is what you do, Your Grace?"
Larimar said.
"Your soul knows that rain is the best for the city, and so it rains, despite what your consciousness thinks."
Lightsong frowned. "By that argument, you could claim that anyone was a god, Larimar."
"Not just anyone comes back from the dead, Your Grace, nor do they have the power to heal the sick, and they certainly don't have your ability to foresee the future."
Good points, those, Lightsong thought as they approached the arena. The large circular structure was at the back of the Court of Gods, outside of the ring of palaces that surrounded the courtyard. Lightsong's entourage moved inside, red canopy still held above him, and entered the sand-covered arena yard. Then they moved up a ramp toward the seating area. The arena had 4 rows of seats for ordinary people, stone benches accommodating Teteller citizens who were favored, lucky, or rich enough to get themselves into an assembly session. The upper reaches of the arena were reserved for the returned. Here, close enough to hear what was said on the arena floor, yet far enough back to remain stately, were the boxes. Ornately carved in stone, they were large enough to hold a god's entire entourage. Lightsong could see that several of his colleagues had arrived, marked by the colorful canopies that sat above their boxes. Life Blesser was there, as was Mercy Star. They passed by the empty box usually reserved for Lightsong, and made their way around the ring and approached a box topped by a green pavilion. Blushweaver lounged inside. Her green and silver dress was lavish and revealing, as always. Despite its rich trim and embroidery, it was little more than a long swath of cloth, with a hole in the center for her head and some ties. That left it completely open on both sides, from shoulder to calf, and Blushweaver's thighs curved out lusciously on either side. She sat up, smiling. Lightsong took a deep breath. Blushweaver always treated him kindly, and she certainly did have a high opinion of him.
But he felt like he had to be on guard at all times when he was around her. A man could be taken in by a woman such as she. Taken in, then never released. "Lightsong, dear," she said, smiling more deeply as Lightsong's servants scuttled forward, setting up his chair, footrest, and snack table. "Blushweaver," Lightsong replied, "my high priest tells me that you're to blame for this dreary weather." Blushweaver raised an eyebrow, and to the side, standing with the other priests, Larimar flushed. "I like the rain," Blushweaver finally said, lounging back on her couch. "It's different. I like things that are different." "Then you should be thoroughly bored by me, my dear," Lightsong said, seating himself and taking a handful of grapes, already peeled, from the bowl on his snack table. "Bored?" Blushweaver asked. "I strive for nothing if not mediocrity, and mediocrity is hardly different. In fact, I should say that it's highly in fashion in court these days." "You shouldn't say such things," Blushweaver said. "The people might start to believe you." "You mistake me. That's why I say them. I figure if I can't do properly deific miracles, like control the weather, then I might as well settle for the lesser miracle of being the one who tells the truth." "Hum," she replied, stretching back, the tips of her fingers wiggling as she sighed in contentment. "Our priests say that the purpose of the gods isn't to play with weather or prevent disasters, but to provide visions and service to the people. Perhaps this attitude of yours isn't the best way to see to their interests." "You're right, of course," Lightsong said. "I've just had a revelation. Mediocrity isn't the best way to serve our people." "What is, then?" "Medium rare on a bed of sweet potato medallions," he said, popping a grape in his mouth, "with a slight garnish of garlic and a light white wine sauce." "You're incorrigible," she said, finishing her stretch. "I am what the universe made me to be, my dear." "You bow before the whims of the universe, then?" "What else would I do?" "Fight it," Blushweaver said. She narrowed her eyes, absently reaching to take one of the grapes from Lightsong's hand. "Fight with everything. Force the universe to bow to you instead." "That's a charming concept, Blushweaver, but I believe that the universe and I are in slightly different weight categories." "I think you're wrong." "Are you saying I'm fat?" She regarded him with a flat glance. "I'm saying that you needn't be so humble, Lightsong. You're a god." "A god who can't even make it stop raining." "I want it to storm and tempest. Maybe this drizzle is the compromise between us." Lightsong popped another grape in his mouth, squishing it between his teeth, feeling the sweet juice leak onto his palate. He thought for a moment, chewing. "Blushweaver, dear," he finally said, "is there some kind of subtext to our current conversation? Because, as you might know, I am absolutely terrible with subtext. It gives me a headache." "You can't get headaches," Blushweaver said. "Well, I can't get subtext either. Far too subtle for me. It takes effort to understand, and effort is, unfortunately, against my religion." Blushweaver raised an eyebrow. "A new tenet for those who worship you?" "Oh, not that religion," Lightsong said. "I'm secretly a worshipper of Ostra. His is such a delightfully blunt theology. Black, white, no bothering with complications. Faith without any bothersome thinking." Blushweaver stole another grape. "You just don't know Ostrism well enough. It's complex. If you're looking for something really simple, you should try the Pankal faith." Lightsong frowned.
Don't they just worship the returned like the rest of us?
No, they have their own religion.
But everyone knows that Pankal are practically Hallandren.
Blushweaver shrugged, watching the stadium floor below.
And how exactly did we get onto this tangent anyway?
Lightsong said, I swear, my dear, sometimes our conversations remind me of a broken sword.
She raised an eyebrow.
Sharp as hell, Lightsong said, but lacking a point.
Blushweaver snorted quietly.
You're the one who asked to meet with me, Lightsong.
Yes, but we both know that you wanted me to. What are you planning, Blushweaver?
Blushweaver rolled her grape between her fingers. Wait, she said. Lightsong sighed, waving for a servant to bring him some nuts. One placed a bowl on the table, then another came forward and began to crack them for him. First you imply that I should join with you. Now you won't tell me what you want me to do. I swear, woman, someday your ridiculous sense of drama is going to cause cataclysmic problems, like, for instance, boredom in your companions. It's not drama, she said. It's respect. She nodded directly across the arena, where the God King's box still stood empty, golden throne sitting on a pedestal above the box itself.
Ah, feeling patriotic today, are we?
It's more that I'm curious.
About?
Her.
The Queen?
Blushweaver gave him a flat stare. Of course, her. Who else would I be speaking about? Lightsong counted off the days. It had been a week.
Huh, he said to himself. Her period of isolation is over, then?
You really should pay more attention, Lightsong.
He shrugged. Time tends to pass you by more quickly when you take no notice of it, my dear. In that, it's remarkably similar to most women I know.
With that, he accepted a handful of nuts, then settled back to wait. Apparently, the people of Tutelar weren't fond of carriages, not even to carry gods. Ciri sat, somewhat bemused, as a group of servants carried her chair across the grass toward a large, circular structure at the back of the Court of Gods. It was raining. She didn't care. She'd been cooped up for far too long. She turned, twisting in her chair, looking back over a group of serving women who carried her dress's long golden train, keeping it off the wet grass. Around them all walked more women, who held a large canopy to shield Ciri from the rain. "Could you move that aside?" Ciri asked. "Let the rain fall on me?" The serving women glanced at one another. "Just for a little bit," Ciri said. "I promise." The women shared frowns, but slowed, allowing Ciri's porters to pull ahead and expose her to the rain. She looked up, smiling as the drizzle fell on her face. 7 days is far too long to spend indoors, she decided. She basked for a long moment, enjoying the cool wetness on her skin and clothing. The grass looked inviting. She glanced back again. "I could walk, you know. Feel my toes on those green blades," she thought. The serving woman looked very, very uncomfortable about that concept. "Or not," Ciri said, turning around as the women sped up, again covering the sky with their canopy. Walking was probably a bad idea, considering her dress's long train. She'd eventually chosen a gown far more daring than anything she'd ever worn before. The neckline was a touch low, and it had no sleeves. It also had a curious design that covered the front of her legs with a short skirt, yet was floor-length in the back. She picked it partially for the novelty, though she blushed every time she thought of how much leg it showed. They soon arrived at the arena, and her porters carried her up into it. Ciri was interested to see that it had no ceiling and had a sand-covered floor. Just above the floor, a colorful group of people were gathering on ranks of benches. Though some of them carried umbrellas, many ignored the light rain, chatting amiably among themselves. Ciri smiled at the crowd. 100 different colors and as many different clothing styles were represented. It was good to see some variety again, even if that variety was somewhat garish. Her porters carried her up to a large stone cleft built into the side of the building. Here, her women slid the canopy's poles into holes in the stone, allowing it to stand freely to cover the entire box. Servants scuttled about, getting things ready, and her porters lowered her chair. She stood, frowning. She was finally free of the palace, and yet it appeared she was going to have to sit above everyone else. Even the other gods, who she assumed were in the other canopied boxes, were far away and separated from her by walls. How is it that they can make me feel alone, even when surrounded by hundreds of people? She turned to one of her serving women. "The God King, where is he?" The woman gestured toward the other boxes, like Ciri's. "He's in one of them?" Ciri asked. "No, Vessel," the woman said, eyes downcast. "He will not arrive until the gods are all here." Ah, Ciri thought. Makes sense, I guess. She sat back in her chair as several servants prepared food. To the side, a minstrel began to play a flute, as if to drown out the sounds of the people below. She would rather have heard the people. Still, she decided not to let herself get into a bad mood. At least she was outside, and she could see other people, even if she couldn't interact with them. She smiled to herself, leaning forward, elbows on knees, as she studied the exotic colors below. What was she to make of Tutelar people? They were just so remarkably diverse. Some had dark skin, which meant they were from the edges of the Hallandren kingdom. Others had yellow hair, or even strange hair colors, blue and green, that came, Ciri assumed, from dyes. All wore brilliant clothing, as if there were no other option. Ornate hats were popular, both on men and women. Clothing ranged from vests and shorts to long robes and gowns. How much time must they spend shopping? It was difficult enough for her to choose what to wear, and she had only about a dozen choices each day, and no hats. After she'd refused the first few, the servants had stopped offering them. Entourage after entourage arrived, bearing a different set of colors, a hue and a metallic, usually. She counted the boxes. There was room for about 50 gods, but the court had only a couple of dozen. 25, wasn't it? In each procession, she saw a figure standing taller than the others. Some, mostly the women, were carried on chairs or couches. The men generally walked, some wearing intricate robes, others wearing nothing more than sandals and skirt. Ciri leaned forward, studying one god as he walked right by her box. His bare chest made her blush, but it let her see his well-muscled body and toned flesh. He glanced at her, then nodded his head slightly in respect. His servants and priests bowed almost to the ground. The god passed on, having said nothing. She sat back in her chair, shaking her head, as one of the servants offered her food. There were still 4 or 5 gods left to arrive. Apparently, the Hallandren deities weren't as punctual as Bluefinger's schedule-keeping had led her to believe. Vivenna stepped through the gates, passing into the Hallandren Court of Gods, which was dominated by a group of large palaces. She hesitated, and small groups of people passed through on either side of her, though there wasn't much of a crowd. Denth had been right. It had been easy for her to get into the court. The priests at the gate had waved Vivenna through without even asking her identity. They had even let Parlin pass, assuming him to be her attendant. She turned back, glancing at the priests in their blue robes. She could see bubbles of colorfulness around them, indications of their strong biochroma. She'd been tutored about this. The priests guarding the gates had enough breath to get them to the first heightening, the state at which a person gained the ability to distinguish levels of breath in other people. Vivenna had it too. It wasn't that auras or colors looked different to her. In fact, the ability to distinguish breath was similar to the perfect pitch she had gained. Other people heard the same sounds she did. She just had the ability to pick them apart. She saw how close a person had to get to one of the priests before the colors increased, and she saw exactly how much more colorful those hues became. This information let her know instinctively that each of the priests was of the first heightening. Parlin had one breath. The ordinary citizens, who had to present papers to gain entrance to the court, also each had only one breath. She could tell how strong that breath was, and if the person was sick or not. The priests each had exactly 50 breaths, as did the majority of the wealthier individuals entering through the gates. A fair number had at least 200 breaths, enough for the second heightening and the perfect pitch it granted. Only a couple had more breaths than Vivenna, who had reached all the way to the third heightening and the perfect color perception it granted. She turned away from her study of the crowd. She'd been tutored about the heightenings, but she'd never expected to experience one firsthand. She felt dirty, perverse, particularly because the colors were just so beautiful. Her tutors had explained how the court was composed of a wide circle of palaces, but they hadn't mentioned how each palace was so harmoniously balanced in color. Each was a work of art, utilizing subtle color gradients that normal people just wouldn't be able to appreciate. These sat on a perfect, uniformly green lawn. It was trimmed carefully, and it was marred by neither road nor walkway. Vivenna stepped onto it, Parlin at her side, and she felt an urge to kick off her shoes and walk barefoot in the dew-moistened grass. That wouldn't be appropriate at all, and she stifled the impulse. The drizzle was finally starting to let up, and Parlin lowered the umbrella he'd bought to keep them both dry. "So this is it," he said, shaking off the umbrella. "The Court of Gods." Vivenna nodded. "Good place to graze sheep." "I doubt that," she said quietly. Parlin frowned. "Goats, then?" he said finally. Vivenna sighed, and they joined the small procession, walking across the grass toward a large structure outside the circle of palaces. She'd been worried about standing out. After all, she still wore her simple Idrian dress, with its high neck, practical fabric, and muted colors. She was beginning to realize that there just wasn't a way to stand out in Teteller. The people around her wore such a stunning variety of costumes that she wondered who had the imagination to design them all. Some were as modest as Vivenna's, and others even had muted colors, though these were usually accented by bright scarves or hats. Modesty in both design and color was obviously unfashionable, but not non-existent. It's all about drawing attention, she realized. The whites and faded colors are a reaction against the bright colors, but because everyone tries so hard to look distinctive, nobody does. Feeling a little more secure, she glanced at Parlin, who seemed more at peace now that they were away from the larger crowds in the city below. "Interesting buildings," he said. "The people wear so much color, but that palace is just one color. Wonder why that is." "It's not one color. It's many different shades of the same color."
Parlin shrugged. Red is red. How could she explain? Each red was different, like notes on a musical scale. The walls were of pure red. The roof tiles, side columns, and other ornamentations were of slightly different shades, each distinct and intentional. The columns, for instance, formed stepping fifths of color, harmonizing with the base tint of the walls. It was like a symphony of hues. The building had obviously been constructed for a person who had achieved the third heightening, as only such a person would be able to see the ideal resonance. To others, well, it was just a bunch of red. They passed the Red Palace, approaching the arena. Entertainment was central to the lives of the Hallandren gods. After all, one couldn't expect gods to do anything useful with their time. Often they were diverted in their palaces or on the courtyard lawn, but for particularly large events, there was the arena, which also served as the location of Hallandren legislative debates. Today, the priests would argue for the sport of their deities. Vivenna and Parlin waited their turn as the people crowded around the arena entrance. Vivenna glanced toward another gateway, wondering why nobody used it. The answer was made manifest as a figure approached. He was surrounded by servants, some carrying a canopy. All were dressed in blue and silver, matching their leader, who stood a good head taller than the others. He gave off a biochromatic aura such as Vivenna had never seen, though, admittedly, she'd been able to see them for only a few hours. His bubble of enhanced color was enormous. It extended nearly 30 feet. To her first heightening senses, the god's breath registered as infinite, immeasurable. For the first time, Vivenna could see that there was something different about the returned. They weren't just awakeners with more power. It was like they had only a single breath, but that breath was so immensely powerful that it single-handedly propelled them to the upper heightenings. The god entered the arena through the open gateway. As she watched him, Vivenna's sense of awe dissipated. There was an arrogance in this man's posture, a dismissiveness to the way he entered freely, while others waited their turn at an overcrowded entrance. To keep him alive, Vivenna thought, he has to absorb a person's breath each week. She'd let herself become too relaxed, and she felt her revulsion return. Color and beauty couldn't cover up such enormous conceit, nor could it hide the sin of being a parasite living on the common people. The god disappeared into the arena. Vivenna waited, thinking for a time about her own biochroma and what it meant. She was completely shocked when a man beside her suddenly lifted off the ground. The man rose into the air, lifted by his unusually long cloak. The cloak had stiffened, looking a little like a hand as it held the man up high so he could see over the crowd. How does it do that? She'd been told that breath could give life to objects, but what did life mean? It seemed as if the fibers in the cloak were taut, like muscles. But how did it lift something so much heavier than it was? The man descended to the ground. He muttered something Vivenna couldn't hear, and his biochromatic aura grew stronger as he recovered his breath from the cloak. "We should be moving again soon," the man said to his friends. "The crowd is thinning up ahead." Indeed, soon the crowd started to progress. It wasn't long before Vivenna and Parlin entered the arena itself. They moved through the stone benches, choosing a place that wasn't too crowded, and Vivenna looked urgently through the boxes set above. The building was ornate, but not really very big, and so it didn't take her long to locate Ciri. When she did, her heart sank. My sister, Vivenna thought with a chill. My poor sister. Ciri was dressed in a scandalous golden dress that didn't even come down to her knees. It also had a plunging neckline. Ciri's hair, which even she should have been able to keep a dark brown, was instead the golden yellow of enjoyment, and there were deep red ribbons woven through it. She was being attended by dozens of servants. "Look what they've done to her," Vivenna said. "She must be frightened senseless, forced to wear something like that, forced to keep her hair a color that matches her clothing, forced to be slave to the God King," she thought. Parlin's square-jawed face grew hard. He didn't often get angry, but Vivenna could see it in him now. She agreed. Ciri was being exploited. They were carrying her around and displaying her like some kind of trophy. It seemed to Vivenna a statement. They were saying they could take a chaste, innocent Idrian woman and do whatever they wished with her. "What I'm doing is right," Vivenna thought with growing determination. Coming to Hallandren was the best thing to do. Lemix might be dead, but I have to press onward. I have to find a way. I have to save my sister. "Vivenna?" Parlin said. Vivenna asked, distracted. "Why is everyone starting to bow?" Ciri played idly with one of the tassels on her dress. The final god was seating himself in his box. "That's 25, she thought. That should be all of them." Suddenly, out in the audience, people began to rise, then kneel to the ground. Ciri stood, searching anxiously. What was she missing? Had the God King arrived, or was this something else? Even the gods had gone down on their knees, though they didn't prostrate themselves as the mortals did. They all seemed to be bowing toward Ciri. Some sort of ritual greeting for their new queen? Then she saw it. Her dress exploded with color. The stone at her feet gained luster, and her very skin became more vibrant. In front of her, a white serving bowl began to shine. Then it seemed to stretch, the white color splitting into the colors of the rainbow. A serving woman tugged on Ciri's sleeve from where she knelt below. "Vessel," the woman whispered. "Behind you." Chapter 15. Breath catching in her chest, Ciri turned. She found him standing behind her, though she had no idea how he had arrived. There was no entrance back there, just the stone wall. He wore white. She hadn't expected that. Something about his biochroma made the pure white split as she'd seen before, breaking up like light passed through a prism. Now, in daylight, she could finally see this properly. His clothing seemed to stretch, forming a robe-shaped rainbow in a colorful aura around him. And he was young. Far younger than her shadowed meetings had suggested. He had supposedly reigned in Hallandren for decades, yet the man standing behind her appeared to be no more than 20. She stared at him, awed, mouth opening slightly, and any words she had planned to say escaped her. This man was a god. The very air distorted around him. How could she have not seen it? How could she possibly have treated him as she had? She felt like a fool. He regarded her, expression blank and unreadable, face so controlled that he reminded Ciri of Vivenna. Vivenna. She wouldn't have been so belligerent. She would have deserved marriage to such a majestic creature. The serving woman hissed quietly, tugging again at Ciri's dress. Belatedly, Ciri dropped to her knees on the stone,
the long train of her dress flapping slightly in the wind behind her. Blushweaver knelt obediently on her cushion. Lightsong, however, remained standing, looking across the stadium toward a man he could barely see. The God King wore white, as he often did, for dramatic effect. As the only being to have achieved the 10th heightening, the God King had such a strong aura that he could draw color even from something colorless. Blushweaver glanced up at Lightsong. "Why do we kneel?" Lightsong asked. "That's our king," Blushweaver hissed. "Drop down, fool." "What will happen if I don't?" Lightsong said. "They can't execute me. I'm a god." "You could hurt our cause." "Our cause?" Lightsong thought. "One meeting, and I'm already part of her plans?" However, he wasn't so foolish that he would needlessly earn the God King's ire. Why risk his perfect life, full of people who would carry his chair through the rain and shell his nuts for him? He knelt down on his cushion. The God King's superiority was arbitrary, much like Lightsong's divinity. Both part of a grand game of make-believe. But he'd found that imaginary things were often the only items of real substance in people's lives. Ciri breathed quickly, kneeling on the stone before her husband. The entire arena was hushed and still. Eyes downcast, she could still see Sisebron's white-clothed feet in front of her. Even they gave off an aura of color, the white straps of his sandals bending out colorful ribbons. 2 coils of colorful rope hit the ground on either side of the God King. Ciri watched as the ropes twisted with a life of their own, carefully wrapping around Sisebron and pulling him into the air. His white robes fluttered as he was towed up through the space between the canopy and the back wall. Ciri leaned forward, watching the ropes deliver her husband to a stone outcropping above. He sat back into a golden throne. Beside him, a pair of Awakener priests commanded their living ropes to roll up around their arms and shoulders. The God King stretched out his hand. The people stood up, their chatter beginning again, and reseated themselves. So, he's not going to sit with me, she thought as she rose. A part of her was relieved, though another was just as frustrated. She'd been getting over her awe of being in Hallandren and being married to a god. Now he'd gone and impressed her all over again. Troubled, she sat and stared out over the crowds, barely watching as a group of priests entered the arena below. What was she to make of Sisebron? He couldn't be a god. Not really. Could he? Astra was the true god of men, the one who sent the returned. The Hallandren had worshipped him too, before the Many War and the exile of the royal family. Only after that had they fallen, becoming pagans, worshipping the iridescent tones, biochromatic breath, the returned, and art in general. And yet, Ciri had never seen Astra. She'd been taught about him, but what was one to make of a creature like the God King? That divine halo of color wasn't something that she could ignore. She began to understand just how the people of Hallandren, after nearly being destroyed by their enemies, then being saved by the diplomatic skills of Peacegiver, the Blessed, could look to the returned for divine guidance. She sighed, glancing to the side as a figure walked up the steps toward her box. It was Bluefingers, hands stained with ink, characteristically scribbling away on a ledger even as he entered her pavilion. He glanced up at the God King, nodded to himself, then made another annotation on his ledger.
I see that His Immortal Majesty is positioned and that you are properly displayed, Vessel.
Displayed?
Of course, Bluefinger said. That is the main purpose of your visit here. The Return didn't get much of a chance to see you when you first came to us.
Ciri shivered, trying to maintain a better posture. Shouldn't they be paying attention to the priests down there? Instead of studying me, I mean?
Probably, Bluefinger said, not looking up from his ledger. In my experience, they rarely do what they're supposed to.
He didn't seem particularly reverent toward them. Ciri let the conversation lapse, thinking. Bluefingers had never explained his odd warning the other night.
Things are not what they seem.
Bluefingers, she said. About the thing you told me the other night, He immediately shot her a look, eyes wide and insistent, cutting her off. He turned back to his ledger. The message was obvious. Not right now. Ciri sighed, resisting the urge to slump down. Below, priests of various colors stood on short platforms, debating despite the drizzling rain. She could hear them quite well, yet little of what they said made sense to her. The current debate appeared to have something to do with the way refuse and sewage was handled in the city. Bluefingers, she asked, are they really gods? The scribe hesitated, then finally looked up from his ledger.
Vessel?
The Returned. Do you really think that they're divine? That they can see the future?
I don't think I'm the right one to ask, Vessel. Let me fetch one of the priests. He can answer your questions. Just give me a...
No, Ciri said, causing him to stop. I don't want a priest's opinion. I want the opinion of a regular person, like you. A typical follower. Bluefingers frowned.
All apologies, Vessel, but I'm not a follower of the Returned.
But you work in the palace.
And you live there, Vessel. Yet neither of us worship the iridescent tones. You are from Idris. I am from Pankal.
Pankal is the same as Hallandren. Bluefingers raised an eyebrow, pursing his lips.
Actually, Vessel, it's quite different.
But you're ruled by the God King.
We can accept him as king without worshipping him as our god,
Bluefinger said.
That is one of the reasons why I'm a steward in the palace, instead of a priest.
His robes, Ciri thought. Maybe that's why he always wears brown. She turned, glancing down at the priests upon their pedestals in the sand. Each wore a different set of colors, each representing, she assumed, a different one of the Returned. So what do you think of them?
Good people, Bluefinger said, but misguided. A little like I think of you, Vessel.
She glanced at him. He, however, had already turned back to his ledgers. He wasn't the easiest man with whom to have a conversation. But how do you explain the God King's radiance?
Biochroma, Bluefinger said, still scribbling, not sounding at all annoyed by her questions. He was obviously a man accustomed to dealing with interruption.
The rest of the Returned don't bend white into colors like he does, do they?
No, Bluefinger said. Indeed they do not. They, however, don't hold the wealth of breaths that he does.
So he is different, Ciri said. Why was he born with more?
He wasn't, Vessel. The God King's power doesn't derive from the inherent biochroma of being a Returned. In that, he is identical to the others. However, he holds something else. The light of peace, they call it. A fancy word for a treasure trove of breath that numbers somewhere in the tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands, Ciri thought. That much?
Bluefingers nodded distractedly. The God Kings are said to be the only ones to ever achieve the 10th heightening. That is what makes light fracture around him, as well as gives him other abilities. The ability to break lifeless commands, for instance, or the ability to awaken objects without touching them, using only the sound of his voice. These powers are less a function of divinity, and more a simple matter of holding so much breath. But where did he get it? The majority of it was originally gathered by Peacegiver the Blessed, Bluefinger said. He collected thousands of breaths during the days of the Many War. He passed those on to the first Halandrin God King. That inheritance has been transferred from father to son for centuries, and has been enlarged, since each God King is given 2 breaths a week, instead of the 1 that the other returned receive.
Oh, Ciri said, sitting back, finding herself oddly disappointed by the news. Sisebron wasn't a god. He was simply a man with far more biochroma than normal. But what of the return themselves? Ciri folded her arms again, still troubled. She'd never been forced to look objectively at what she believed. Astra was simply, well, God. You didn't question people when they talked about God. The returned were usurpers, who had cast the followers of Astra out of Halandrin, not true deities themselves. Yet they were so majestic. Why had the royal family been cast out of Halandrin? She knew the official story, taught in Idris, that the royals hadn't supported the conflicts that led up to the Many War. For that, the people had revolted against them. That revolt had been led by Khalad, the usurper. Khalad. Though Ciri had avoided most of her tutorial sessions, even she knew the stories of that man. He was the one who had led the people of Halandrin in the heresy of building lifeless. He had created a powerful army of the creatures, one the likes of which had never been seen in the land. The stories said Khalad's lifeless had been more dangerous, new and distinctive, terrible and destructive. He'd eventually been defeated by Peacegiver, who had then ended the Many War through diplomacy. The stories said that Khalad's armies were still out there, somewhere, waiting to sweep down and destroy again. She knew that story was just a legend told by Hearthlight, but it still gave her shivers to consider. Regardless, Peacegiver had seized control and stopped the Many War. However, he hadn't restored Halandrin to its rightful rulers. Idris's histories claimed betrayal and treachery. The monks spoke of heresies that were too deeply ingrained in Halandrin. Surely the Halandrin people had their own version of the story. Watching the returned in their boxes made Ciri wonder. One fact was obvious. Things in Halandrin were a whole lot less terrible than she had been taught. Vivenna shivered, cringing as the people in their colorful outfits crowded around her. Things here are worse, even, than my tutor said, she decided, wriggling in her seat. Parlin seemed to have lost much of his nervousness about being in such a crowd. He was focused on the debating priests on the floor of the arena. She still couldn't decide if she thought the breath she held was horrible or wonderful. Gradually, she was coming to appreciate that it was horrible because of how wonderful it felt. The more people that surged around her, the more overwhelmed she felt by her breath-heightened perception of them. Surely if Parlin only could sense the sheer scope of all those colors, he wouldn't gawk so dumbly at the costumes. Surely if he could feel the people, he would feel boxed in as she did, unable to breathe. That's it, she thought. I've seen Ciri, and I know what they've done with her. It's time to go. Turning, she stood and froze. A man was standing 2 rows back, and he was staring directly at Vivenna. She normally wouldn't have paid him any attention. He was wearing ragged brown clothing, ripped in places, his loose trousers tied at the waist by a simple rope. His facial hair was halfway between being a beard and just scruff. His hair was unkempt and came down to his shoulders, and he created a bubble of color around him so bright that he had to be of the 5th heightening. He stared at her, meeting her eyes, and she had a sudden and awful panicked sense that he knew exactly who she was. She stumbled back. The strange man didn't take his eyes off of her. He shifted, pushing back his cloak and exposing a large, black-hilted sword at his belt. Few people in Hallandren wore weapons. This man didn't seem to care. How had he gotten that thing into the court? The people to the sides gave him a wide berth, and Vivenna swore that she could sense something about that sword. It seemed to darken colors, deepen them, make tans into browns, reds into maroons, blues into navies, as if it had its own biochroma. "Parlin," she said, more sharply than she'd intended. "We're leaving." "But now," Vivenna said, turning and rushing away. Her newfound biochromatic senses informed her that the man's eyes were still on her. Now that she realized it, she understood that his eyes on her were probably what had made her so uncomfortable in the first place. The tutors spoke of this, she thought, as she and Parlin made their way to one of the stone exit passages. Life sense, the ability to tell when there are people nearby, and to tell when they're watching you. Everyone has it to a small degree. Biochroma enhances that. As soon as they entered the passage, the sense of being watched vanished, and Vivenna let out a relieved breath. "I don't see why you wanted to leave," Parlin said. "We've seen what we needed to," Vivenna said. "I guess," Parlin said. "I thought you might want to listen to what the priests were saying about Idris." Vivenna froze. "What?" Parlin frowned, looking distraught. "I think they might be declaring war. Don't we have a treaty?" Lord God of Colors, Vivenna thought, turning and scrambling back up into the open arena. Chapter 16. "Still say that we cannot possibly justify military action against Idris," a priest shouted. The man wore blue and gold. It was Stillmark's high priest. Lightsong couldn't quite remember the man's name. Nanrova? The argument wasn't unexpected. Lightsong leaned forward. Nanrova and his master, Stillmark, were both staunch traditionalists. They tended to argue against pretty much every proposal, but were well respected. Stillmark was nearly as old as Blushweaver, and was considered wise. Lightsong rubbed his chin. Opposing Nanrova was Blushweaver's own high priestess, Inhanna. "Oh, come now," the woman said from the sands down below. "Do we really need to have this argument again? Idris is nothing more than a rebel enclave set up inside the borders of our own kingdom." "They keep to themselves," Nanrova said, "holding lands we don't want anyway." "Lands we don't want?" Blushweaver's priestess said, sputtering. "They hold every single pass to the northern kingdoms, every workable copper mine. They have military garrisons within striking distance of Teteller, and they still claim to be ruled by the rightful kings of Hallandren." Nanrova fell silent, and there was a surprisingly large rumble of assent from the watching priests. Lightsong eyed them. "You've seeded the group with people sympathetic to your cause?" he asked. "Of course," Blushweaver said. "So did the others. I just did a better job." The debate continued, other priests stepping up to argue for and against an assault on Idris. The priests spoke the concerns of the people of the nation. Part of their duty was to listen to the people and study issues of national import, then discuss them here so that the gods, who didn't have the opportunity to go out among the people, could be kept informed. If an issue came to a head, the gods would make their judgments. They were divided into subgroups, each having responsibility for a certain area. Some gods were in charge of civic issues. Others governed agreements and treaties. Idris wasn't a new topic for the assembly. However, Lightsong had never seen the discussion become so explicit and extreme. Sanctions had been discussed, blockades, even some military pressure. But war? Nobody had said the word yet, but they all knew what the priests were discussing. He couldn't dispel the images from his dreams, visions of death and pain. He didn't accept them as prophetic, but he did acknowledge that they must have something to do with the worries inside his subconscious. He feared what war would do to them. Perhaps he was just a coward. It did seem that suppressing Idris would solve so much. "You're behind this debate, aren't you?" he said, turning to Blushweaver. "Behind it?" Blushweaver said sweetly. "Dear Lightsong, the priests decide the issues to be discussed. Gods don't bother with such mundanity." "I'm sure," Lightsong said, reclining. "You want my lifeless commands." "I wouldn't say that," Blushweaver said. "I just want you to be informed, should you—" She trailed off as Lightsong gave her a flat look. "Oh, colors," she swore. "Of course I need your commands, Lightsong. Why else would I go to all the trouble to get you up here? You're a very difficult person to manipulate, you know." "Nonsense," he said. "You just have to promise me that I won't have to do a thing, and then I'll do anything you want." "Anything?" "Anything that doesn't require doing anything." "That's nothing, then." "Is it?" "Yes." "Well, that's something." Blushweaver rolled her eyes. Lightsong was more troubled than he let on. The arguments for attack had never been so strong. There was proof of a military buildup in Idris, and the Highlanders had been particularly stingy with the northern passes lately. Beyond that, there was a growing belief that the returned were weaker than they'd been in previous generations. Not less powerful in biochroma, just less divine. Less benevolent, less wise. Lightsong happened to agree. It had been 3 years since a returned had given up his or her life to heal someone. The people were growing impatient with their gods. "There's more, isn't there?" he said, glancing at Blushweaver, who was still lounging back, delicately eating cherries. "What aren't they saying?" "Lightsong, dear," she said. "You were right. Bring you to government proceedings, and it absolutely corrupts you." "I just don't like secrets," he said. "They make my brain itch, keep me awake at nights. Engaging in politics is like pulling off a bandage. Best to get the pain over with quickly." Blushweaver pursed her lips. "Forced simile, dear." "Best I can do at the moment, I'm afraid. Nothing dulls the wit more quickly than politics. Now, you were saying—" She snorted. "I've told you already. The focus of all this is that woman." "The Queen," he said, glancing at the God King's box. "They sent the wrong one," Blushweaver said. "The younger instead of the elder." "I know," Lightsong said. "Clever of them." "Clever?" Blushweaver said. "It's downright brilliant. Do you know what a fortune we paid these last 20 years to spy upon, study, and learn about the eldest daughter? Those of us who thought to be careful even studied the second daughter, the one they've made a monk. But the youngest? Nobody gave her half a thought."
And so the Idrians send a random element into court. Lightsong thought. One that upsets plans and conniving that our politicians have been working on for decades. It was brilliant. Nobody knows anything about her, Blushweaver said, frowning deeply. She obviously didn't like being taken by surprise. My spies in Idris insist the girl is of little consequence, which makes me worry that she is even more dangerous than I'd feared. Lightsong raised an eyebrow. And you don't think, maybe, that you might be overreacting a tad? Oh, Blushweaver asked. And tell me, what would you do if you wanted to inject an agent into the court? Would you, perhaps, set up a decoy that you could display, drawing attention away from the real agent, whom you could train secretly with a clandestine agenda? Lightsong rubbed his chin. She has a point. Maybe. Living among so many scheming people tended to make one see plots everywhere. However, the plot that Blushweaver suggested had a very serious chance of being dangerous. What better way to get an assassin close to the God King than to send someone to marry him? No, that wouldn't be it. Killing the God King would just cause Hallandren to go on the rampage. But if they'd sent a woman skilled in the art of manipulation, a woman who could secretly poison the mind of the God King. We need to be ready to act, Blushweaver said. I won't sit and let my kingdom be pulled out from under me. I won't idly be cast out as the royals once were. You control a fourth of our lifeless. That's 10,000 soldiers who don't need to eat, who can march tirelessly. If we convince the other 3 with commands to join us. Lightsong thought for a moment, then nodded and stood. What are you doing? Blushweaver asked, sitting up. I think I'll go for a stroll, Lightsong said. Where? Lightsong glanced over at the Queen. Oh, blessed colors, Blushweaver said with a sigh. Lightsong, do not ruin this. We walk a very delicate line here. I'll do my best. I don't suppose I can talk you out of interacting with her. My dear, Lightsong said, glancing backward. I at least have to chat with her. Nothing would be more intolerable than being overthrown by a person with whom I'd never even had a nice conversation. Blue Fingers wandered off sometime during the court proceedings. Ciri didn't notice. She was too busy watching the priests debate. She had to be misunderstanding. Surely they couldn't be thinking about attacking Idris. What would be the point? What would Hallandren gain? As the priests finished their discussion on that topic, Ciri turned to one of her serving women. What was that about? The woman glanced down, not answering. They sounded like they were discussing war, Ciri said. They wouldn't really invade, would they? The woman shuffled uncomfortably, then glanced at one of her companions. That woman rushed away. A few moments later, the servant returned with Trelades. Ciri frowned slightly. She did not like speaking with the man. Yes, Vessel, the tall man said, eyeing her with his usual air of disdain. She swallowed, refusing to be intimidated. The priests, she said. What were they discussing? Your homeland of Idris, Vessel. I know that much, Ciri said. What do they want with Idris? It seemed to me, Vessel, that they were arguing about whether or not to attack the rebel province and bring it back under proper royal control. Rebel province? Yes, Vessel. Your people are in a state of rebellion against the rest of the kingdom. But you rebelled against us. Trelades raised an eyebrow. Different viewpoints on history, indeed, Ciri thought. I can see how somebody might think as you do, she said. But you wouldn't really attack us, would you? We sent you a queen, just as you demanded. Because of that, the next God King will have royal blood. Assuming the current God King ever decides to consummate our marriage, she thought. Trelades simply shrugged. It is likely nothing, Vessel. The gods simply needed to be apprised of the current political climate of Tutelar. His words didn't offer Ciri much comfort. She shivered. Should she be doing something? Trying to politic in Idris's defense? Vessel, Trelades said. She glanced at him. His peaked hat was so tall it brushed the top of the canopy. In a city full of colors and beauty, for some reason, Trelades' long face seemed even bleaker for the contrast. Yes? She asked. There is a matter of some delicacy I fear that I must discuss with you. What is that? You are familiar with monarchies, he said. Indeed, you are the daughter of a king. I assume that you know how important it is to a government that there be a secure, stable plan for succession. I guess. Therefore, Trelades said, you realize that it is of no small importance that an heir be provided as quickly as possible. Ciri blushed. We're working on that. With all due respect, Vessel, Trelades said, there is some degree of disagreement upon whether or not you actually are. Ciri blushed further, hair reddening as she glanced away from those callous eyes. Such arguments, of course, are limited to those inside the palace, Trelades said. You can trust in the discretion of our staff and priests. How do you know? Ciri said, looking up. I mean, about us. Maybe we are working on it. Maybe you'll have your heir before you know it. Trelades blinked once, slowly, regarding her as if she were a ledger, to be added up and accounted. Vessel, he said, do you honestly think that we would take an unfamiliar foreign woman and place her in close proximity to our most holy of gods without keeping watch? Ciri felt her breath catch, and she had a moment of horror. Of course, she thought. Of course they were watching, to make sure I didn't hurt the God King, to make certain things went according to plan. Being naked before her husband was bad enough. To be so exposed before men like Trelades, men who saw her not as a woman, but as an annoyance, felt even worse somehow. She found herself slouching, arms wrapping around her chest and its revealing neckline. Now, Trelades said, leaning in, we understand that the God King may not be what you expected. He may even be difficult to work with. You are a woman, however, and should know how to use your charms to motivate. How can I motivate if I can't talk to him or look at him? She snapped. I'm sure you'll find a way, Trelades said. You only have one task in this palace. You want to make certain Idris is protected? Well, give the God King's priesthood what we desire, and your rebels will earn our appreciation. My colleagues and I have no small influence in the court, and we can do much to safeguard your homeland. All we ask is that you perform this single duty. Give us an heir. Give the kingdom stability. Not everything in Hallandren is as cohesive as it may appear to you at first. Ciri remained slouched down, not looking at Trelades. I see that you understand, he said. I feel that... He trailed off, turning to the side. A procession was approaching Ciri's box. Its members wore gold and red, and a tall figure at the front caused them to shine with vibrant color.
Trelades frowned, then glanced at her. "We will speak further, if it becomes necessary. Do your duty, vessel, or there will be consequences." With that, the priest withdrew. She didn't look dangerous. That, more than anything else, made Lightsong inclined to believe Blushweaver's concerns. "I've been in the court for far too long," he thought to himself as he smiled pleasantly at the Queen. "All my life, actually." She was a small thing, much younger than he had expected, barely a woman. She looked intimidated as he nodded to her, waiting while his priests arranged furniture for him. Then he sat, accepting some grapes from the Queen's serving women, even though he wasn't hungry. "Your Majesty," he said, "it is a pleasure to meet you, I'm sure." The girl hesitated. "You're sure?" "Figure of speech, my dear," Lightsong said. "A rather redundant one, which is quite appropriate, since I am a rather redundant person." The girl cocked her head. Colors, Lightsong thought, remembering that she'd just finished with her period of isolation. "I'm probably the only returned that she's met besides the God King. What a bad first impression." Still, there was nothing to be done about it. Lightsong was who he was, whoever that was. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Grace," the Queen said slowly. She turned as a serving woman whispered his name to her. "Lightsong the Brave, Lord of Heroes," she said, smiling at him. There was a hesitancy about her. Either she hadn't been trained for formal situations, which Lightsong found difficult to believe, since she'd been raised in a palace, or she was quite a good actress. He frowned inwardly. The woman's arrival should have put an end to the discussions of war, but instead, she had only exacerbated them. He kept his eyes open, for he feared the images of destruction he would see flashing inside his mind's eye if he so much as blinked. They waited like Kalad's phantoms, hovering just beyond his vision. He couldn't accept those dreams as foretellings. If he did, it meant that he was a god. And if that were the case, then he feared greatly for them all. On the outside, he simply gave the Queen his third most charming smile and popped a grape into his mouth. "No need to be so formal, Your Majesty. You will soon realize that among the returned, I am by far the least. If cows could return, they'd undoubtedly be ranked higher than I." She wavered again, obviously uncertain how to deal with him. It was a common reaction. "Might I inquire as to the nature of your visitation?" she asked. Too formal, not at ease, uncomfortable around those of high rank. Could it be possible that she was genuine? No. It was likely an act to put him at ease, to make him underestimate her. Or was he just thinking too much? "Colors take you, Blushweaver," he thought. "I really don't want to be part of this." He almost withdrew, but then that wouldn't be very pleasant of him, and contrary to some of the things he said, Lightsong did like being pleasant. Best to be kind, he thought, smiling idly to himself. That way, if she ever does take over the kingdom, perhaps she'll behead me last. "You ask after the nature of my visitation," he said. "I believe it has no nature, Your Majesty, other than to appear natural, at which I have already failed by staring at you for far too long while thinking to myself about your place in this mess." The Queen frowned again. Lightsong popped a grape in his mouth. "Wonderful things," he said, holding up another one. "Delightfully sweet, wrapped in their own little package."
Deceptive, really. So hard and dry on the outside, but so delectable on the inside. Don't you think? We don't have many grapes in Idris, Your Grace. I'm rather the opposite, you know, he said. Fluffy and pretty on the outside, without much of import on the inside. But I guess that is beside the point. You, my dear, are a very welcome sight. Much more so than a grape. How is that, Your Grace? We haven't had a queen in such a long time, Lightsong said. Since before my return, in fact. And old Sesebron up there really has been moping about the palace lately, looking forlorn. It's good he has a woman in his life. Thank you for the compliment, Your Grace, the Queen said. You're welcome. I'll make up a few more if you like. She fell silent. Well, then, that's it, he thought, sighing. Blushweaver was right. I probably shouldn't have come. All right, the Queen said, hair suddenly turning red as she threw her hands up in the air. What is going on here? He hesitated. Your Majesty? Are you making fun of me? Probably. But you're supposed to be a god, she said, leaning back, staring up at the canopy. Just when I thought things in this city were starting to make sense, the priests start yelling at me, then you come along. What am I supposed to do with you? You seem more like a schoolboy than a god. Lightsong paused, then settled back into his seat, smiling. You have found me out, he said, opening his hands. I killed the real god and took his place. I've come to hold you ransom for your sweets. There, the Queen said, pointing. Aren't you supposed to be, I don't know, distinguished or something? He spread his hands out. My dear, this is what passes for being distinguished in Hallandren. She didn't seem convinced. I am, of course, lying through my teeth, he said, eating another grape. You shouldn't base your opinion of the others upon what you think of me. They're all much more deific than I am. The Queen sat back. I thought you were the god of bravery. Technically. You seem more like the god of jesters to me. I've applied for the position and been turned down, he said. You should see the person they have doing the job. Dull as a rock and twice as ugly. Ciri hesitated. I wasn't lying that time, Lightsong said. Mirth-giver, god of laughter. If ever there was a god more poorly suited to his position than I, it's he. I don't understand you, she said. It appears there's a lot I don't understand in this city. This woman is no fake, Lightsong thought, staring into her youthful, confused eyes. Or, if she is, then she's the best actress I've ever met. That meant something. Something important. It was possible there were mundane reasons why this girl had been sent instead of her sister. Sickness on the part of the elder daughter, perhaps. But Lightsong didn't buy that. She was part of something. A plot, or perhaps several. And whatever those plots were, she didn't know about them. Kalad's phantoms. Lightsong cursed mentally. This child is going to get ripped apart and fed to the wolves. But what could he really do about it? He sighed, standing, causing his priests to begin packing his things. The girl watched with confusion as he nodded to her, giving her a wan smile of farewell. She stood and curtsied slightly, though she probably didn't need to. She was his queen, even if she wasn't herself returned. Lightsong turned to go, then stopped, recalling his own first few months in the court.
and the confusion he'd known. He reached over, laying a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Don't let them get to you, child," he whispered. And with that, he withdrew. Chapter 17. Vivenna walked back toward Lemix's house, dissecting the argument she'd heard at the Court of Gods. Her tutors had instructed her that discussions in the court assembly didn't always lead to action. Just because they talked of war didn't mean it would happen. This discussion, however, seemed to mean more. It was too passionate, with too many voices for one side. It indicated that her father was right, and that war was inevitable. She walked with her head down on the nearly deserted street. She was beginning to learn that she could avoid the roiling masses by walking through more residential sections of the city. It appeared that people in Tutelar liked to be where everybody else was. The street was in a wealthy neighborhood and had a slate stone sidewalk running along the side of it. It made for pleasant walking. Parlin walked beside her, occasionally pausing to study ferns or palm trees. The Hallandren liked plants. Most of the homes were shaded by trees, vines, and exotic blooming shrubs. In Idris, each of the large homes along the street would have been considered a mansion, but here they were only of average size, probably the homes of merchants. "I need to stay focused," she thought. "Is Hallandren going to attack soon? Or is this just a prelude to something still months, perhaps years away?" Real action wouldn't occur until the gods voted, and Vivenna wasn't sure what it would take to get them to that point. She shook her head. Only one day into Tutelar, and already she knew that her training and tutorials hadn't prepared her half as well as she'd assumed. She felt as if she knew nothing, and that left her feeling very lost. She wasn't the confident, competent woman she'd assumed herself to be. The frightening truth was, should she have been sent to become the God King's bride, she would have been nearly as ineffective and confused as poor Ciri undoubtedly was. They turned a corner, Vivenna trusting in Parlin's amazing sense of direction to get them back to Lemix's house, and they passed under the gaze of one of the silent Dedenner statues. The proud warrior stood with sword raised above his stone head, his armor, carved into the statue, augmented by a red scarf tied and flapping around his neck. He looked dramatic, as if he were going gloriously to war. It wasn't long before they approached the steps to Lemix's house. Vivenna froze, however, when she saw that the door was hanging from one hinge. The lower part was cracked, as if it had been kicked very hard. Parlin pulled up beside her, then hissed, holding up a hand for her to be silent. His hand went to the long hunting knife at his belt, and he glanced around. Vivenna stepped back, nerves itching to flee. And yet, where would she go? The mercenaries were her only connection in the city. Denth and Tonk Fa could have handled an attack, right? Someone approached from the other side of the door. Her biochromatic senses warned her of the proximity. She laid a hand on Parlin's arm, preparing to bolt. Denth pushed the broken door open, sticking his head out. "Oh," he said, "it's you." "What happened?" she asked. "Were you attacked?" Denth glanced at the door and chuckled to himself. "Nah," he said, pushing the door open and waving her in. Through the broken door, she could see that furniture had been ripped apart. There were holes in the walls, and pictures were slashed and broken. Denth wandered back inside, kicking aside some stuffing from a cushion, making his way toward the stairs. Several of the steps had been broken. He glanced back, noting her confusion. "Well, we did say we were going to search the house, Princess."
Figured we might as well do a good job of it.
Vivenna sat down very carefully, half expecting the chair to collapse beneath her. Tonkfa and Denth had been very thorough in their search. They had broken every bit of wood in the house, it seemed, including chair legs. Fortunately, her current chair had been propped up reasonably well, and it held her weight. The desk in front of her, Lemix's desk, was splintered. The drawers had been removed, and a false back had been revealed, the compartment emptied. A group of papers and several bags sat on the desktop.
"That's everything,"
Denth said, leaning against the room's doorframe. Tonkfa lounged on a broken couch, its stuffing sticking out awkwardly. "Did you have to break so much?" Vivenna asked.
"Had to be certain,"
Denth said, shrugging.
"You'd be surprised where people hide things."
"Inside the front door?" Vivenna asked flatly.
"Would you have thought to look there?"
"Of course not."
"Sounds like a pretty good hiding place to me, then. We knocked, and thought we found a hollow space. Just turned out to be a section of different wood. But it was important to check."
"People get really clever when it comes to hiding important stuff," Tonkfa said with a yawn.
"You know the thing I hate most about being a mercenary?"
Denth asked, holding up a hand.
Vivenna raised an eyebrow.
"Splinters," he said, wiggling several red fingers. "No hazard pay for those," Tonkfa added.
"Oh, now you're just being silly," Vivenna said, sorting through the items on the table.
One of the bags clinked suggestively. Vivenna undid the drawstring and pulled open the top. Gold glistened inside. A lot of it.
"Little over 5,000 marks in there,"
Denth said lazily.
"Lemix had it stashed all over the house. Found one bar of it in the leg of your chair."
"Got easier when we discovered the paper he'd used to remind himself of where he hid it all," Tonkfa noted.
5,000 marks?
Vivenna said, feeling her hair lighten slightly in shock.
"Seems like old Lemix was storing up quite the little nest egg,"
Denth said, chuckling.
"That, mixed with the amount of breath he held. He must have extorted even more from Idris than I assumed."
Vivenna stared at the bag. Then she looked up at Denth. "You gave it to me," she said. "You could have taken it and spent it."
"Actually, we did," Denth said. "Took about 10 bits for lunch. Should be here any minute."
Vivenna met his eyes.
"Now there's what I'm talking about, eh, Tonks?"
Denth said, glancing down at the larger man.
"If I'd been, say, a butler, would she be looking at me like that? Just because I didn't take the money and run? Why does everyone expect a mercenary to rob them?"
Tonkfa grunted, stretching again.
"Look through those papers, Princess,"
Denth said, kicking Tonkfa's couch, then nodding toward the door.
"We'll wait for you downstairs."
Vivenna watched them retreat, Tonkfa grumbling as he had to rise, bits of stuffing sticking to the back of his clothing. They thumped their way down the stairs, and soon she heard dishes rattling. They'd likely sent one of the street boys, who passed periodically yelling that they would bring food from a local restaurant for the meal. Vivenna didn't move. She was increasingly uncertain of her purpose in the city. Yet she still had Denth and Tonkfa, and, surprisingly, she was finding herself growing attached to them. How many soldiers in her father's army, good men, all of them, would have been able to resist running off with 5,000 marks? There was more to these mercenaries than they let on. She turned her attention to the books, letters, and papers on the desk. Several hours later, Vivenna still sat alone, the solitary candle burning and dripping wax onto the splintered desk corner. She had long since stopped reading. A plate of food sat uneaten by the door, brought by Parlin some time before. Letters lay spread out on the desk before her. It had taken time to put them in order. Most were penned in her father's familiar hand. Not the hand of her father's scribe, her father's own hand. That had been her first clue. He only wrote his most personal or most secret communications on his own. Vivenna kept her hair under control. She deliberately breathed in and out. She didn't look out the darkened window at the lights of a city that should have been asleep. She simply sat, numb. The final letter, the last before Lemex's death, sat on top of the pile. It was only a few weeks old. "My friend," her father's script read, "our conversations have worried me more than I care to admit. I have spoken with Yarda at length. We can see no solution. War is coming. We all know that now. The continued and increasingly vigorous arguments in the Court of Gods show a disturbing trend. The money we sent to buy you enough breath to attend those meetings is some of the best I have ever spent. All signs point to the inevitability of Hallandren lifeless marching to our mountains. Therefore, I give you leave to do as we have discussed. Any disruptions you can cause in the city, any delays you can earn us, will be extremely valuable. The additional funds you requested should have arrived by now. My friend, I must admit a weakness in myself. I will never be able to send Vivenna to be a hostage in that dragon's nest of a city. To send her would be to kill her, and I cannot do that, even though I know it would be best for Idris if I did. I'm not yet sure what I will do. I will not send her, for I love her too much. However, breaking the treaty would bring the Hallandren wrath against my people even more quickly. I fear I may have to make a very difficult decision in the days to come. But that is the essence of a king's duty. Until we correspond again, Dedelin, your liege and your friend." Vivenna looked away from the letter. The room was too perfectly silent. She wanted to scream at the letter and her father, who was now so far away. And yet, she couldn't. She had been trained for better. Tantrums were useless displays of arrogance. Don't draw attention to yourself. Don't set yourself above others. He who makes himself high will be cast down low. But what of the man who murders one of his daughters to save the other? What of the man who claims, to your face, that the switch was for other reasons, that it was for the good of Idris, that it wasn't about favoritism at all? What of the king who betrayed the highest tenets of his religion by purchasing breath for one of his spies? Vivenna blinked at a tear in her eye, then gritted her teeth, angry at herself and the world. Her father was supposed to be a good man, the perfect king, wise and knowing, always sure of himself and always right. The man she saw in these letters was far more human. Why should she be so shocked to learn that? It doesn't matter, she told herself. None of that matters. Factions in the Hallandren government were rallying the nation for war. Reading her father's candid words, she finally believed him completely. Hallandren troops would likely march on her homeland before the year was out. And then, the Hallandren, so colorful yet so deceptive, would hold Ciri hostage and threaten to kill her unless Dedellan surrendered. Her father would not give up his kingdom. Ciri would be executed. And that is what I'm here to stop, Vivenna thought. Her hands grew tighter, gripping the edges of the desktop, jaw set. She brushed away the traitorous tear. She had been trained to be strong, even when surrounded by an unfamiliar city and its people. She had work to do. She rose, leaving the letters on the table with the bag of coins and Lemex's journal. She made her way down the stairs, avoiding the broken steps, to where the mercenaries were teaching Parlin how to play a game with wooden cards. The three men looked up as Vivenna approached. She settled herself carefully on the floor, sitting with her legs beneath her in an unassuming posture. She met their eyes as she spoke. "I know where some of Lemex's money came from," she said. "Idris and Hallandren will soon go to war. Because of this threat, my father gave much greater resources to Lemex than I'd realized. He sent enough money for Lemex to buy 50 breaths, allowing him to enter the court and report on its proceedings. Obviously, my father didn't know that Lemex already had a sizable amount of breath." The three men were silent. Tonk Fa shot a glance at Denth, who sat back, resting against an overturned, broken chair. "I believe that Lemex was still loyal to Idris," she said. "His personal writings make that relatively clear. He was not a traitor. He was simply greedy. He wanted as much breath as possible because he had heard that it extended a person's life. Lemex and my father had planned to hinder the war preparations from inside Hallandren. Lemex promised he would find a way to sabotage the lifeless armies, damage the city's supplies, and generally undermine their ability to wage war. For him to accomplish this, my father sent him a large sum of money." "About 5,000 marks worth?" Denth asked, rubbing his chin. "Less than that," Vivenna said, "but a large chunk nonetheless. I believe that you are right about Lemex, Denth. He has been stealing from the crown for some time." She fell silent. Parlin looked confused. That wasn't uncommon. The mercenaries, however, didn't look surprised. "I don't know if Lemex intended to do as my father asked," Vivenna said, keeping her voice even. "The way he hid the money, some of the things he wrote. Well, maybe he was finally planning to turn traitor and run. We can't know what he would eventually have decided. We do, however, have a vague list of things he planned to accomplish. Those plans were convincing enough to persuade my father, and the urgency of his letters has convinced me. We are going to continue Lemex's work and undermine Hallandren's ability to wage war." The room fell silent. "And your sister?" Parlin finally asked. "We will get her out," Vivenna said firmly. "Her rescue and safety is our first priority." "That is all easier discussed than accomplished, Princess," Denth said. "I know." The mercenaries shared a look. "Well," Denth finally said, standing up, "better get back to work, then." He nodded at Tonk Fa, who sighed and grumbled, standing. "Wait," Vivenna said, frowning. "What?" "I figured once you saw those papers that you'd want to continue," Denth said, stretching. "Now that I've seen what he was up to, I can piece together why he had us do some of the things we were involved in. One of those was to contact and support some rebellious factions here in the city, including one that was stamped out just a few weeks back. Cult of disaffection, centered on a guy named Var." "Always wondered why Lemex gave him support," Tonkfa said. That faction's dead, Denth said, along with Var himself. But a lot of his followers are still around, waiting for trouble to come their way. We can contact them. There are a few other leads I think we can look into, things Lemix didn't explain completely, but which I might be able to figure out. And you can handle something like this? Vivenna asked. You just said it wouldn't be easy. Denth shrugged. Won't be. But if you haven't realized it yet, this kind of thing is why Lemix hired us. A team of 3 high-priced, specialist mercenaries isn't exactly the type of thing you keep around to serve you tea. Unless you want the tea rammed up someplace uncomfortable, Tonkfa noted. 3 mercenaries? Vivenna thought. That's right. There's another one. A woman. Where's the other member of your team? Jules? Denth asked. You'll meet her soon enough. Unfortunately, Tonkfa said under his breath. Denth elbowed his friend. For now, let us go back out and see how things stand on our projects. Gather what you want from this house. We'll move out tomorrow. Move out? Vivenna said. Unless you want to sleep on a mattress Tonkfa ripped into 5 pieces. Denth noted. He has a thing about mattresses. And chairs, Tonkfa said cheerfully. And tables and doors and walls, actually. Oh, and people. Either way, Princess, Denth said. This building was well known to people who worked with Lemix. As you've discovered, he wasn't exactly the most honest fellow around. I doubt you want the baggage that comes with being associated with him. Best to move to another house, Tonkfa agreed. We'll try not to break up the next one quite so badly, Denth said. No promises, though, Tonkfa said with a wink. And then the 2 left. Chapter 18. Ciri stood before the door to her husband's bedchamber, shuffling nervously. As usual, Bluefingers stood beside her, and he was the only other one in the hallway. He scribbled on his pad, giving no indication of how he always knew when it was time for her to enter. For once, she didn't mind the delay. Nervous though she was, it gave her more time to think about what she was going to do. The day's events still buzzed about in her head. Trellides telling her that she needed to provide an heir. Lightsong the Bold talking in circles, then leaving her with what had seemed like a heartfelt farewell. Her king and husband sitting on his tower above, bending light around him. The priests below arguing about whether or not to invade her homeland. A lot of people wanted to push her in different directions, yet none of them were really willing to tell her how to do what they wanted, and some didn't even bother to tell her what they wanted. The only thing they were accomplishing was annoying her. She wasn't a seductress. She had no idea how to make the God King desire her, particularly since she was terrified of him doing just that. High Priest Trellides had given her a command. Therefore, she intended to show him how she responded to commands, particularly when they had threats attached to them. Tonight, she would go into the king's bedchamber, sit down on the floor, and refuse to strip. She'd confront the God King. He didn't want her. Well, she was tired of being ogled every night. She intended to explain all this to him in no uncertain terms. If he wanted to see her naked again, he'd have to order servants to strip her. She doubted that he'd do that. He'd made no move toward her, and when he presided over the arena debates, he'd actually done no more than sit and watch. She was getting a new impression of this God King. He was a man with so much power, he had grown lazy. He was a man who had everything, and so he bothered with nothing. He was a man who expected others to do everything for him. People like him annoyed her. She was reminded of a guard captain in Idris who had insisted on making his men work hard while he spent his afternoons playing cards. It was time the God King was defied. More than that, it was time that his priests learned that they couldn't bully her. She was tired of being used. Tonight, she would react. That was her decision. And it made her nervous as all colors. She glanced at Bluefingers. Eventually, she caught his eye. "Do they really watch me each night?" she asked, leaning in and whispering. He paused, paling slightly. He glanced to either side, then shook his head. She frowned. But Trelades knew that I hadn't been bedded by the God King, she thought. Bluefingers raised a finger, pointing to his eyes, then shook his head. Then he pointed to his ears and nodded. He pointed to a doorway down the hall. They listen, Ciri thought. Bluefingers leaned in closer. They would never watch, Vessel, he whispered. Remember, the God King is their holiest of deities. Seeing him nude, watching him with his wife. No, they wouldn't dare. However, they aren't above listening. She nodded. They are very concerned about an heir. Bluefingers glanced about nervously. Am I really in danger from them? She asked. He met her eyes, then nodded sharply. More danger than you know, Vessel. Then he backed away, gesturing at the door. You have to help me, she mouthed at him. He shook his head, holding up his hands. I cannot. Not now. With that, he pushed open the door, bowed, and scuttled away, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Ciri glared at him. The time was swiftly approaching when she'd need to corner him and find out what he really knew. Until then, she had other people to annoy. She turned and glanced into the dark room. Her nervousness returned. Is this wise? Being belligerent had never bothered her before, and yet her life wasn't like it had been before. Bluefinger's fear had left her even more on edge. Defiance. That had always been her way to get attention. She hadn't been obstinate out of spite. She'd simply been unable to measure up to Vivenna, so she'd just done the opposite of what was expected of her. Her defiance had worked in the past, or had it? Her father had been perpetually angry at her, and Vivenna had always treated her like a child. The city's people had loved her, but sufferingly. No, Ciri thought suddenly. No, I can't go back to that. The people in this palace, this court, they aren't the types you can defy just because you're annoyed. Spurn the palace priests, and they wouldn't grumble at her like her father had. They'd show her what it really meant to be in their power. But what to do, then? She couldn't keep throwing off her clothing and kneeling on the floor naked, could she? Feeling confused, and a little angry at herself, she stepped into the dark room and pulled the door closed. The God King waited in his corner, shadowed, as always. Ciri looked at him, staring at his too calm face. She knew that she should disrobe and kneel, but she didn't. Not because she felt defiant, not even because she felt angry or petulant, because she was tired of wondering. Who was this man who could rule gods and bend light with the force of his biochroma? Was he really just spoiled and indolent? He stared back at her. As before, he didn't grow angry at her insolence. Watching him, Ciri pulled at the strings on her dress. dropping the bulky garment to the floor. She reached for the shoulders of her shift, but hesitated. No, she thought, this isn't right either. She glanced down at the shift. The edges of the white garment fuzzed, the white bending into color. She looked up at the God King's impassive face. Then, gritting her teeth against her nervousness, Ciri took a step forward. He tensed. She could see it in the edges of his eyes and around his lips. She took another step forward, the white of her garment bending further into prismatic colors. The God King didn't do anything. He just watched as she drew closer and closer. She stopped right in front of him. Then she turned from him and climbed up onto the bed, feeling the deep softness beneath her as she crawled to the middle of its mattress. She sat up on her knees, regarding the black marble wall with its obsidian sheen. The God King's priests waited just beyond, listening carefully to hear things that were really none of their business. This, she thought, taking a deep breath, is going to be exceptionally embarrassing. But she'd been forced to lie prostrate, naked, before the God King for over a week. Was now really the time to start feeling self-conscious? She began to bounce up and down on the bed, making its springs creak. Then, cringing slightly, she started to moan. She hoped it was convincing. She didn't really know what it was supposed to sound like, and how long did it usually continue. She tried to make her moans get louder and louder, her bouncing more furious, for what she assumed was a proper amount of time. Then she stopped sharply, let out a final moan, and fell back onto the bed. All was still. She glanced up, eyeing the God King. Some of his emotional mask had softened, and he displayed a very human look of confusion. She almost laughed out loud at how perplexed he seemed. She just met his eyes and shook her head. Then, her heart beating, her skin a bit sweaty, she lay back on the bed to rest. Tired from the day's events and intrigues, it wasn't long after that she found herself rolled up in the luxurious comforter and relaxing. The God King left her alone. In fact, he'd grown tense at her approach, almost as if he were worried, even frightened of her. That couldn't be. He was the god and king of Hallandren, and she was just a silly girl, swimming in waters that were far over her head. No, he wasn't frightened. The concept was enough to again make her feel like laughing. She restrained herself, maintaining the illusion for the listening priests, as she drifted off in the luxurious comfort of the bed. The next morning, Lightsong didn't get out of bed. His servants stood around the perimeter of his room like a flock of birds, waiting for seed. As noon approached, they began to shuffle uncomfortably, shooting glances at one another. He remained in bed, staring up at the ornate red canopy. Some servants approached tentatively, placing a tray of food atop a small table beside him. Lightsong didn't reach for it. He had dreamed of war again. Finally, a figure walked up to the bed, large of girth and draped in its priestly robes. Larimar looked down at his god, betraying none of the annoyance that Lightsong was sure that he felt. "Leave us, please," Larimar said to the servants. They hesitated, uncertain. When was a god without his servants? "Please," Larimar repeated, though somehow his tone indicated that it wasn't a request. Slowly the servants filed from the room. Larimar moved the tray of food, then sat down on the edge of the low table. He studied Lightsong, expression thoughtful.
What did I ever do to earn a priest like him? Lightsong thought. He knew many of the high priests of other returned, and most of them were various levels of insufferable. Some were quick to anger, others quick to point out fault, and still others were so fulsomely effusive toward their gods that it was downright maddening. Trelides, the God King's own high priest, was so stuck up that he made even gods feel inferior. And then there was Larimar. Patient, understanding. He deserved a better god. "All right, Your Grace," Larimar said. "What is it this time?" "I'm sick," Lightsong said. "You can't get sick, Your Grace." Lightsong gave a few weak coughs, to which Larimar just rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on, Scoot," Lightsong said. "Can't you just play along a little?" "Play along that you are sick?" Larimar asked, showing a hint of amusement. "Your Grace, to do that would be to pretend that you're not a god. I don't believe that's a good precedent for your high priest to set." "It's the truth," Lightsong whispered. "I'm no god." Again, there was no sign of annoyance or anger from Larimar. He just leaned down. "Please don't say such things, Your Grace. Even if you yourself do not believe, you should not say so." "Why not?" "For the sake of the many who do believe." "And I should continue to deceive them?" Larimar shook his head. "It is no deception. It's not so uncommon for others to have more faith in someone than he has in himself." "And that doesn't strike you as a little odd, in my case?" Larimar smiled. "Not knowing your temperament, it doesn't. Now, what brought this on?" Lightsong turned, looking up at the ceiling again. "Blushweaver wants my commands for the lifeless." "Yes. She'll destroy that new queen of ours," Lightsong said. "Blushweaver worries that the Idrian royals are making a play for the Hallandren throne." "Do you disagree?" Lightsong shook his head. "No, they probably are. But the thing is, I don't think the girl, the queen, knows that she's part of anything. I'm worried that Blushweaver will crush the child out of fear. I'm worried that she'll be too aggressive and get us all into a war, and I don't know yet if that's the right thing to do." "It seems that you already have a good handle on all this, Your Grace," Larimar said. "I don't want to be part of it, Scoot," Lightsong said. "I feel myself getting sucked in." "It is your duty to be involved so that you can lead your kingdom. You can't avoid politics." "I can if I don't get out of bed." Larimar raised an eyebrow. "You don't honestly believe that, do you, Your Grace?" Lightsong sighed. "You're not going to give me a lecture about how even my inaction has political effects, are you?" Larimar hesitated. "Perhaps. Like it or not, you are a part of the workings of this kingdom, and you produce effects, even if you stay in bed. If you do nothing, then the problems are as much your fault as if you had instigated them." "No," Lightsong said. "No, I think you're wrong. If I don't do anything, then at least I can't ruin things. Sure, I can let them go wrong, but that's not the same thing. It really isn't, no matter what people say." "And if, by acting, you could make things better?" Lightsong shook his head. "Not going to happen. You know me better than that." "I do, Your Grace," Larimar said. "I know you better, perhaps, than you think I do. You've always been one of the best men I have known." Lightsong rolled his eyes, but then stopped, noting the expression on Larimar's face. "Best man I have known." Lightsong sat up. "You knew me," he accused. "That's why you chose to be my priest. You did know me before I died." Larimar said nothing. "Who was I?" Lightsong asked. "A good man, you claim. What was it about me that made me a good man?" "I can say nothing, Your Grace." "You've already said something," Lightsong said, raising a finger. "You might as well go on. No turning back." "I've said too much already." "Come on," Lightsong said. "Just a little bit. Was I from Teteller then? How did I die?" "Who is she? The woman I see in my dreams," he thought. Larimar said nothing further. "I could command you to speak." "No, you couldn't," Larimar said, smiling as he stood up. "It's like the rain, Your Grace. You can say you want to command the weather to change, but you don't believe it, deep down. It doesn't obey, and neither would I." Convenient bit of theology, that, Lightsong thought, particularly when you want to hide things from your gods. Larimar turned to go. "You have paintings waiting to be judged, Your Grace. I suggest that you let your servants bathe and dress you so that you can get through the day's work." Lightsong sighed, stretching. How exactly did he just do that to me? He thought. Larimar hadn't even really revealed anything, yet Lightsong had overcome his bout of melancholy. He eyed Larimar as the priest reached the door and waved for the servants to return. Perhaps dealing with sullen deities was part of his job description. But he knew me before, Lightsong thought, and now he's my priest. How did that happen? "Scoot," Lightsong said, drawing the priest's attention. Larimar turned, guarded, obviously expecting Lightsong to pry further into his past. "What should I do?" Lightsong asked. "About Blushweaver and the Queen." "I cannot tell you, Your Grace," Larimar said. "You see, it is from what you do that we learn. If I guide you, then we gain nothing. Except perhaps the life of a young girl who is being used as a pawn." Larimar paused. "Do your best, Your Grace," he said. "That is all I can suggest." Great, Lightsong thought as he stood. He didn't know what his best was. The truth was, he'd never bothered to find out. Chapter 19. "This is nice," Denth said, looking over the house. "Strong wood paneling. Will break very cleanly." "Yeah," Tongfa added, peeking into a closet. "And it has plenty of storage. Bet we could fit a good half-dozen bodies in here alone." Vivenna shot the two mercenaries a look, causing them to chuckle to themselves. The house wasn't as nice as Lemix's had been. She didn't want to be ostentatious. It was one of the many that were built in a row along a well-maintained street. Deeper than it was wide, the building was bordered on either side with large palm trees, obscuring the view should someone try to spy from the neighboring buildings. She was pleased. Part of her balked at living in a home that was, despite being modest by Hallandren standards, nearly as large as the king's palace back in Idris. However, she and Parlin had looked at and rejected cheaper sections of town. She didn't want to live in a place where she was afraid to go out at night, particularly since she was worried that her breath might make her a target. She trailed down the stairs, the
the mercenaries following. The house had 3 stories, a small upper story with sleeping chambers, the main floor with a kitchen and sitting room and a cellar for storage. The building was sparsely furnished, and Parlin had gone to the market to shop for more. She hadn't wanted to spend the money, but Denth had pointed out that they must at least try to keep up appearances, lest they end up drawing even more attention.
Old Lemix's house will be taken care of soon,
Denth said.
We left some hints in the underground, mentioning that the old man was dead. Whatever we didn't ransack, a gang of burglars will take care of tonight. By tomorrow, the city guard will be there, and they'll assume the place was burgled. The nurse has been paid off, and she never knew who Lemix really was anyway. When nobody comes to pay for the funeral services, the authorities will take the house in forfeit and have the body burned with other debtors.
Vivenna stopped at the bottom of the stairs, paling. That doesn't sound very respectful.
Denth shrugged. What do you want to do? Go claim him at the charnel house yourself? Give him an Idrian ceremony?
Good way to get people asking questions, that, Tonkfa said.
Better to just let others deal with it,
Denth said. I suppose, Vivenna said, turning away from the stairs and walking into the sitting room. It just bothers me, letting his body be cared for by...
By what? Denth said, amused. Pagans?
Vivenna didn't look at him. The old man didn't seem to care much about heathen ways, Tonkfa noted. Not with the number of breaths he held. Of course, didn't your daddy give him the money to buy them? Vivenna closed her eyes. You hold those same breaths, she told herself. You're not innocent in all of this. She hadn't been given a choice. She could only hope and assume that her father had felt he was in a similar position. No choice but to do what seemed wrong. Lacking furniture, Vivenna arranged her dress and knelt on the wooden floor, hands in her lap. Denth and Tonkfa sat back against the wall, looking just as comfortable sitting on a hardwood floor as they were when lounging in plush chairs.
All right, Princess,
Denth said, unfolding a paper from his pocket.
We've got some plans for you.
Please continue, then.
First, Denth said, we can get you a meeting with some of Var's allies.
Who exactly was this man? Vivenna said, frowning. She didn't like the idea of working with revolutionaries.
Var was a worker in the dye fields,
Denth said.
Things can get bad out in those fields. Long hours, little more than food for pay. About 5 years back, Var got the bright idea that if he could convince enough of the other workers to give him their breath, he might be able to use the power to start a revolt against the overseers. Became enough of a hero to the people in the outer flower plantations that he actually drew the attention of the court of gods.
Never truly had a chance of starting a real rebellion, Tonkfa said. So what good are his men to us? Vivenna asked. If they never had a chance of succeeding.
Well,
Denth said,
you didn't say anything about a rebellion or anything like that. You just want to make it tough for the Hallandren when they go to war.
Revolts in the fields would sure be a pain during war, Tonkfa added. Vivenna nodded. All right, she said. Let's meet with them.
Just so you know, Princess,
Denth said,
these aren't particularly sophisticated kinds of folks.
I'm not offended by poverty or people of small means. Astra regards all people equally.
I didn't mean that,
Denth said, rubbing his chin.
It's not that they're peasants. It's that, well, when Var's little insurrection went bad, these are the people who were smart enough to get out quickly. That means they weren't all that committed to him in the first place.
In other words, Tonkfa said, They were really just a bunch of thugs and crime lords who thought Var might be the source of some easy influence or money.
Great, Vivenna thought. And do we want to associate with people like that?
Denth shrugged. We have to start somewhere. The other things on the list are a bit more fun, Tonkfa said.
And they are?
Vivenna asked. Raid the lifeless storage warehouse, for one, Denth said, smiling. We won't be able to kill the things, not without drawing the rest of them down on us, but we might be able to muck up the way the creatures work.
That sounds dangerous, Vivenna said.
Denth glanced at Tonkfa, who opened his eyes. They shared a smile.
What? Vivenna asked.
Hazard pay, Tonkfa said. We may not steal your money, but we have nothing against overcharging you for extremely dangerous stunts.
Vivenna rolled her eyes.
Beyond that, Denth added, from what I can tell, Lemix wanted to undermine the city's food supply. It's a good idea, I suppose. Lifeless don't need to eat, but the humans who form the support structure of the army do. Disrupt supply, and perhaps people here will begin to worry if they can afford a long-term war.
That sounds more reasonable, Vivenna said. What did you come up with?
We raid merchant caravans, Denth said. Burn things up. Cost them a bunch. We make it look like bandits, or maybe even remnants of Var's supporters. That ought to confuse people into Teller, and maybe make it more difficult for the priests to go to war.
Priests run a lot of the trade in the city, Tonkfa added. They have all the money, so they tend to own the supplies. Burn away the stuff they intended to use for the war, and they'll be more hesitant to attack. It'll buy your people more time.
Vivenna swallowed.
Your plans are a bit more violent than I had anticipated.
The mercenaries shared a look. You see, Denth said, this is where we get our bad reputation. People hire us to do difficult things, like undermine a country's ability to wage war, then complain that we're too violent.
Very unfair,
Tonkfa agreed. Perhaps she'd rather we buy puppies for all of her enemies, then send them with nice apologetic notes asking them to stop being so mean.
And then, Tonkfa said, when they don't stop, we could kill the puppies. All right, Vivenna said. I understand that we'll have to use a firm hand, but really, I don't want the Hallandren to starve because of what we do.
Princess, Denth said, sounding more serious, these people want to attack your homeland. They see your family as the greatest existing threat to their power, and they're going to make certain that nobody of the royal blood lives to challenge them.
They get a child by your sister to be the next God King, Tonkfa said. Then they kill every other person of royal blood. They never have to worry about you again.
Denth nodded. Your father and Lemix were right. The Hallandren have everything to lose by not attacking you. And from what I can see, your people are going to need every bit of help you can give them. That means doing everything we can. Scaring the priests, breaking their supply reserves, weakening their armies, to help out.
We can't stop the war,
Tonkfa added.
We can just make the fight a little more fair.
Vivenna took a deep breath, then nodded.
All right, then. Well, at that moment, the door to the building flew open, slamming against the other side of the wall.
Vivenna looked up. A figure stood in the doorway. A tall, bulky man with unusually large muscles and flat features. It took her a moment to register the other oddity about him. His skin was gray. His eyes, too. There was no color to him at all, and her heightenings told her that he didn't have a single breath. A lifeless soldier. Vivenna scrambled to her feet, barely keeping in a cry of distress. She backed away from the large soldier. It just stood there, immobile, not even breathing. Its eyes tracked her. They didn't just stare ahead like those of a dead man. For some reason, she found that the most unnerving. "Denth," Vivenna said. "What are you doing? Attack!" The mercenaries remained where they were, lounging on the floor. Tonk Fa barely cracked an eye open. "Ah, well," Denth said. "Looks like we've been discovered by the City Watch." "Pity," Tonk Fa said. "This was looking like it would be a fun job." "Nothing but execution for us now," Denth said. "Attack!" Vivenna cried. "You're my bodyguards, you're—" She trailed off, noticing as the two men began to chuckle. "Oh, colors, not again," she thought. "What?" she said. "Some kind of joke? Did you paint that man gray? What's going on?" "Move it, you rock on legs," a voice said from behind the lifeless. The creature walked into the room, carrying a couple of canvas bags over its shoulders. As it entered, it revealed a shorter woman standing behind. Thick through the thighs and through the bust, she had light brown hair that came down to her shoulders. She stood with hands on hips, looking upset. "Denth," she snapped. "He's here, in the city." "Good," Denth said, lounging back. "I owe that man a sword through the gut." The woman snorted. "He killed Arsteel. What makes you think you can beat him?" "I've always been the better swordsman," Denth said calmly. "Arsteel was good too. Now he's dead. Who's the woman?" "New employer. Hope she lives longer than the last one," the woman grumbled. "Claude, put those down and go get the other bag." The lifeless responded, setting down its bags and then walking back out. Vivenna watched, by now having figured out that the short woman must be Jules, the third member of Denth's team. What was she doing with a lifeless? And how had she found the new house? Denth must have sent her a message. "What's wrong with you?" Jules said, glancing at Vivenna. "Some awakener come by and steal your colors?" Vivenna paused. "What?" "She means," Denth said. "Why do you look so surprised?" "That, and her hair is white," Jules said, walking over to the canvas bags. Vivenna flushed, realizing that her shock had gotten the better of her. She returned her hair to its proper dark color. The lifeless was returning, carrying another bag. "Where did that creature come from?" Vivenna asked. "What?" Jules asked. "Claude? Made him from a dead body, obviously. I didn't do it myself. I just paid money for someone else to." "Too much money," Tonk Fa added. The creature clomped back into the room. It wasn't unnaturally tall, not like a returned. It could have been a normal, if well-muscled, man. Only the skin coloring, mixed with the emotionless face, was different. "She bought him?" Vivenna asked. "When? Just now?" "Nah," Tonk Fa said. "We've had Claude for months." "It's useful to have a lifeless around," Denth said. "And you didn't tell me about this?" Vivenna asked, trying to keep the hysteria out of her voice. First, she'd had to deal with the city and all of its colors and people. Then she was given a dose of unwanted breath. Now she was confronted by the most unholy of abominations. "The topic didn't come up," Denth said, shrugging. "They're pretty common in Teller." "We were just talking about defeating these things," Vivenna said,
not embracing them. We talked about defeating some of them, Denth said. Princess, lifeless are like swords. They're tools. We can't destroy all of them in the city, nor would we want to. Just the ones being used by our enemies. Vivenna slid down, sitting on the wooden floor. The lifeless set down its final bag. Then Jules pointed toward the corner. It walked over and stood there, patiently waiting for further orders. Here, Jules said to the other two, untying the final large bag. You wanted these. She turned it on its side, exposing glittering metal, shining within. Denth smiled, rising. He kicked Tonk Fa back awake. The large man had an uncanny ability to fall asleep at a moment's notice, and walked over to the bag. He pulled out several swords, shiny and new-looking, with long, thin blades. Denth made a few practice swings while Tonk Fa wandered over, pulling out wicked-looking daggers, some shorter swords, and then some leather jerkins. Vivenna sat, back against the wall, using her breathing to calm herself. She tried not to feel threatened by the lifeless in the corner. How could they just go about, ignoring it like that? It was so unnatural that it made her itch and squirm. Eventually, Denth noticed her. He told Tonk Fa to oil the blades, then walked over and sat down in front of Vivenna, leaning back with hands against the floor behind him. That lifeless is going to be a problem, Princess? He asked. Yes, she said curtly. Then we'll need to work it out, he said, meeting her eyes. My team can't function if you tie our hands. Jules has invested a lot of effort into learning the proper commands to use a lifeless, not to mention learning to maintain the thing. We don't need her. Yes, Denth said. Yes, we do. Princess, you've brought a lot of biases into this city. It's not my place to tell you what to do with them. I'm just your employee. But I will tell you that you don't know half the things you think you do. It's not about what I think I know, Denth, Vivenna said. It's what I believe. A person's body shouldn't be abused by making it come back to life and serve you. Why not? He asked. Your own theology says a soul leaves when the body dies. The corpse is just recycled dirt. Why not use it? It's wrong, Vivenna said. The family of the corpse was well paid for the body. It doesn't matter, Vivenna said. Denth leaned forward. Well, fine then. But if you order Jules away, you order us all away. I'll give you your money back. Then we'll go hire you another team of bodyguards. You can use them instead. I thought you were my employee, Vivenna snapped. I am, Denth said, but I can quit whenever I want. She sat quietly, stomach unsettled. Your father was willing to use means that he didn't agree with. Denth said, judge him if you must. But tell me this, if using a lifeless could save your kingdom, who are you to ignore the opportunity? Why do you care? Vivenna asked. I just don't like leaving things unfinished. Vivenna glanced away. Look at it this way, Princess, he said. You can work with us, which will give you chances to explain your views. Maybe change our minds on things like lifeless and biochroma. Or you can send us away. But if you reject us because of our sins, aren't you being ostentatious? Don't the 5 visions say something about that? Vivenna frowned. How does he know so much about ostracism? I'll think about it, she said. Why did Jules bring all those swords? We need weapons, Denth said. You know, Has to do with that violence thing we mentioned earlier.
You don't have any already?
Denth shrugged. Tonk usually has a cudgel or knife on him, but a full sword draws attention into Teller. It's best not to stand out sometimes. Your people have some interesting wisdom in that area.
But now?
Now, we don't really have a choice, he said. If we keep moving forward with Lemix's plans, things are going to get dangerous. He eyed her. Which reminds me, I have something else for you to think about.
What?
Those breaths you hold, Denth said. They're a tool, just like the lifeless. Now, I know you don't agree with how they were obtained, but the fact is, you have them. If a dozen slaves die to forge a sword, does it do any good to melt down the sword and refuse to use it? Or is it better to use that sword and try to stop the men who did such evil in the first place?
What are you saying?
Vivenna said, feeling that she probably already knew. You should learn to use the breaths, Denth said. Tonks and I could sure use an awakener backing us up.
Vivenna closed her eyes. Did he have to hit her with that now, right after twisting around her concerns about the lifeless? She had expected to find uncertainties and obstacles into Teller. She just hadn't expected so many difficult decisions, and she hadn't expected them to endanger her soul.
I'm not going to become an awakener, Denth, Vivenna said quietly.
I might turn a blind eye toward that lifeless, for now, but I will not awaken. I expect to take these breaths to my death, so that nobody else can benefit from harvesting them. No matter what you say, if you buy that sword forged by overworked slaves, then you'll just encourage the evil merchants.
Denth fell silent. Then he nodded, standing. You're the boss, and it's your kingdom. If we fail, the only thing I lose is an employer.
Denth, Jewel said, approaching. She barely gave Vivenna a glance. I don't like this. I don't like the fact that he got here first. He has breath. Reports say he looked to have reached at least the 4th heightening. Maybe the 5th. I'll bet he got it from that rebel, Var.
How do you even know it's him? Denth asked.
Jewel snorted.
Word's all over. People being found slaughtered in alleyways, the wounds corrupt and black, sightings of a new powerful awakener roaming the city carrying a black-handled sword in a silver sheath. It's Tax, all right. Goes by a different name now.
Denth nodded.
Vasher. He's used it for a while. It's a joke on his part.
Vivenna frowned. Black-handled sword. Silver sheath. The man at the arena? Who are we talking about?
Jules shot her an annoyed look, but Denth just shrugged. Old friend of ours.
He's bad trouble, Tonk Fa said, walking up. Tax tends to leave a lot of bodies in his wake. Has strange motivations. Doesn't think like other people.
He's interested in the war for some reason, Denth, Jewel said. Let him be, Denth snapped. That will just bring him across my path all the sooner.
He turned away, waving a hand indifferently. Vivenna watched him go, noting the frustration in his step, the curtness of his motions. What is wrong with him? She asked Tonk Fa. Tax, or I guess Vasher, Tonk Fa said. He killed a good friend of ours over in Yarndred a couple months back. Denth used to have 4 people in this team.
It shouldn't have happened, Jewel said. Arsteel was a brilliant duelist, almost as good as Denth. Vasher's never been able to beat either of them.
He used that sword of his, Tonk Fa grumbled.
There was no blackness around the wound, Jewel said.
Then he cut the blackness out
Tonkfa snapped, watching Denth belt a sword to his waist. "There's no way Vasher beat Arsteel in a fair duel. No way." "This Vasher," Vivenna found herself saying. "I saw him." Jules and Tonkfa turned sharply. "He was at the court yesterday," Vivenna said. "Tall man, carrying a sword when nobody else did. It had a black hilt and a silver sheath. He looked ragged. Hair unkempt, beard scraggly, clothing ripped in places. Only a rope for a belt. He was watching me from behind. He looked dangerous." Tonkfa cursed quietly. "That's him," Jules said. "Denth!" "What?" Denth asked. Jules gestured at Vivenna. "He's a step ahead of us. Been tailing your princess here. She saw him watching her at the court." "Colors!" Denth swore, snapping a dueling blade into the sheath at his waist. "Colors, colors, colors!" "What?" Vivenna asked, paling. "Maybe it was just a coincidence. He could have just come to watch the court." Denth shook his head. "There are no coincidences where that man is concerned, Princess. If he was watching you, then you can bet on the colors that he knows exactly who you are and where you came from." He met her eyes. "And he's probably planning to kill you." Vivenna fell silent. Tonkfa laid a hand on her shoulder. "Ah, don't worry, Vivenna. He wants to kill us, too. At least, you're in good company." Chapter 20. For the first time in her several weeks at the palace, Ciri stood before the God King's door and felt neither worried nor tired. Bluefingers, oddly, wasn't scribbling on his pad. He watched her silently, expression unreadable. Ciri almost smiled to herself. Gone were the days when she'd had to lie on the floor, awkwardly trying to kneel while her back complained. Gone were the days when she had to fall asleep on the marble, her discarded dress her only comfort. Ever since she'd grown daring enough to climb into the bed the previous week, she'd slept well each night, comfortable and warm. And not once had she been touched by the God King. It was a nice arrangement. The priests, apparently satisfied that she was doing her wifely duty, left her alone. She didn't have to be naked in front of anyone, and she was beginning to learn the social dynamic of the palace. She'd even gone to a few more sessions of the court assembly, though she hadn't mingled with the returned. "Vessel," Bluefinger said quietly. She turned toward him, raising an eyebrow. He shuffled uncomfortably. "You have found a way to make the king respond to your advances, then?" "That got out, did it?" she asked, looking back at the door. Inside, her smile deepened. "Indeed it did, Vessel," Bluefinger said, tapping his ledger from beneath. "Only those in the palace know about any of this, of course." Good, Ciri thought. She glanced to the side. Bluefingers didn't look pleased. "What?" she asked. "I'm out of danger. The priests can stop worrying about an heir." "For a few months, at least. They'll get suspicious eventually," she thought. "Vessel," Bluefinger said with a harsh whisper. "Doing your duty as the vessel was the danger." She frowned, looking at Bluefingers as the little scribe tapped his board. "Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods," he whispered to himself. "What?" she asked. "I shouldn't say." "Then what is the point of bringing it up in the first place? Honestly, Bluefingers, you're getting frustrating. Leave me too confused and I might just start asking questions." "No," Bluefinger said sharply, then immediately glanced behind him, cringing slightly. "Vessel, you must not speak to others of my fears.
They're silly, really. Nothing to bother anyone else with. Just... What? She asked. You must not bear him a child, Bluefinger said. That is the danger, both to yourself and to the God King himself. Everything here in the palace, it isn't what it appears to be. That's what everyone says, she snapped. If it's not what it seems, then tell me what it is. There is no need, Bluefinger said, and I will not speak of this again. After tonight, you will conduct yourself to the bedchamber. You obviously have the pattern down well enough. Just wait 100 heartbeats or so after the women let you out of the dressing room. You have to tell me something, Ciri said. Vessel, Bluefinger said, leaning in. I advise you to please keep your voice down. You don't know how many factions shift and move inside the palace. I am a member of many of them, and a stray word on your part would mean my death. Do you understand that? Can you understand that? She hesitated. I should not be putting my life in danger because of you, he said. But there are things about this arrangement with which I do not agree. And so, I give my warning. Avoid giving the God King a child. If you want to know more than that, read your histories. Honestly, I would think that you would have come to all this a little more prepared. And with that, the little man left. Ciri shook her head, then sighed and pushed open the door and entered the God King's chamber. She closed the door, then eyed the God King, who watched her, as always, and pulled off her dress, leaving her shift on. She went to the bed and sat down, waiting a few minutes before climbing up on her knees to do her bouncing, moaning act. She varied it sometimes, doing several different rhythms, getting creative. Once she was done, she snuggled down in the blankets and lay back in the pillows to think. Could Bluefingers have been any more obscure? She thought with frustration. What little Ciri knew of political intrigue told her that people preferred to be subtle, obscure even, to protect themselves from implication. Read your histories. It seemed an odd suggestion. If the secrets were that visible, then why would they be dangerous? Still, as she thought, she did find herself feeling grateful for Bluefingers. She couldn't really blame him for his hesitation. He'd probably already endangered himself far more than he should have. Without him, she wouldn't have known she was in danger. In a way, he was the only friend she had in the city, a person like herself, a person drawn in from another country. A country that was overshadowed by beautiful, bold Hallandren. A man who... Her thoughts trailed off. She felt something odd. She opened her eyes. Someone loomed over her in the darkness. Despite herself, Ciri screamed in surprise. The God King jumped back, stumbling. Heart thumping, Ciri shuffled backward on the bed, pulling the covers up over her chest, though, of course, he had seen her unclothed so often that it was a ridiculous gesture. The God King stood in his dark black clothing, looking uncertain in the hearth's wavering light. She'd never asked her servants why he wore black. One would think that he would prefer white, which he could affect so dramatically with his biochroma. For a few moments, Ciri sat with the blankets clutched before her, then forced herself to relax. Stop being so silly, she told herself. He's never so much as threatened you. It's all right, she said softly. You just startled me. He glanced at her, and, with a jolt of surprise, she realized this was the first time she'd addressed him since her outburst the previous week. Now that he stood, She could see even better how heroic he looked. Tall, broad-shouldered, like a statue. Human, but of more dramatic proportions. Carefully, showing more uncertainty than she'd ever expected from a man who had the title of God King, he moved back to the bed. He sat down on its edge. Then he reached to his shirt, pulling it up. "Oh, Astra," she thought with sudden shock. "Oh, God, Lord of Colors, this is it. He's finally coming for me." She couldn't fight off the trembles. She'd convinced herself that she was safe, comfortable. She shouldn't have to go through this. Not again. "I can't do it. I can't. The God King pulled something out from underneath his shirt, then let the garment drape back down. Ciri sat, breath coming in gasps, slowly realizing that he was making no further moves toward her. She calmed herself, forcing the color back into her hair. The God King laid the object on the bed, and the firelight revealed it to be a book. Ciri immediately thought of the histories Bluefingers had mentioned, but she quickly discarded the idea. This book, from the title on the spine, was a book of stories for children. The God King let his fingers rest on it, then he delicately opened to the first page. The white parchment bent in the force of his biochroma, shooting out prismatic colors. This didn't distort the text, and Ciri carefully inched forward, looking at the words. She looked up at the God King. His face seemed less stiff than usual. He nodded down at the page, then pointed at the first word. "You want me to read this?" Ciri asked in a low whisper, mindful of the priests who might be listening. The God King nodded. "It says, 'Stories for Children,'" Ciri said, confused. He turned the book around, looking at it himself. He rubbed his chin in thought. What's going on? She thought. It didn't seem like he was going to bed her. Did he, instead, expect her to read a story to him? She couldn't imagine him asking for something that childish. She looked up at him again. He turned the book around, pointing at the first word. He nodded toward it. "Stories?" Ciri asked. He pointed at the word. She looked closely, trying to discern some hidden meaning or mysterious text. She sighed, looking up at him. "Why don't you just tell me?" He paused, cocking his head. Then he opened his mouth. By the waning light of the hearth's fire, Ciri saw something shocking. The God King of Hallandren had no tongue. There was a scar. She could just barely see it if she squinted closely. Something had happened to him. Some terrible accident had ripped it free. Or had it been taken purposefully? Why would anyone remove the tongue of the king himself? The answer came to her almost immediately. Biochromatic breath, she realized, thinking back to a half-remembered lesson from her childhood. To awaken objects, a person must give a command. Words spoken in a crisp, clear voice. No slurring or mumbling allowed, or the breath will not function. The God King looked away, suddenly, seeming ashamed. He picked up the book, holding it to his chest, and moved to stand. "No, please," Ciri said, edging forward. She reached her hand forward and touched his arm. The God King froze. She immediately pulled her hand back. "I didn't mean to look so disgusted," Ciri said in her whispered voice. "That wasn't because of your mouth. It was because I was realizing why it must have been done to you.
The God King studied her, then slowly seated himself again. He held himself back far enough that they weren't touching, and she didn't reach for him again. However, he did carefully, almost reverently, put his book down on the bed. He opened to the first page again, then looked at her, his eyes pleading.
You can't read, can you?
Ciri asked. He shook his head.
That's the secret,
she whispered.
The thing that scares Bluefinger so much. You're not king. You're a puppet. A figurehead. You're paraded around by your priests, given a biochromatic aura so strong that it makes people fall to their knees in wonder. Yet they took your tongue so that you couldn't ever use it, and they never taught you to read, lest you learn too much or manage to communicate with others.
He sat and looked away.
All so that they could control you. No wonder Bluefingers is so scared, she thought. If they would do that to their own god, then the rest of us are nothing to them.
It made sense now, why they had been so adamant about her not talking to or even kissing the king. It made sense why they would dislike her so much. They were worried about someone spending time alone with the God King, someone who might discover the truth.
I'm sorry,
she whispered. He shook his head, then met her eyes. There was a strength in them she wouldn't have expected of a man who had been sheltered and isolated, as he must have been. Finally, he looked down, pointing back at the words on the page. The first word. The first letter, actually.
That is the letter Shash,
Ciri said, smiling.
I can teach you them all, if you wish.
The priests were right to be worried.
Chapter 21.